Book 3, Section 6 of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But on the other hand, they that really desire to rise to the heights of virtue, whenever they hear the faults of others, immediately recall the mind to their own, and the more they really bewail these last, so much the more rightly do they pronounce judgment on those others. Therefore, forasmuch as every elect person restrains himself in the consideration of his own frailty, it may be well said that the holy man in his sorrow sits down upon a dunghill. For he that really humbles himself as he goes on his way marks with the eye of continued observation all the filth of sin wherein he is beset. But we must know that it is in prosperity that the mind is oftenest touched with urgent temptations, yet that it sometimes happens that we at the same time undergo crosses without, and are worried with the urgency of temptation within, so that both the scourge tortures the flesh, and yet suggestion of the flesh pours in upon the mind. And hence it is well that after the many wounds that blessed Job received, we have yet further the words of his ill-advising wife subjoined also, who says, verse 9, "Dost thou still retain thine integrity? Curse God and die." For the ill-advising wife is the carnal thought goading the mind, since it often happens, as has been said above, that we are both harassed with strokes without and worried with carnal promptings within. For it is hence that Jeremiah bewails, saying, "Abroad the sword bereaveth, at home there is death." Since the sword bereaveth, then vengeance outwardly smites and pierces us, and at home there is as death, in that indeed he both undergoes the lash, and yet the conscience is not clear of the stains of temptation within. Hence David says, "Let them be as chaff before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord persecute them. For he that is caught by the blast of temptation in the heart is lifted up like dust before the face of the wind. And when in the midst of these strokes the rigour of God smites them, what else is it but the angel of the Lord that persecutes them? But these trials are carried on in the case of the reprobate in one way, and of the elect in another. The hearts of the first sort are so tempted that they yield consent, and those of the last undergo temptations indeed, but offer resistance. The mind of the one is taken captive with the feeling of delight, and if at the moment that which is prompted amiss is displeasing, yet afterwards by deliberation it gives pleasure. But these so receive the darts of temptation that they weary themselves in unceasing resistance. And if at any time the mind under temptation is hurried away to entertain a feeling of delight, yet they quickly blush at the very circumstance of their delight stealing upon them, and blame with unsparing censure all that they detect springing up in themselves of a carnal nature. Hence it is rightly added immediately, verse 13, "Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What, shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? For it is meet that the holy mind restrain by spiritual correction whatever of a carnal nature within it utters rebellious mutterings, that the flesh, whether by speaking severe things, may not draw it into impatience, nor yet by speaking smooth ones, melt it to the looseness of lust. Therefore, let manly censure, reproving the dictates of unlawful imaginations, hold hard the dissolute softness of what is base in us, by saying, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. And on the other hand, let the consideration of the gifts repress the discontent of bitter thought, saying, Shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? And whosoever desires to get the mastery of his vices, and goes forward to the eternal heights of inward recompense, with the steps of a true purpose, the more he sees himself to be on every hand beset with the war of the vices, and more resolutely he arrays himself with the armor of the virtues, and fears the darts the less, in proportion as he defends his breast bravely against their assault. Yet it very often happens that whilst we are striving to stay ourselves in this fight of temptation by exalted virtues, certain vices cloak themselves to our eyes under the garb of virtues, and come to us, as it were, with a smooth face. But how adverse to us they are we perceive upon examination. And hence the friends of blessed Job, as it were, come together for the purpose of giving comfort. But they burst out into reviling, in that vices that plot our ruin assume the look of virtues, but strike us with hostile assault. For often immoderate anger desires to appear justice, and often dissolute remissness mercy. Often fear without precaution would seem humility, often unbridled pride liberty. Thus the friends come to give consolation, but fall off into the words of reproach, in that vices cloaked under the guise of virtue, set out indeed with a smooth outside, but confound us by a bitter hostility. And it is rightly said, verse 11, for they had made an appointment together to come to mourn with him and to comfort him. For vices make an appointment together under the cloak of virtues, and that there are certain ones which are banded together against us by a kind of agreement, such as pride and anger, remissness and fear. For anger is neighbor to pride, and remissness to cowardice. Those then come together by agreement, which are allied to one another in opposition to us, by a kind of kinship in iniquity. But if we acknowledge the toilsomeness of our captivity, if we grieve in our inmost soul from love of our eternal home, the sins that steal upon the inopportunity joyfully will not be able to prevail against the opportunely sad. Hence it is well added, verse 12, and when they lifted up their eyes afar off, and knew him not, they lifted up their voice and wept. For the vices do not know us in our afflictions, in that so soon as they have knocked at the dejected heart, being reproved they start back, and they, which, as it were, knew us in our joy, because they made their way in, cannot know us in our sadness, in that they break their edge on our very rigidity itself. But our old enemy, the more he sees that he is himself caught out in them, and that with a good courage cloaks them with so much the deeper disguise under the image of virtues, and hence it is added, they lifted up their voices and wept, and they rent every one his mantle, and sprinkled dust upon their heads towards heaven. Verse 13, so they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights. For by the weeping pity is betokened, discretion by the cutting of the garments, the effecting of good works by the dust upon the head, humility by the sitting. For sometimes the enemy in plotting against us feigns somewhat that is full of pity, that he may bring us down to an end of cruelty, as is the case when he prevents a fault being corrected by chastisement, that which is not suppressed in this life may be stricken with the fire of hell. Sometimes he presents the form of discretion to the eyes, and draws us on to snares of indiscretion, which happens when, at his instigation, we, as it were, from prudence, allow ourselves too much nourishment on account of our weakness, while we are imprudently rising against ourselves assaults of the flesh. Sometimes he counterfeits the effecting of good works, yet hereby entails upon us restlessness and labors, as it happens when a man cannot remain quiet, and, as it were, fears to be judged for idleness. Sometimes he exhibits the form of humility, that he may steal away our affecting of the useful, as is the case when he declares to some that they are weaker and more useless than indeed they are, that whereas they look upon themselves as too unworthy, they may fear to administer the things wherein they might be able to benefit their neighbors. But these vices, which the old enemy hides under the semblance of virtues, are very minutely examined by the hand of compunction. For he that really grieves within resolutely determines what things are to be done outwardly, and what are not. For if the virtue of compunction moves us in our inward parts, all the clamoring of evil dictates is made mute. And hence it follows, and none spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. For if the heart feels true sorrow, the vices have no tongue against it. And when the life of uprightness is sought with an entire aim, the fruitless prompting of evil is closed up. But oftentimes, if we brace ourselves with strong energy against the incitements of evil habits, we turn even those very evil habits to the account of virtue. For some are possessed by anger, and while they submit this to reason, they convert it into service rendered to holy zeal. Some are lifted up by pride, but whilst they bow down the mind to the fear of God, they change this into the free tone of unrestrained authority in defense of justice. Strength of the flesh is a snare to some, but whilst they bring under the body by practicing works of mercy, from the same quarter whence they are exposed to the goading of wickedness, they purchase the gains of pitifulness. And hence it is well that this blessed Job, after a multitude of conflicts, sacrifices a victim for his friends. For those whom he has for long borne as enemies by their strife, he one day makes fellow countrymen by his sacrifice, in that whilst we turn all evil thoughts into virtues, bringing them into subjection, by the offering of the intention, we, as it were, change the hostile aims of temptation into friendly dispositions. Let it suffice for us to have gone through these things in 3 volumes in a threefold manner. For in the very beginning of this work, we set firm the root of the tongue, as a provision against the bulk of the tree that should spring up, that we might afterwards produce the boughs of exposition according as several places require. End of Book 3. Book 4, Section 1. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, wherein Gregory, having in the preface set forth in a few words that the letter of Scripture is at times at variance with itself, and that the imprecations of Job, as of Jeremiah and David, cannot be understood without absurdity, according to the sound which they convey, explains the words of Job in historical, mystical, and moral sense, from the commencement of the 3rd chapter to the 20th verse of the same. The Preface. He who looks to the text and does not acquaint himself with the sense of the Holy Word is not so much furnishing himself with instruction as bewildering himself in uncertainty, in that the literal words sometimes contradict themselves, but whilst by their oppositeness they stand at variance with themselves, they direct the reader to a truth that is to be understood. Thus, how is it that Solomon says, "There is nothing better for a man than that he should eat and drink," and adds not long after, "It is better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting"? Wherefore did he prefer mourning to feasting, who had before commended eating and drinking? And if by preference it be good to eat and drink, undoubtedly it should be a much better thing to hasten to the house of mirth than to the house of mourning. Hence it is that he says again, "Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth." Yet adds a little after, "For youth and pleasure are vanity." What does this mean? That he should either first enjoin practices that are reprehensible, or afterwards reprehend practices that he has enjoined, but that by the literal words themselves he implies that he who finds difficulty in the outward form should consider the truth to be understood, which same import of truth, while it is sought with humility of heart, is penetrated by continuance in reading. For as we see the face of strange persons, we know nothing of their hearts, but if we are joined to them in familiar communication, by frequency of conversation, we even trace their very thoughts. So, when in Holy Writ the historical narration alone is regarded, nothing more than the face is seen. But if we unite ourselves to it with frequent assiduity, then we indeed penetrate its meaning, as if by the effect of a familiar discourse. For whilst we gather various truths from various parts, we easily see in the words thereof that what they import is one thing, What they sound like is another, but every one proves a stranger to the knowledge of it, in proportion as he is tied down to its mere outside. See here, for instance, in that blessed Job is described as having cursed his day, and said, "Let the day perish wherein I was born," in the night in which it was said, "There is a man-child conceived." If we look no further than the surface, what can we find more reprehensible than these words? But who does not know that the day in which he was born could not at that time be in existence? For it is the condition of time to have no say of continuance. For whereas, by way of the future, it is ever tending to be, so in going out by the past, it is ever hastening not to be. Wherefore then should one so great curse that which he is not ignorant hath no existence? But perchance it may be said that the magnitude of his virtue is seen from hence, that he, being disturbed by tribulation, imprecates a curse upon that, which it is evident has no existence at all. But this notion is set aside the moment the reasonableness of the thing is regarded. For if the object existed which he cursed, it was a mischievous curse, but if it had no being, it was an idle one. But whoso is filled with his Spirit, who declareth that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give an account thereof in the day of judgment, fears to be guilty of what is idle, even as of what is mischievous. To this sentence it is further added, "Let that day be turned into darkness. Let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. Let darkness and shadow of death stain it. Let a cloud dwell upon it. Let it be enfolded in bitterness. As for that night, let darkness seize upon it. Lo, let that night be solitary. Let no joyful voice come therein. Let it look for light and have none. Neither let it see the dawning of the day." How is it that that day, which he knows to have gone with the flight of time, is said to be turned into darkness? And whereas it is plain that it has no existence, wherefore is it wished for that the shadow of death might stain it? Or what cloud dwells upon it? What envelopment of bitterness enfolds it? Or what darkness seizes upon that night, which no stay holds in being? Or how is it desired that that may be solitary, which in passing away had already become naught? Or how does that look for the light, which both lacks perception, and doth not continue in any stay of its own self? To these words he yet further adds, "Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? Why did the knees prevent me? Or why the breasts that I should suck? For now I should have lain still and have been quiet. I should have slept and been at rest." If he had died at once from the womb, would he have got by this very destruction a title to a reward? Do abortive children enjoy eternal rest? For every man that is not absolved by the water of regeneration is tied and bound by the guilt of the original bond. But that which the water of baptism avails for with us, this either faith alone did of old in behalf of infants, or for those of riper years, the virtue of sacrifice, or for all that came of the stock of Abraham, the mystery of circumcision. For that every living being is conceived in the guilt of our first parent, the prophet witnesses, saying, "And in sin hath my mother conceived me," and that he who is not washed in the water of salvation does not lose the punishment of original sin. Truth plainly declares by itself in these words, "Except a man be born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God." How is it then that he wishes that he had died in the womb, and that he believes that he might have had rest by the boon of that death, whereas it is clear that the rest of life could in no wise be for him if the sacraments of divine knowledge had in no wise set him free from the guilt of original sin? He yet further adds, with whom he might have rested, saying, with kings and counselors of the earth, which built desolate places for themselves. Who does not know that the kings and counselors of the earth are herein far removed from solitude, that they are close pressed with innumerable throngs of followers? And with what difficulty do they advance to rest, who are bound in with the tightest knots of such multifarious concerns? As Scripture witnesses, where it says, "But mighty men shall be mightily tormented." Hence truth utters these words in the gospel: "To whomsoever much is given, of him shall much be required." He implies besides, whom he would have had as fellows in rest, in the words, "Or with princes that had gold, that filled their houses with silver." It is a rare thing for them that have gold to advance to rest, seeing that truth saith by itself, "They that have riches shall hardly enter the kingdom of heaven." For what joys in the other life can they look for, who here pant after increase of riches? Yet that our Redeemer might further show this event to be most rare, and only possible with the supernatural agency of God, he saith, "With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Therefore, because these words are, on the surface, at variance with reason, the letter itself thereby points out that in those words the saint delivers nothing after the letter. But if we shall first examine the nature of other curses in Holy Writ, we may the more perfectly trace out the import of this one, which was uttered by the mouth of blessed Job. For how is it that David, who to those that rewarded him evil, returned it not again, upon Saul and Jonathan falling in war, curses the mountains of Gilboa in the following words: "Ye mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew, neither let rain be upon you, nor fields of offerings. For there the shield of Saul is vilely cast away, as though he had not been anointed with oil." How is it that Jeremiah, seeing that his preaching was hindered by the hardness of his hearers, utters a curse, saying, "Cursed be the man who brought tidings to my father, saying, A man-child is born unto thee"? What then did the mountains of Gilboa offend when Saul died, that neither dew nor rain should fall on them, and that the words of his sentence against them should make them barren of all produce of verdure? Why, forasmuch as Gilboa is by interpretation running down, while by Saul's anointment and dying the death of our mediator is set forth. By the mountains of Gilboa we have no unfit representation of the uplifted hearts of the Jews, who while they let themselves run down in the pursuit of the desires of this world, were mingled together in the death of Christ, i.e. of the anointed. And because in them the anointed king dies the death of the body, they too are left dry of all the dew of grace, of whom also it is well said, that they cannot be fields of first fruits, because the high minds of the Hebrews bear no first fruits, in that at the coming of our Redeemer, persisting for the most part in unfaithfulness, they would not follow the first beginnings of the faith. For Holy Church, which for her first fruits was enriched with the multitude of the Gentiles, scarcely at the end of the world will receive into her bosom the Jews, whom she may find, and gathering none but the last, will put them as the remnant of her fruits, of which very remnant Isaiah hath these words: "For though thy people Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, yet a remnant of them shall return." However, the mountains of Gilboa may for this reason be cursed by the prophet's mouth, that whilst the land being dried up, no fruit is produced, the possessors of the land might be stricken with the woe of that barrenness, so that they might themselves receive the sentence of the curse, who had obtained, as the just reward of their iniquities, to have the death of the king take place among them. But how is that, from the lips of the prophet, that man received the sentence of cursing, who brought to his father the tidings of his birth? Doubtless, this is so much the more full of deeper mystery within, as it lacks human reason without. For perchance, if it had sounded at all reasonable without, we should never have been kindled to the pursuit of the interior meaning. And thus he the more fully implies something within, that he shows nothing that is reasonable without. For though the prophet had come into this world from his mother's womb to be the subject of affliction, in what did the messenger of his birth do wrong? But what does the person of the prophet represent? Carried hither and thither, except the mutability of man, which came by the dues of punishment, is thereby signified. And what is expressed by his Father, but this world whereof unto we are born? And who is that Father, who brings tidings of our birth to our Father, saving our old enemy, who when he views us fluctuating in our thoughts, prompts the evil-minded, who by virtue of this world's authority have the preeminence, to persuading us to our undoing, and who, when he has beheld us doing acts of weakness, commends these with applause as brave, and tells, as it were, of male children being born, when he gives joy that we have turned out corrupters of the truth by lying. He gives tidings to the Father that a man-child is born, when he shows the world him, whom he has prevailed with, turned into a corrupter of innocence. For when it is said to any one committing a sin or acting proudly, Thou hast acted like a man, what else is this than that a man-child is told of in the world? Justly then is the man cursed, who brings tidings of the birth of a man-child, because his tidings betoken the damnable joy of our corrupter. Thus, by these imprecations of Holy Scripture, we learn what, in the case of blessed Job, we are to look for in his words of imprecation, lest he whom God rewards after these wounds and these words should be presumptuously condemned by the mistaken reader for his words, as then we have in some sort cleared the points which were to be the objects of our inquiry in the preface. Let us now proceed to discuss and to follow on the words of the historical form. Verses 1, 2, and 3. After this Job opened his mouth and cursed his day. And Job spake and said, Let the day perish wherein I was born. That which is here said, he opened his mouth, must not be gone into negligently. For by the things which Holy Scripture premises but slightly, we are apprised that what comes after is to be expected with reverence. For as we know nothing what vessels that are closed contain inside, but when the mouth of the vessels is opened, we discover what is contained within. So the hearts of the saints, which so long as their mouth is closed are hidden, when their mouth is opened, are disclosed to view. And when they disclose their thoughts, they are said to open their mouth, that with the full bent of our mind we may hasten to find out, as in vessels that are set open, what it is that they contain, and to refresh ourselves with their inmost fragrance. And hence, when the Lord was about to utter his sublime precepts on the mount, the words proceed, and he opened his mouth and taught them. Though in that place this too should be taken as the meaning, that he then opened his own mouth in delivering precepts, where he had long while opened the mouths of the prophets. But it requires very great nicety in considering the expression, after this, namely, in order that the excellence of all that is done may be perceived in its true light by the time. For first we have described the wasting of his substance, the destruction of his children, the pain of his wounds, the persuasions of his wife, the coming of his friends, who are related to have rent their garments, to have shed tears with loud cries, to have sprinkled their heads with dust, and to have sat upon the ground for long in silence. And afterwards it is added, After this Job opened his mouth, and cursed his day. Clearly that from the very order of the account duly weighted, it might be concluded that he could never have uttered a curse in a spirit of impatience, who broke forth into a voice of cursing whilst his friends were as yet silent. For if he had cursed under the influence of passion, doubtless upon hearing of the loss of his substance, and upon the hearing of the death of his sons, his grief would have prompted him to curse. But what he then said we have heard before, for he said, The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Again, if he had cursed under the impulse of passion, he might well have uttered a curse when he was stricken in his body, or when he was mischievously advised by his wife. But what answer he then gave we have already learnt. For he says, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What, shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? But after this it is set forth, that his friends arrive, shed tears, seat themselves, keep silence. Whereupon this is immediately subjoined, that he is said to have cursed his day. It is then, too, great an inconstancy to imagine that it was from impatience that he broke out into a voice of cursing, no man setting him on, no man driving him thereto, when we know that amidst the loss of all his goods, and the death of his children, amidst bodily afflictions, the evil counsels of his wife, he only gave great acknowledgments to his Creator with a humble mind. It is plain then with what feelings he spoke this when he was at rest, who even when stricken uttered such a strain of praise to God. For afterwards, when no longer stricken, he could not be guilty of pride, whom even his pain under the rod only showed to be full of humility. But as we know for certain that Holy Scripture forbids cursing, how can we say that that is sometimes done aright, which yet we know to be forbidden by the same Holy Writ? End of Book 4, Section 1. Book 4, Section 2. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But be it known that Holy Writ makes mention of cursing in two ways, namely of one sort of curse which it commands, another sort which it condemns. For a curse is uttered one way by the decision of justice, in another way by the malice of revenge. Thus a curse was pronounced by the decree of justice upon the first man himself, when he fell into sin, and heard the words, Cursed is the ground for thy sake. A curse is pronounced by decree of justice, when it is said to Abraham, I will curse them that curse thee. Again, forasmuch as a curse may be uttered, not by a word of justice, but by the malice of revenge, we have this admonition from the voice of Paul the Apostle in his preaching, where he says, Bless and curse not. And again, nor revilers shall inherit the kingdom of God. So then, God is said to curse, and yet man is forbidden to curse. Because what man does from the malice of vengeance, God does only in the exactness and perfection of justice. But when holy men deliver a sentence of cursing, they do not break forth therein from the wish of vengeance, but in the strictness of justice. For they behold God's exact judgment within, and they perceive that they are bound to smite evils arising without with a curse, and are guilty of no sin in cursing, in the same degree that they are not at variance with the interior judgment. It is hence that Peter flung back the sentence of a curse upon Simon when he offered him money, in the words, May thy money perish with thee. For he who said, does not, but may, showed that he spoke this, not in the indicative, but in the optative mood. Hence Elias said to the 2 captains of 50 that came to him, If I be a man of God, then let fire come down from heaven and consume thee. And upon what reasonable grounds of truth the sentences of either of the 2 were established, the issue of the case demonstrated, for both Simon perished in eternal ruin, and fire descending from above consumed the captains of 50. Thus the subsequent miracle testifies with what mind the sentence of the curse is pronounced. For when both the innocence of him that curseth remains, and he that is cursed is by that curse swallowed up to the extent of utter destruction, from the end of either side we collect that the sentence is taken up and launched against the offender from the sole judge of what is within. Therefore, if we weigh with exactness the words of blessed Job, his cursing cometh not of the malice of one guilty of sin, but of the integrity of a judge, not of one agitated by passion, but of one sober in instruction. For he who in cursing pronounced such righteous sentence did not give way to the evil of perturbation of mind, but dispensed the dictates of wisdom. For, in fact, he saw his friends weeping and wailing. He saw them rending their garments. He saw how they had sprinkled their heads with dust. He saw them struck dumb at the thought of his affliction. And the saint perceived that those whose hearts were set upon temporal prosperity took him, by a comparison with their own feelings, for one broken-hearted with his temporal adversity. He considered that they would never be weeping for him in despair, who is stricken with a transient ill, except they had themselves withdrawn their soul in despair from the hope of inward soundness. And while he outwardly burst forth into the voice of grief, he showed to persons inwardly wounded the virtue of a healing medicine, saying, verse 3, "Let the day perish wherein I was born." For what is to be understood by the day of our birth, save the whole period of our mortal state? So long as this keeps us fast in the corruptions of our mutable state of being, the unchangeableness of eternity does not appear to us. He then who already beholds the day of eternity endures with difficulty the day of his mortal being. And observe, he saith not, "Let the day perish wherein I was created," but "let the day perish wherein I was born." For man was created in a day of righteousness, but now he is born in a time of guilt. For Adam was created, but Cain was the first man that was born. What then is to curse the day of his birth, but to say plainly, "May the day of change perish, and the light of eternity burst forth"? But inasmuch as we are used to bid perish in two ways, for it is one way that we bid perish when we desire anything that it should no longer be, and in another way that we bid it perish when we desire that it should be ill therewith. The words that are added concerning this day, "Let a cloud dwell upon it," "Let it be enveloped in bitterness," clearly show that he wishes not this day to perish in such sort as not to be, but so that it may go ill with it, for that can never be enveloped in bitterness, which is so wholly destroyed as not to be at all. Now this period of our mutable condition is not one day to perish, i.e., to pass away, in such a way as to be in an evil plight, but so as to cease to be altogether, as the angel bears witness in Holy Writ, saying, "By him that liveth for ever and ever," that there should be time no longer. For though the prophet hath it, "Their time shall endure for ever," yet because time comes to an end with every moment, he designated their coming to an end by the name of time, showing that without every way ending they come to an end, that are severed from the joys of the inward vision. Therefore, because this period of our mortal condition does not so perish as to be an evil plight, but so as not to be at all, we must inquire what it means that he desires it may perish, not so that it may not be, but that it may be in ill condition. Now a human soul, or an angelic spirit, is in such sort immortal, that it is capable of dying, in such sort mortal, that it can never die. For of living happily it is deprived, whether by sin or by punishment, but its essential living it never loses, either by sin or punishment. It ceases from a mode of living, but it is not even by dying susceptible to an end in every mode of being. So that I might say in a word, that it is both immortally mortal and mortally immortal, whereas then he wishes that the day may perish, and soon after it is said that it is to be enveloped in bitterness. Whom should we think the holy man would express by the name of day, except the apostate spirit, who in dying subsists in the life of essential being, whom destruction does not withdraw from life, in that in the midst of pains eternal, and immortal death kills, while it preserves, him who is perishing, fallen as he is already from the glory of his state of bliss, is still longed for no otherwise than that, being held back by the punishments which he deserves, he may even lose the liberty of tempting. Yet he presents himself as the day, and that he allures by prosperity, and his end is in the blackness of night, for that he leads to adversity. Thus he displayed day when he said, In the day ye shall eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods. But he brought on night, when he led to the blackness of mortality. The day, therefore, is the proffered promise of better things, but the night is the very manifested experience of evils. The old enemy is the day, as by nature created good, but he is the night, as by his own deserts sunk down into darkness. He is day, when by promising good things he disguises himself as an angel of light to the eyes of men, as Paul witnesses, saying, For Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. But he is night, when he obscures the minds of those that consent to him with the darkness of error. Well then may the holy man, who in his own sorrows bewailed the case of the whole human race, and who viewed nothing in any wise special to himself in his own special affliction, well may he recall to mind the original cause of sin, and soften the pain of the infliction by considering its justice. Let him look at man, and see whence and whither he has fallen, and exclaim, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, There is a man-child conceived. As if he said in plain words, Let the hope perish which the apostate angel held forth, who, disguising himself as day, shone forth with the promise of a divine nature, but yet again, showing himself as night, brought a cloud over the light of our immortal nature. Let our old enemy perish, who displayed the light of promises, and bestowed the darkness of sin, who as it were presented himself as day by his flattery, but led us to a night of utter darkness, by sealing our hearts with blindness. It proceeds, verse 4, Let that day be turned into darkness. This day shines as it were in the hearts of men, when the persuasions of his wickedness are thought to be for our good, and what they are within is never seen. But when his wickedness is seen as it is, the day of false promises is, as it were, dimmed by a kind of darkness spread before the eyes of our judgment. In this respect, that such as he is in intrinsic worth, such he is perceived to be in his beguilement. And so the day becomes darkness, when we take as adverse even the very things which he holds out as advantageous, whilst persuading them. The day becomes darkness, when our old enemy, even when lurking under the cloak of his chastisements, is perceived by us to be such as he is when raving after us, that he may never mock us with feigned prosperity, as though by the light of day, dragging us by real misery to the darkness of sin. It proceeds, Let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. As Almighty God was able to create good things out of nothing, so, when he would, he also restored the good things that were lost by the mystery of his incarnation. Now he had made two creations to contemplate himself, viz., the angelic and the human, but pride smote both, and dashed them from the erect station of native uprightness. But one had the clothing of the flesh, the other bore no infirmity derived from the flesh. For an angelic being is spirit alone, but man is both spirit and flesh. Therefore, when the Creator took compassion to work redemption, it was meet that he should bring back to himself that creature which, in the commission of sin, plainly had something of infirmity. It was also meet that the apostate angel should be driven down to a farther depth, in proportion as he, when he fell from resoluteness in standing fast, carried about him no infirmity of the flesh. And hence the psalmist, when he was telling of the Redeemer's compassioning mankind, at the same time justly set forth the cause itself of his mercy, in these words, And he remembered that they were but flesh, as if he said, Whereas he beheld their infirmities, so he would not punish their offenses with severity. There is yet another respect wherein it was both fitting that man, when lost, should be recovered, and impossible for the spirit that set himself up to be recovered. Namely, in that the angel fell by his own wickedness, but the wickedness of another brought man down. Forasmuch then as mankind is brought to the light of repentance by the coming of the Redeemer, but the apostate angel is not recalled by any hope of pardon, or with any amendment of conversion, to the light of a restored estate, it may well be said, let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it, as though it were plainly expressed, for that he hath himself brought on the darkness, let him bear without end what himself has made, nor let him ever recover the light of his former condition, since he parted with it even without being persuaded thereto. It goes on, let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. By shadow of death we must understand oblivion, for as death ends life, so oblivion puts an end to memory. As therefore the apostate angel is delivered over to eternal oblivion, he is overclouded with the shadow of death. Therefore let him say, let darkness and the shadow of death stain it, i.e., so let him be overwhelmed with blindness of error, that he never more rise up again to the light of repentance by recollection of God's regard. The words follow, let a cloud dwell upon it, and let it be enveloped in bitterness. It is one thing that our old enemy suffers now, bound by the chains of his own wickedness, and another that he will have to suffer at the end. For in that he is fallen from the rank of the interior light, he now confounds himself within the darkness of error, and hereafter he is involved in bitterness, in that by desert of a voluntary blindness he is tortured with the eternal torments of hell. Let it be said then, what is it that he who has lost the calm of the light interior now endures as the foretaste of his final punishment? Let a cloud dwell upon it. Moreover, let that subsequent doom be added also, which preys upon him without end. Let him be folded up in bitterness, for everything folded up shows as it were no end anywhere. For as it shows not where it begins, so neither does it discover where it leaves off. The old enemy then is said to be folded up in bitterness, in that not only every kind of punishment, but punishment too without end or limit awaits his pride, which same doom then receives its beginning, when the righteous judge cometh at the last judgment. And hence it is well added, verse 6, as for that night, let a dark whirlwind seize upon it. For it is written, our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. Thus a dark whirlwind seizes upon that night, in that the apostate angel is by that fearful tempest carried off from before the strict judge, to suffer eternal woe. Thus this night is seized by a whirlwind, in that his blind pride is smitten with a strict visitation. It goes on, let it not be joined unto the days of the year, let it not come into the number of the months. By year we understand not inapplicably the preaching of supreme grace, for as in a year the period is completed by a connected series of days, so in heavenly grace is a complex life of virtue made complete. By year, too, we may understand the multitude of the redeemed, for as the year is produced by a number of days, so by the assemblage of all the righteous, there results that countless sum of the elect. Now Isaiah foretells this year of a completed multitude in these words, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord. For the acceptable year of the Lord is proclaimed, in that the future multitude of the faithful is foretold to be destined to be illuminated with the light of truth. Now what is meant by the days, but the several minds of the elect? What by the months, but their several churches, which constitute one Catholic Church? So then, let not that night be joined unto the days of the year, neither let it come into the number of the months. For our old enemy, hemmed in with the darkness of his pride, sees indeed the coming of the Redeemer, but never returns to pardon with the elect. And hence it is written, For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. For it was on this account that our Redeemer was made not angel, but man, because he must needs be made of the same nature as that which he redeemed, that he might not at once let go the lost angel by not taking his nature, and restore man, by taking his nature in himself. These days which abide in the interior light may also be taken for the angelic spirits, and the months for their orders and dignities. For every single spirit, in that he shines as a day, but as they are distinguished by certain set dignities, so that there are some that are thrones, some dominions, some principalities, and some powers. According to this distribution of ranks, they are entitled months. But forasmuch as our old enemy is never brought back to merit light, and is never restored to the order of the ranks above, he is neither reckoned in the days of the year, nor in the months. For the blindness of the pride that he has been guilty of is so settled upon him, that he no more returns to those heavenly ranks of interior brightness. He no longer now mixes with the ranks of light that stand firm and erect, for that, in due of his own darkness, he is ever borne downwards to the depth. And for that he remains forever an alien to the company of the heavenly land, it is yet further justly added. End of Book 4, Section 2. Book 4, Section 3. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 7. Lo, let that night be solitary, let it be worthy of no praise. That night is solitary, in that it is divided by an eternal separation from the company of the land above. Yet this may also be taken in another sense, viz., that he loses man, whom he had made his fellow in ruin, and that the enemy perishes alone together with his body, while many that he had destroyed are restored by the Redeemer's grace. The night then is made solitary, when they that are elect, being raised up, our old enemy is made over alone to the eternal flames of hell. And it is well said, Let it be worthy of no praise. For when mankind, encompassed with the darkness of error, took stones for gods, in this that they worshipped idols, what else did they but praise the deeds of their seducer? Hence Paul rightly remarks, We know that an idol is nothing, but I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils. How else then is it with those that have bowed themselves to the worship of idols, but that they have praised the darkness of night? Below, we see now that the night is known to be unworthy of any praise, since now the worship of idols is condemned by the human race redeemed, and that night is left solitary, and that there is none that goeth with the damned apostate spirit to suffer torments. It proceeds, verse 8, Let them curse it that curse the day, that are ready to rouse up Leviathan. In the old translation it is not so written, but let him curse it hath cursed the day, even him who shall take the great whale. By which words is clearly shown that the destruction of Antichrist to be at the end of the world is foreseen by the holy man. For the evil spirit, who by rights is night, at the end of the world passes himself for the day, and that he shows himself to men as God, while he takes to himself deceitfully the brightness of the deity, and exalts himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped. The same, therefore, that curseth the day, curseth the night, in that he at this present time destroys his wickedness, who will then, by the light of his coming, also extinguish the power of his strength, and hence it is well subjoined, who will take the great whale? For the strength of this whale is taken as the prey in the water, in that the wilfulness of our old enemy is overcome by the sacrament of baptism. But that which in the old translation is spoken of the author of all things, in this translation, which we get from the Hebrew and the Arabian tongues, is related of his elect angels. For it is of them that it is said, Let them curse it that curse the day. For that spirit in his pride desired to pass himself for day, even with the angelic powers. At that time when, as though in the power of the deity, he exalted himself above the rest, and drew after him such countless legions to destruction. But they truly, who with humble spirits stood firm in the author of their being, when they saw there was night in his perverse ways, trod under foot the day of his brightness, by thinking humbly of themselves, who do now point out to us the darkness of his disguise, and show us how we should condemn his false glare. So let it be said of the night of darkness, which blinds the eyes of human frailty, let them curse it that curse the day, i.e., let those elect spirits, by condemning, denounce the darkness of his erring ways, who see the grandeur of his shining already from the first deceit. And it is well added, who are ready to rouse up Leviathan, for Leviathan is interpreted to be their addition, whose addition then but the addition of men, and it is properly styled their addition. For since by his evil suggestion he brought into the world the first sin, he never ceases to add to it day by day by prompting to worse things. Or indeed, it is in reproach that he is called Leviathan, i.e., styled the addition of men. For he found them immortal in paradise, but by promising the divine nature to immortal beings, he as it were pledged himself to add somewhat to them beyond what they were. But whilst with flattering lips he declared that he would give what they had not, he robbed them cunningly, even of what they had. And hence the prophet describes this same Leviathan in these words, Leviathan the bar serpent, even Leviathan that crooked serpent. For this Leviathan in the thing which he engaged to add to man, crept nigh to him with tortuous windings. For while he falsely promised things impossible, he really stole away even those which were possible. But we must inquire why he that had spoken of a serpent, subjoining in that very place the epithet crooked, inserted the word bar, except perhaps that in the flexibility of the serpent we have a yielding softness, and in the bar the hardness of an obstinate nature. In order then to mark him to be both hard and soft, he calls him a bar and a serpent. For by his malicious nature he is hard, and by his flatteries he is soft. So he is called a bar, in that he strikes even to death, and a serpent, in that he insinuates himself softly by deceitful acts. Now this Leviathan at this present time, elect spirits of the angelic host, imprisoned close in the bottomless pit, whence it is written, And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit. Yet at the end of the world they call him back to more open conflicts, and let him loose against us in all his power. And hence it is written again in the same place, till 1,000 years should be fulfilled, and after that he must be loosed. For the apostate angel, whereas he was created so that he shone preeminent among all the other legions of angels, fell so low by setting himself up that he is now prostrated beneath the rule of the orders of angels that stand erect, whether that being put in chains by them, as they minister to our welfare, he should now lie buried from sight, or that they, at that time, setting him free for our probation, he should be let loose to put forth all his power against us. Therefore, because the proud apostate spirit is restrained by those elect spirits, who being humble would not follow him, as they being the executioners, it is ordered, that he shall one day be recalled for the purpose of an open conflict, that he may be utterly destroyed. Let it be well said, who are ready to rouse up Leviathan. But forasmuch as the artful adversary is not yet raised to wage open war, let him show how that night now by hidden influences overshadows the minds of some men. It follows, verse 9, let the stars be darkened with the shadow thereof. In Holy Scripture, by the title of stars, we have set forth sometimes the righteousness of the saints, which shineth in the darkness of this life, and sometimes the false pretense of hypocrites, who display all the good that they do, that they may win the praise of men. For if well-doers were not stars, Paul would never say to his disciples, in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation, among whom ye shine like lights in the world. Again, if among those that seem to act aright, there were not some that sought by their conduct to win the reward of men's esteem, John would never have seen stars falling from heaven, where he says, the dragon put forth his tail, and drew the third part of the stars of heaven. Now a portion of the stars is drawn by the dragon's tail, in that, in the last efforts of Antichrist to win men, some that appear to shine will be carried off. For to draw the stars of heaven to the earth is by the love of earth to involve those in the forward ways of open error, who seem to be devoted to the pursuit of the heavenly life. For there are that, as it were, shine before the eyes of men by extraordinary deeds. But forasmuch as these very deeds are not the offspring of a pure heart, being struck blind in their secret thoughts, they are clouded with the darkness of this night, and these often lose the more outward deeds, which they do not practice with any purity of heart. And so because the night is permitted to prevail, whenever even amidst good works the purpose of the heart is not cleansed, let it be said with justice, let the stars be dark with the shadow thereof, i.e., let the dark of malice of our old enemy prevail against those who in the sight of men show as bright by good works, and that light of praise, which is in the eye of man's judgment, they had taken, let them lay aside, for they are overshadowed with the darkness of night, when their life is brought to shame by open error, so that verily they may also appear outwardly such in practice, as they do not shrink from appearing to the divine eye in their secret hearts. It proceeds, verse 9, let it look for light, but have none, neither let it see the dawning of the day. And the gospel truth declares, I am the light of the world. Now as this same Savior of us men is one person with the assembly of the good, for he is himself the head of the body, and we all are the body of this head, so our old enemy is one person with the whole company of the damned, in that he as the head outtops them all in iniquity, and they, whilst they minister in the things he prompts, holds fast to him like a body joined below to the head. And so it is meet that all that is said of this night, i.e. of our old enemy, should be applied to his body, i.e. to all wicked persons. Wherefore, because our Redeemer is the light of mankind, how is it that it is said of this night, let it look for light and have none? But that there are some who exhibit themselves as maintaining by words that faith which they undo by works, of whom Paul saith, they profess that they know God, but in works they deny him. With these indeed, either the things which they do are bad, or they follow after good deeds with no good heart. For they do not seek everlasting rewards as the fruit of their actions, but transitory partiality. And yet because they hear themselves praised as saints, they believe themselves to be really saints, and in proportion as they account themselves unblameable according to the esteem they are in with numbers, they await in greater security the day of strict account, of whom the prophet well says, Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord! To these blessed Job utters the sentence due to them, saying in the tempter of one foretelling the thing, and not as the wish of one that desired it. Let it look for light, but have none. For that night, I mean the adversary of darkness, in his members doth look for the light, but seeth none. In that whether it be they who retain the faith without works, these trusting that they may be saved at the final judgment, by right of the same faith, will find their hope prove vain, because by their life they have undone the faith, which in the confession of the lips they have maintained, or they who for the sake of human applause make a display of themselves in doing well. They vainly look for a reward of their good deeds at the hand of the judge when he cometh. For that whereas they do them out of regard to the notoriety of praise, they have already had the reward from the lips of men, as the truth testifies, which saith, Verily I say unto you, they have the reward. And here it is justly added, Neither let it see the dawning of the day. For the dawn is the title of the church, which is changed from the darkness of its sins into the light of righteousness. And hence the spouse, admiring her in the Song of Solomon, saith, Who is she that goeth forth as the morning arising? For like the dawn doth the church of the elect arise, in that she quits the darkness of her former iniquity, and converts herself into the radiance of a new light. Therefore, in that light which is manifested at the coming of the strict judge, the body of our enemy, when condemned, seeth no dayspring of the rising dawn, in that when the strict judge shall come, every sinner, being overlaid with the blackness of his own deserts, knows not with what wondrous splendor Holy Church rises into the interior light of the heart. For then the mind of the elect is transported on high, to be illuminated with the rays of the divine nature, and in the degree that it is penetrated with the light of that countenance, it is lifted above itself in the refulgence of grace. Then doth Holy Church become a full dawn, when she parts wholly and forever with the darkness of her state of mortality and ignorance. Thus at the judgment she is still the dawn, but in the kingdom she is become the day. For though together with the renewal of our bodies she already begins to behold the light at the judgment, yet her vision thereof is more fully consummated in the kingdom. Thus the rising of the dawn is the commencement of the church in light, which the reprobate can never see, because they are closed in upon and forced down to darkness by the weight of their evil deeds from the sight of the righteous judge. And hence it is rightly said by the prophet, Let the wicked be taken out of the way, that he see not the glory of God. It is hence that these words are uttered by the psalmist concerning this dawn. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the pride of men. For every elect one at the judgment is hid in the countenance of the Godhead in interior vision, whereas the blindness of the reprobate without is banished and confounded by the strict visitation of justice. And this too is not irreverently interpreted with reference to the present time likewise. If we minutely search the hearts of dissemblers, for the proud and hypocritical look on the deeds of the good on the outside, and they find that such are commended by men for their doings, and they admire their high repute, and they see that these receive praises for their good deeds. But they do not see how studiously they eschew such praises. They regard the overt acts, but are ignorant that these proceed from the principle of the interior hope alone. For all that shine with the true light of righteousness are first changed from the darkness of the inward purpose of the heart, so that they wholly forsake the interior dimness of earthly covering, and entirely turn their hearts to the desire of the light above, lest while they seem to be full of light to others, they be in darkness to themselves. Thus persons that assume, because they regard the deeds of the righteous, but do not survey their hearts, imitate them in the things from whence they may obtain applause without, but not in the things whereby they may inwardly arise to the light of righteousness. And they, as it were, are blind to see the dayspring of the rising dawn, because they do not think it worth their while to regard the religious mind's intent. The holy man who is filled with the virtue of the prophetic spirit may also have his eye fixed upon the faithlessness of Judea at the coming of the Redeemer, and in these words he may be speaking prophetically of the mischievous effects of her blindness, as though in the character of one expressing a wish, so as to say, "Let it look for light, but have none, neither let it see the dawning of the day. For Judea looked for the light, but had none, since by prophecy she waited indeed for the Redeemer of man that should come, but never knew him when he came. And the eyes of the mind, which she opened wide to the expectation, she closed to the presence of the light. Neither did she see the day spring of the rising dawn, in that she scorned to pay homage to those first beginnings of Holy Church, and while she supposed her to be undone by the deaths of her members, was ignorant to what strength she was attaining. But as when speaking of the faithless, she signified the members of the wicked head, he again turns his discourse to the head of the wicked itself, saying, into Book 4, Section 3. Book 4, Section 4. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 10. Because it shut not up the doors of my mother's womb, nor hid sorrow from mine eyes. What the womb of his mother is to each individual man, that the primary abode in paradise became to the whole human race. For from it came forth the family of man, as it were from the womb, and tending to the increase of the race, as if to the growth of the body. It issued forth without. There our conception was cemented, where the man, the origin of mankind, had his abode. But the serpent opened the mouth of this womb, in that by his cunning persuading he broke asunder the decree of heaven in man's heart. The serpent opened the mouth of this womb, in that he burst the barriers of the mind, which were fortified with admonitions from above. Let the holy man, then, in the punishment which he suffers, cast the eyes of his mind far back to the sin. Let him mourn for this, which the neglect of darkness, that is, the dark suggestions of our old enemy, lodged in man's mind. For this, that man's mind consented to his cunning suggestions, to his own betrayal. And let him say, because it shut not up the doors of my mother's womb, nor hid sorrow from mine eyes. Nor let this disturb us, that he complains that he only did not shut up, whom he abhors for having opened the gate of paradise. For opened he calls shut not up, and entailed it, nor hid sorrow from me. For he would, as it were, have hid sorrow if he had kept quiet, and have shut up if he had forborne from bursting in. For he is weighing well who it is he speaks of, and he reckons that it would have been as if the evil spirit had bestowed gains upon us, if he had only not entailed losses upon our heads. Thus we say of robbers, that they give their prisoners their lives, if they do not take them. It is well to go over these points again, from the beginning, and according to what we remark in practice in the present life, to review it in a moral sense. Blessed Job, observing how presumptuously mankind, after his soul fell from its original state, was lifted up in prosperity, and with what dismay it was dashed by adverse fortune, falls back in imagination to that unalterable state which he might have kept in paradise, and in what a miserable light he had beheld the fallen condition of our mortal state of being. So checkered with adversity and prosperity, he showed by cursing the same in these words. Verse 3, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night wherein it was said, There is a man-child conceived. It seems it were like day, when the good fortune of this world smiles upon us. But it is a day that ends in night, for temporary prosperity often leads to the darkness of affliction. This day of good fortune the prophet had condemned, when he said, "Neither have I desired man's day. Thou knowest it." For this night our Lord declared he was to suffer at the final close of his incarnation, when he declared by the psalmist, as if in the past, "My reins also instructed me in the night season." But by the day may be understood the pleasures of sin, and by the night the inward blindness, whereby man suffers himself to be brought down to the ground in the commission of sin, and therefore he wishes the day may perish, that all the flattering arts which are seen in sin, by the strong hand of justice interposing, may be brought to naught. He wishes also that the night may perish, that what the blinded mind executes even in yielding consent, she may put away by the castigation of penance. But we must inquire why man is said to be born in the day and conceived in the night. Holy Scripture uses the title man in three ways, viz., sometimes in respect of nature, sometimes of sin, sometimes of frailness. Now man is so called in respect of nature, as where it is written, "Let us make man after our image and likeness." He is called man in respect of sin, as where it is written, "I have said, ye are all gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men." As though he had expressed it plainly, "Ye shall perish like transgressors." And hence Paul saith, "For whereas there is among you envying and strife and divisions, are ye not carnal, and walk as men?" As though he had said, "Ye that carry about minds at variance, do ye not still sin, in the spirit of faulty human nature?" He is called man in relation to his weakness, as where it is written, "Cursed be the man that trusteth in man," as if he had said in plain words, in weakness. Thus man is born in the day, but he is conceived in the night, in that he is never caught away by the delightfulness of sin, until he is first made weak by the voluntary darkness of his mind. For he first becomes blind in the understanding, and then he enslaves himself to damnable delight. Let it be said then, "Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night wherein it was said, There is a man-child conceived," i.e., let the delight perish, which has hurried man into sin, and the unguarded frailness of his mind, whereby he was blinded even to the very darkness of consenting to evil. For while man does not heedfully mark the allurements of pleasure, he is even carried headlong into the night of the foulest practices. We must watch then with minds alive, that when sin begins to caress, the mind may perceive to what ruin she is being dragged. And hence the words are fitly added. Verse 4, "Let that day be darkness." For the day becomes darkness, when, in the very commencement of the enjoyment, we see to what an end of ruin sin is hurrying us. We turn the day into darkness. Whenever, by severally chastening ourselves, we turn to bitter the very sweets of evil enjoyment, by the keen laments of penance, and when we visit it with weeping, whereinsoever we sin in gratification in our secret hearts. For because no believer is ignorant that the thoughts of the heart will be minutely examined at the judgment, as Paul testifieth, saying, "Their thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another." Searching himself within, he examines his own conscience, without sparing before the judgment, that the strict judge may come now the more placably disposed, in that he sees his guilt, which he is minded to examine, already chastised according to the sin, and hence it is well added, "Let not God require it from above." God requires the things which he searches out in executing judgment upon them. He does not require those which he so pardons as to let them be unpunished henceforth in his own judgment. And so this day, i.e., this enjoyment of sin, will not be required by the Lord, if it be visited with self-punishment of our own accord. as Paul testifies when he says, "For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged of the Lord." God's requiring our day, then, is his proceeding against our souls at the judgment by a strict examination of every instance of taking pleasure in sin, in which same requiring he then smites him the harder, whom he finds to have been most soft in sparing himself. And it well follows, "Neither let the light shine upon it, for the Lord appearing at the judgment illuminates with his light all that he then convicts of sin. For what is not then brought to remembrance of the judge is, as it were, veiled under a kind of obscurity. So it is written, But all things that are reproved are made manifest by the light. It is as though a certain darkness hid the sins of penitents, of whom the prophet saith, Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Therefore, as everything that is veiled is, as it were, hidden in darkness, that which is not searched out in vengeance is not illuminated with light at the day of final account. For all those actions of ours, which he would not then visit with justice, the mercy of God, in wanting them, still hideth in some sort from itself. But all is displayed in light, that is at that time manifest in the sight of all men. Let then this day be darkness, in this way, viz., that by penance we may smite the evil that we do. Let not the Lord require this day, neither let the light shine upon it. In this way, viz., that while we smite our own sin, he may not find himself thereupon with the visitations of the final judgment. But the judge will come himself to pierce all things, and strike all things to the core. And because he is everywhere present, there is no place to flee to, where he is not found. But forasmuch as he is appearing by the tears of self-correction, he alone obtains a hiding place from his face, who after the commission of a sin hides himself from him now in penance. And hence it is, with propriety yet further added of this day of judgment. Verse 7, Let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. Then indeed darkness stains the day, when the delight of our inclinations is smitten through the inflictions of penance. By darkness, moreover, may be signified secret decisions. For what we see in the light we know, but in the dark we either discern nothing at all, or our eyes are bewildered with an uncertain sight. Secret decrees, then, are like a kind of darkness before our eyes, being utterly inscrutable to us, and hence it is written of God, He made darkness His secret place. And we know well that we do not deserve pardon, but by the grace of God preventing us, we are freed from our sins by His secret counsels. Darkness, therefore, stains the day, when the joy of gratification, which is a proper subject of tears, is in mercy hidden from the ray of just wrath by His secret determinations. And here the words aptly follow, and the shadow of death. For in Holy Scripture the shadow of death is sometimes understood of oblivion of mind, sometimes of imitation of the devil, sometimes of the dissolution of the flesh. For the shadow of death is understood of the oblivion of the mind, in that, as has been said above, as death causes that which it kills should no longer remain in life, so oblivion causes that whatsoever it seizes should no longer abide in the memory. And hence too, because John was coming to proclaim to the Hebrew people that God whom they had forgotten, he is justly said by Zacharias, to give light to them that sit in darkness and in the shadow of death. For to sit in the shadow of death is to turn lifeless to the knowledge of the love of God in a state of oblivion. The shadow of death is taken to mean the imitating our old enemy. For since he brought in death, he is himself called death, as John is witness, saying, And his name is death. And so by the shadow of death is signified the imitating of him. For as the shadow is shaped according to the character of the body, so the actions of the wicked are cast in a figure of conformity to him. Hence, when Isaiah saw that the Gentiles had fallen away after the likeness of our old enemy, and that they rose up again at the rising of the true sun, he justly records, as though in the past, what his eyes beheld as certain in the future, saying, They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them a great light hath shined. Moreover, the shadow of death is taken for the dissolution of the flesh, in that, as that is the true death whereby the soul is separated from God, so the shadow of death is that whereby the flesh is separated from the soul. And hence it is rightly said by the prophet in the words of the martyrs, Though thou hast sore broken us in the place of dragons, and covered us with the shadow of death, for those who we know die not in the spirit, but only in the flesh, can in no wise say that they are covered with the true death, but with the shadow of death. How is it then that blessed Job demands the shadow of death, for putting out the day of evil enjoyment, but that for the obliterating of our sins in God's sight, he calls for the mediator between God and man, who should undertake for us the death of the flesh alone, and who by the shadow of his own death should do away the true death of transgressors. For he comes to us, who were held in the bands of death, both of the spirit and of the flesh, and his own single death he reckoned to our account, and our two deaths which he found he dissolved. For if he had himself undertaken both, he would never have set us free from either. But he took one sort in mercy, and condemned them both with justice. He joined his own single death to our twofold death, and by dying he vanquished that double death of ours. And hence it was not without reason that he lay in the grave for 1 day and 2 nights, namely that he added the light of his own single death to the darkness of our double death. He then that took for our sakes the death of the flesh alone underwent the shadow of death, and buried from the eyes of God the sin that we have done. Therefore let it be truly said, let darkness and the shadow of death stain it. As though it were said in plain words, let him come, who, that he may snatch from the death of the flesh and of the spirit, us that are debtors thereto, may, though no debtor, discharge the death of the flesh. But since the Lord lets no sin go unpunished, for either we visit it ourselves by lamenting it, or God by judging it, it remains that the mind should ever have a watchful eye to the amendment of itself. Therefore, in whatever particular each person sees that he is succored by mercy, he must needs wipe out the stains thereof in the confession of it, and hence it is fitly added, let a shade dwell upon it. For because the eye is perplexed in the shade, therefore the perplexity of our mind in penance is itself called shade. For as the shade obscures the light of day with a mass of clouds, so confusion overclouds the mind with troubled thoughts, of which it is said by one, there is a shame which is glory and grace. For when in repenting we recall our misdoings to remembrance, we are at once confounded with heaviness and sorrow, and throng of thoughts clamors ferociously in our breast. Sorrow wears, anxiety wastes us, the soul is turned to woe, and as it were darkened with the shade of a kind of cloud. Now this shade of confusion had oppressed the minds of those to their good, to whom Paul said, What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed? Let shade then seize this day of sin, i.e., let the chastening of penance with befitting sorrow discompose the flattery of sin, and hence it is added with fitness, let it be enfolded in bitterness. For the day is enfolded in bitterness when, upon the soul returning to knowledge, the inflictions of penance follow upon the caresses of sin. We enfold the day in bitterness when we regard the punishments that follow the joys of forbidden gratification, and pour tears of bitter lamenting around them. For whereas what is folded up is covered on every side, we wish the day to be folded in bitterness, that each man may mark on every side the ills that threaten crooked courses, and may cleanse the wantonness of self-gratification by the tears of bitter sorrow. But if we hear that day, which we have rendered the gratification of sin, assailed with so many imprecations, that surely our tears poured around it may expiate whatsoever sin the soul is become guilty of by being touched with gratification through negligence. With what visitings of penance is the night of that day to be stricken, i.e., the actual consent to sin? For as it is a less fault when the mind is carried away in delight by the influence of the flesh, yet by the resistance of the spirit offers violence to its sense of delight, so it is a more heinous and complete wickedness not only to be attracted to the fascination of sin by the feeling of delight, but to pander it by yielding consent. Therefore the mind must be cleansed from defilement by being wrung harder with the hand of penitence, in proportion as it sees itself to be more fully stained by the yielding of the consent. And hence it is fitly subjoined. End of Book 4, Section 4. Book 4, Section 5. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 6. As for that night, let a black tempest seize it. For the awakened spirit of sorrow is like a kind of tempestuous whirlwind. For when a man understands what sin he has committed, when he minutely considers the wickedness of his evil doings, he clouds the mind with sorrow, and the air of quiet joy being agitated, as it were, he sweeps away all the inward tranquillity of his breast by the whirlwind of patience. For unless the heart, returning to the knowledge of itself, were broken by such a whirlwind, the prophet would never have said, Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with a strong wind. For Tarshish is rendered the exploring of joy. But when the strong blast of penitence seizes the mind, it disturbs therein all the explorings, after a sensible joy, that it now takes pleasure in naught but to weep, minds naught but what may fill it with affright. For it sets before the eyes, on the one hand, the strictness of justice, on the other the deserts of sin. It sees what punishment it deserves, if the pitifulness of the sparing hand be wanting, which is wont by present sorrowing to rescue from eternal woe. Therefore a strong wind breaks the ships of Tarshish, when a mighty force of compunction confounds, with wholesome terrors, our minds which have abandoned themselves to this world, like as to the sea. Let him say then, As for the night, let a black tempest seize it, i.e., let not the softness of secure ease cherish the commission of sin, but the bitterness of repentance burst on it in pious fury. But we are to bear in mind that when we leave sins unpunished, we are taken possession of by the night. But when we correct those with the visitation of penance, then we ourselves take possession of the night that we have made, and the sin of the heart is then brought into our right of possession, if it is represented in its beginning, and hence it is said by the voice of God to Cain, harboring evil thoughts, Thy sin will lie at the door, but under thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. For sin lieth at the door, when it is knocking in the thoughts, and the desire thereof is under, and man ruleth over it, if the wickedness of the heart, being looked into, be quickly put down, and before it grows into a state of hardness, be subdued by a strenuous opposition of the mind. Therefore, that the mind may be quickly made sensible of its offense by repenting, and hold in under its authority the usurping power of sin, let it be rightly said, As for that night, let a black tempest seize it, as though it were said in plain words, lest the mind be the captive of sin, let it never leave a sin free from penance. And because we have a sure hope that what we prosecute with weeping will never be urged against us by the judge to come, it is rightly added, Let it not be joined unto the days of the year, let it not come into the number of the months. The year of our illumination is then accomplished, when at the appearing of the eternal Judge of Holy Church, the life of her pilgrimage is completed. She then receives the recompense of her labors, when, having finished this season of her warfare, she returns to her native country. Hence it is said by the prophet, Thou shalt bless the crown of the year with thy goodness. For the crown of the year is, as it were, blessed, when the season of toil is at an end, the reward of virtues is bestowed. But the days of this year are the several virtues, and its months the manifold deeds of those virtues. But observe, when the mind is erect in confidence, to have a good hope that, when the judge comes, she will receive the reward of her virtues. All the evil things that she has done are also brought before the memory, and she greatly fears lest the strict judge, who comes to reward virtues, should also examine and weigh exactly those things which have been unlawfully committed, and lest, when the year is complete, the night also be reckoned in. Let him then say of this night, Let it not be joined unto the days of the year, let it not come into the number of the months, as though he implored that strict judge in such words as these, When the time of Holy Church being completed, thou shalt manifest thyself for the final scrutiny. Do thou so recompense the gifts thou hast vouchsafed, that thou require not the evil we have committed. For if that night be joined unto the days of the year, all that we have done is brought to naught by the accounting of our iniquity, and the days of our virtues no longer shine, if they be overclouded in thine eyes by the dark confusion of our night being added to the reckoning. But if we would not then have inquest made on our night, we must take especial care how to exercise a watchful eye in examining it, that no sin whatever may remain unpunished by us, that the forward mind be not bold to vindicate what it has done, and by that vindication add iniquity to iniquity. And hence it is rightly added, verse 7, Lo, let that night be solitary, and worthy of no praise. There are some men that not only never bewail what they do, but who do not cease to uphold and applaud it. And verily, a sin that is upheld is doubled. And against this it is rightly said by one, My son, hast thou sinned? Add not again thereto. For he adds sin to sin, who over and above maintains what he has done amiss. And he does not leave the night alone, who adds the support of vindication, also to the darkness of his fault. It is hence that the first man, when called in question concerning the night of his error, would not have the same night to be solitary, in that while by that questioning he was called to repentance, he added the props of self-exculpation, saying, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat, i.e., covertly turning the fault of his transgression upon his Maker, as if he said, Thou gavest me occasion of transgressing, who gavest me the woman. It is hence that in the human race the branch of this sin is drawn out from that root so far as to this present time, that what is done amiss should be yet further maintained. Let him say then, Let that night be solitary, and not worthy of any praise, as though he besought in plain words, Let the faults that we have done remain alone, lest while it is praised and upheld, it bind us 100-fold more in the sight of our judge. We ought not indeed to have sinned, but would that, by not adding others, we would even leave those by themselves which we have committed. But here it is to be impressed upon our minds that he in a true sense bears hard upon his sin, whose heart is no longer set to the love of the present state of being by any longing for prosperity, who sees how deceitful are the caresses of this world, and reckons its smiles as a kind of persecution. And hence it is well added, verse 8, Let them curse it that curse the day, as if he said in plain words, Let them strike the darkness of this night by truly repenting, who henceforth despise and tread upon the light of worldly prosperity. For if we take the day for the gladness of delight, of this night it is rightly said, Let them curse it that curse the day, in that indeed they do truly chastise the misdeeds committed with the visitations of penance, who are henceforth carried away by no sense of delight after deceitful goods. For of those whom other mischievous practices still delight, it is all false wherein soever they are seen to bewail one set they have been guilty of. But if, as we have said above, we understand thereby the crafty suggestion of our old enemy, those are to be understood to curse the night that curse the day, and that surely they all really punish their past sins, who in the mere flattering suggestion itself detect the snares of the malicious deceiver. But it is well added, who are ready to rouse up Leviathan. For all they that with the Spirit tread under foot the things which are of the world, and with the perfect bent of the mind desire the things that belong to God, rouse up Leviathan against themselves, and that they inflame his malice by the incitements of their life and conduct. For those that are subject to his will are, as it were, held in possession by him with an undisturbed right, and their tyrannizing king, as it were, enjoys a kind of security, while he rules their hearts with a power unshaken. And when the spirit of each man is quickened again to the longing after his Creator, when he gives over the sloth of negligence, and kindles the frost of former sensibility with the fire of holy love, when he calls to mind his intimate freedom, and blushes that his enemy should keep him as his slave, because that enemy marks that he is himself condemned, and sees that the ways of God are laid hold of, he is stung that his captive struggles against him, and is at once fired with jealousy, at once pressed into the conflict, at once raises himself to urge countless temptations against the soul that withstands him, and stimulates himself in all the arts of mangling, that launching the darts of temptation he may pierce the heart, which he has long held with an undisputed title, for he slept, as it were, whilst he reposed at rest in the corrupt heart. But he is roused in challenging the fight, when he loses the right of wicked dominion. Let those then curse this light that are ready to rouse up Leviathan, i.e., let all those gather themselves resolutely to encounter sin with the stroke of severe judgment, who are no wise afraid to rouse up Leviathan in his tempting of them. For so it is written, My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, stand in righteousness and in fear, and prepare thy soul for temptation. For whosoever hastes to gird himself in the service of God, what else does he than prepare against the encounter of the old adversary, that the same man set at liberty may take blows in the strife, who, when slaving in captivity under tyrannizing power, was left at rest, but in this very circumstance that the mind is braced to meet the enemy, that some vices it has under its feet, and is striving against others, it sometimes happens that somewhat of sin is permitted to remain, nevertheless not so as to do any great injury. And often the mind, which overcomes many and fierceable oppositions, is unable to master one within itself, and perchance a very little one, though it be most earnestly on the watch against it, which doubtless is the effect of God's dispensation, lest being resplendent with virtue on all points, it be lifted up in self-elation, the while it sees in itself some trifling thing to be blamed, and yet has no power to subdue the same. It may never attribute the victory to itself, but to the Creator only, whereinsoever it has power to subdue with resolution, and hence it is well added. Verse 9, Let the stars thereof be overshadowed with darkness, for the stars of this night are overshadowed with darkness, when even they that already shine with great virtues still bear something of the dimness of sin, while they struggle against it, so that they even shine with great luster of life, and yet still drawn along with unwillingness some remains of the night, which, as we have said, is done with this view, that the mind, in advancing to the eminence of its righteousness, may through weakness be the better strengthened, and may in a more genuine manner shine in goodness by the same cause, whereby, to the humbling of it, little defects overcloud it even against its will, And hence when the land of promise, now won, was to be divided to the people of Israel, the Gentile people of Canaan are not said to be slain, but to be made tributary to the tribe of Ephraim. As it is written, the Canaanites dwelt in the midst of Ephraim under tribute. For what does the Canaanite, a Gentile people, denote saving a fault? And oftentimes we enter the land of promise with great virtues, because we are strengthened by the inward hope that regards eternity. But while amidst lofty deeds we retain certain small faults, we as it were permit the Canaanite to dwell in our land. Yet he is made tributary in that this same fault, which we cannot bring under, we force back by humility to answer the end of our well-being, that the mind may think meanly of itself, even in its highest excellencies, in proportion as it fails to master by its own strength even the small things that it aims at. Hence it is well written again, "Now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them." For it is for this that some of our least faults are retained, that our fixed mind may ever be practicing itself heedfully to the conflict, and not presume upon victory, forasmuch as it sees enemies yet alive within it, by whom it still dreads to be overcome. Thus Israel is trained by the Gentile people, being reserved, in that the uplifting of our goodness meets with a check in some very little faults, and learns in the little things that withstand it, that it does not subdue the greater ones by itself. Yet this that is said, "Let the stars thereof be overshadowed with darkness," may also be understood in another sense. For that night, viz., consent to the sin, which was derived to us by the transgression of our first parent, has smitten our mind's eye with such a dimness, that in this life's exile, beset by the darkness of its blinded state, with whatever force it strain after the light of eternity, it is unable to pierce through. For we are born condemned sinners after punishment has begun, and we come into this life together with the desert of our death. And when we lift up the eye of the mind to that beam of light above, we grow dark with the mere dimness of our natural infirmity. And indeed, many in this feeble condition of the flesh have been made strong by so great a force of virtue, that they could shine like stars in the world. Many in the darkness of this present life, while they show forth in themselves examples above our reach, shine upon us from on high, after the manner of stars. But with whatsoever brilliancy of practice they shine, with whatever fire of compunction they enkindle their hearts, it is plain that while they still bear the load of this corruptible flesh, they are unable to behold the light of eternity such as it is. So then, let him say, "Let the stars thereof be overshadowed with darkness," i.e., let even those in their contemplations still feel the darkness of the old night, of whom it appears that they already spread the rays of their virtues over the human race in the darkness of this life, seeing that, though they already spring to the topmost height in thought, they are yet pressed down below by the weight of the first offense. And hence it comes to pass that at the same time that without they give specimens of light, like the stars, yet within, being encompassed by the darkness of night, they fail to mount up to the assuredness of an immovable vision. Now the mind is often so kindled and inflamed, that though it be still set in the flesh, it is transported unto God, and every carnal imagination brought under, and yet not so that it beholds God as he is, in that, as we have said, the weight of original condemnation presses upon it incorruptible flesh. Oftentimes it longs to be swallowed up, just as it is, that if it might be so, it might attain the eternal life without the intervention of the bodily death. Hence Paul, when he ardently sought for the inward light, yet in some sort dreaded the evils of the outward death, said, "For we that are in this tabernacle do groan, being burdened, for that we would not be unclothed, but clothed upon, that mortality might be swallowed up of life. Therefore holy men long to see the true dawn, and, if it were vouchsafed, they would even, along with the body, attain that deep of inmost light. But whatever ardor of purpose they may spring forth, the old night still weighs upon them, and those eyes of our corrupt flesh, which the crafty enemy has opened to concupiscence, the just judge holds back from the view of his inward radiance. And hence it is well added. End of Book 4, Section 5. Book 4, Section 6. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Let it look for light and have none, neither let it see the dawning of the day. For with whatever strength of purpose the mind, while yet in this pilgrimage, labors to see the light as it is, the power is withheld, in that this is hidden from it by the blindness of its state under the curse. Now the rising of the dawn is the brightness of inward truth, which ought to be ever new to us. And this the night assuredly seeth not, because our infirmity, blind by reason of sin, and still placed in the corruptible flesh, mounts not up to that light wherewith our fellow citizens above are already irradiated. For the rising of this dawn is the interior, where the brightness of the divine nature is manifested ever new to the spirits of the angels, and where that bliss of light is as it were ever dawning, which is never brought to an end. But the rising of the dawn is that new birth of the resurrection, whereby Holy Church, with the flesh too raised up, rises to contemplate the sight of eternity. For if the very resurrection of our flesh were not as it were a kind of birth, truth would never have said of it, in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit upon the throne of his glory. This then, which he called a regeneration, he beheld as a rising. But with whatever virtue the elect now shine forth, they cannot pierce to see what will be that glory of the new birth, wherewith they will then mount up together with the flesh to contemplate the sight of eternity. Hence Paul says, Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. Let them say then, Let it look for light and have none, neither let it see the dawning of the day. For our frail nature, darkened by its spontaneous fault, penetrates not the brightness of inward light, unless it first discharge its debt of punishment by death. It goes on, verse 10, Because it shut not up the doors of my mother's womb, nor took away sorrow from mine eyes. As has been likewise remarked above, the words, It shuts not up, are it opened, and it took not away, it brought upon me, so that this night, i.e. sin, opened the door of the womb, in that to man conceived unto sin, it unsealed the lust of concupiscence, whereof the prophet says, Enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors. For we enter our chambers when we go into the recesses of our own hearts, and we shut the doors when we restrain forbidden lusts. And so, whereas our consent set open these doors of carnal concupiscence, it forced us to the countless evils of our corrupt state. And so now we henceforth groan under the weight of mortality, though we came thereunto by our own free will, and that the justice of the sentence against us requires thus much, that what we have done willingly we should bear with against our will. It proceeds, verses 11 and 12. Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I come out of the belly? Why did the knees prevent me? Or why the breast that I should suck? Be the thought far from us, that blessed Job, who was endued with such high spiritual knowledge, and who had such a witness of praise from the Judge within, should wish that he had perished in abortive birth. But seeing that we also learn by the reward which he received, that he has within the witness of his fortitude, the weight of his words is to be reckoned with. Now sin is committed in the heart in 4 ways, and in 4 ways it is consummated in act. For in the heart it is committed by suggestion, the pleasure, the consent, and the boldness to defend. For the suggestion comes from the enemy, the pleasure of the flesh, the consent of the spirit, and boldness to uphold of pride. For the sin which ought to fill the mind with apprehension only exalts it, and in throwing down uplifts, while by uplifting it causes its more grievous overthrow, and hence that upright frame, wherein the first man was created, was by our old foe dashed down by these 4 strokes. For the serpent tempted, Eve was pleased, Adam yielded consent, and even when called in question, he refused in effrontery to confess his sin. The serpent tempted, in that the secret enemy silently suggests evil to man's heart. Eve was pleased, because the sense of the flesh, at the voice of the serpent, presently gives itself up to pleasure. And Adam, who was set above the woman, yielded consent, in that whilst the flesh is carried away in enjoyment, the spirit also, being deprived of its strength, gives in from its uprightness. And Adam, when called in question, would not confess his sin, in that in proportion as the spirit is by committing sin severed from the truth, it becomes worse hardened in shamelessness at its downfall. Sin is likewise completed in act by the selfsame 4 methods. For first the fault is done in secret, but afterwards it is done openly before men's eyes, without the blush of guilt. And next it is formed into a habit. Finally, whether by the cheats of false hope or the stubbornness of reckless despair, it is brought to full growth. These 4 modes of sin, then, which either go on secretly in the heart, or which are executed in act, blessed Job views, and bewails the many stages of sin wherein the human race was fallen, saying, "Why died I not from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? Why did the knees prevent me, or why the breast that I should suck? For the womb of conception at the first was the tongue of the evil suggestion. Now the sinner would perish in the womb, if only man knew the very suggestion itself that would bring death upon himself. Yet he came forth from the belly, in that as soon as the tongue had conceived him in sin by its suggestions, the pleasure likewise immediately hurried him forth. And after his coming forth, the knees prevented him, in that having issued forth in the carnal gratification, he then completed the sin by the consent of the Spirit, all the senses being made subservient like knees underneath. And the knees prevented him, the breasts did also give him suck. For whereas in the Spirit's consenting to the sin, the senses were drawn into the service, the many reasonings of vain confidence followed, which nourished the soul thus born in sin with poisoned milk, and lulled it with soothing excuses, that it should not fear the bitter punishment of death. And hence the first man waxed bolder after his sin, saying, "The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat." And truly he had fled to hide himself out of fear. Yet when he is called in question, he made it appear how swollen he was with pride, while he feared. For when punishment is feared, as the present consequence of sin, and the face of God being lost is not loved, the fear is one that proceeds from a high stomach, and not from a lowly spirit. For he is full of pride who does not give over his sin, if he may go unpunished. But as we have said, sin is committed in these 4 ways, as in the heart, so also in the deed. For he saith, "Why died I not in the womb?" For the womb to the sinner is the secret fault in man, which conceives the sinner under cover, and as yet hides its guilt in the dark. Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? For there is a coming out of the womb from the belly. And when the sinner does not blush to do openly as well the things which he has been guilty of in secret, thus they had, as it were, come out of the womb of their hiding place, of whom the prophet spake, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Why did the knees prevent me? And that the sinner, when he is not confounded at his wickedness, is strengthened in the same by the further stays of the most heinous custom. The sinner is, as it were, nursed on the knees, till he grow bigger, so long as the sin is confirmed by habitual acts, till it acquires strength. Or why the breast that I should suck? For when the sin has once begun to issue into a habit, then, alas, the sinner feeds himself either by the fallacious hope of God's mercy, or with the open recklessness of despair, that he never may return back to self-amendment, in so far as he either extravagantly colors to himself the pitifulness of his Maker, or is extravagantly terrified at the sin that he has done. Let the blessed man, then, take a view of man's fall, and mark down what precipice he has plunged himself into the pit of iniquity, saying, Why died I not in the womb? i.e., why would I not, in the very secret act of sin in the heart, kill myself to the life of the flesh? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? i.e., why, when I came forth in the overt act, died I not? Was I not then at least instructed that I was undone? For he would have given up the ghost in his condemnation of himself if he had known that he was lost. Why did the knees prevent me? i.e., even after the open act of sin, why yet further did the custom, too, take me up in it, to make me stronger to commit sin, and to nurse and sustain me with habitual wicked acts? Why the breasts that I should suck, i.e., after I entered into the habit of sin, why did I rear myself to a more tremendous pitch of iniquity, either by reliance on false hope, or by the milk of a miserable despair? For when the fault has been brought into a habit, the mind, even if it be inclined, by this time resists more feebly, for it becomes bound upon the mind by as many chains, as there are recurrences of the evil practice that clench it fast. Whence it happens that the mind, being sapped of strength, when it has no power to get free, turns to some resource or other of fallacious consolation, so as to flatter itself that the judge, who is to come, is of so great mercy that even those whom he shall find deserving of condemnation he will never wholly destroy. Whereunto there is this worst addition, that the tongue of many like him abets him, since there are many who magnify with their praises these very misdeeds, whence it comes to pass that the fault is continually growing, nourished by applauses. Also then we neglect to heal the wound, which is counted worthy of the meed of praise. Hence Solomon says well, My son, if sinners give thee suck, consent thou not. For the wicked give suck whenever they either put wicked acts in our way to be done by their enticements, or applaud them with marks of favor when done. Does not he suck of whom the psalmist says, For the wicked man is commended in his heart's desire, and he that doth iniquity receives a blessing? We must also know that those three modes of being sinners are more easily corrected as they come in their order downwards, but the fourth is not corrected but with difficulty. And hence our Saviour raises the damsel in the house, the young man without the gate, while Lazarus he raises in the grave. For he that sins in secret is as yet lying dead in the house. He is already carried without the gate, whose iniquity is done openly, even to the shamelessness of commission in public. But he is pressed with the sepulchre mold, who in the commission of sin is over and above pressed and overlaid with the use of habit. But all these in mercy he restores to life, in that it is often the case that divine grace enlighteneth with the light of its regard those that are dead, not only in secret sins, but likewise in open evil practices, and that are overlaid with the weight of evil habit. But our Saviour knows indeed of a fourth being dead from the disciples' lips, yet never raises him to life, in that it is hard indeed for one whom, after continuance in bad habit, the tongues of flatterers to get hold of, to be recovered from the death of the soul. And of such an one it is said with justice, Let the dead bury their dead. For the dead bury the dead, as often as sinners load sinners with their approval. For what else is it to sin but to lie down in death, and to bury except it be to hide? But they that pursue the sinner with their applauses bury the dead body under the mound of their words. Now Lazarus too was dead, yet he was never buried by the dead. For the believing women, who also give tidings of his death to the quickener, had laid him under the ground, and hence he forthwith returned back to the light. For when the soul is dead in sin, it is soon brought back, if anxious thoughts live over it. But sometimes, as we have likewise said above, it is not false hope that cuts off the mind, but a more deadly despair pierces it. And whereas this totally cuts off all hope of pardon, it supplies the soul with the milk of error in greatest abundance. Let the holy man then consider what wickedness man has been guilty of. Yet for the worse, after the first sin, and after he had lost paradise, to what broken steps he descended in this place of exile. And let him say, why died I not in the womb? i.e., when the suggestion of the serpent conceived me a sinner. Oh, that I had then known the death that would come upon me, lest the suggestion should transport me to the length of delight, and should link me more closely to death. Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? As though he said, oh, that when I came out to the external gratification, I had known that I was parting with the interior light, so that I had at least died at the point of this gratification only, that death might not inflict a sharper sting through the consent. Why did the knees prevent me? As though he said, oh, that the consent had never caught me, my senses being made to bear up my forwardness, that my own consenting might not hurry me yet for the worse into shamelessness. Or why the breast that I should suck? As though he said, oh, that I had at least refused to flatter myself, after ill acts committed, that I might not attach myself thereby the more wickedly to my fault, the more softly I dealt with myself therein. So then, in these words of reproach, he charged himself with having sinned in our first parent. But had man never been brought down to the wretchedness of this place of banishment by committing sin, let him say what peace he might have had. It proceeds, verse 13, for now should I have lain still and been quiet, I should have slept, then I had been at rest. For this man was set in paradise, that had he attached himself by the chains of love to an obedient following of his Creator, he might one day be transported to the heavenly country of the angels, and that without the death of the flesh. For he was made immortal in such sort, that if he sinned, he would yet be capable of dying, and in such wise mortal, that if he sinned not, he should even be capable of never dying, and that, by desert of a free choice, he might attain the blessedness of those realms, wherein there is neither possibility of sinning nor of death. There then, where since the time of the redemption the elect are conveyed, with the death of the flesh intervening, to the same place of our first parents, if they had remained steadfast in the state of their creation, would undoubtedly have passed, and that without the death of the body. Men then would have lain still and been quiet. He would have slept and been at rest. In that being brought to the rest of his eternal country, he would have found it, as it were, a retreat from those clamors of human frailty. For since sin, he, as it were, is kept awake and crying aloud, who bears with struggling opposition the strife of his own flesh. This stillness of peace man, when he was created, enjoyed, when he received the freedom of his will, to encounter his enemy withal. And because he yielded himself up to him of his own accord, he forthwith found in himself what was to rise in clamors against him, forthwith met in the conflict with the rioting of his frail nature. And though he had been created by his Maker in peaceful stillness, yet once of his own will, laid low under the enemy, he had to endure the clamors of the fight. For the very suggestions of the flesh is a kind of outcry against the mind's repose, which man was not sensible of before the transgression, plainly because there was naught that he could be exposed to undergo from infirmity of his own. But since he has once voluntarily subjected himself to his enemy, now being bound with the chains of his sins, he serves him in some things even against his will, and suffers clamors in the mind, when the flesh strives against the spirit. Did not clamors within meet his ears, who was pressed with the words of an evil law at variance with himself, saying, But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members. Let then the holy man reflect in what a peace of mind he would have reposed, if man had refused to entertain the words of the serpent. And let him say, For now should I have lain still and been quiet. I should have slept then had I been at rest, i.e., I should have withdrawn into the retirement of my breast to contemplate my Creator, had not the fault, the first sin of consent, betrayed me out of myself to the riotings of temptation. And let him add to the joys of this state of tranquillity, whom he would have had for his fellows in the enjoyment thereof, saying, End of Book 4, Section 6. Book 4, Section 7. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 14. With the kings and counselors of the earth. From things without sense we learn what to think of things being endowed with sense and understanding. Now the earth is rendered fruitful by the air, while the air is governed by the quality of the heaven. In like manner, man is over the beasts, the angels over man, and the archangels are set over the angels. Now that man has sovereignty over the beasts, we both perceive by the common use, and are instructed by the words of the psalmist, who says, Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, the beasts of the field. And that the angels are placed over man is testified by the prophet in these words, But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me. And that the angels are under the governance of authority and superior angels, the prophet Zechariah declares, And behold, the angel that talked with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him. And he said unto him, Run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem shall be inhabited as towns without walls. For in the actual ministration of the Holy Spirits, if the superior powers did not direct the inferior, one angel would never have learnt from the lips of another what he should say to a man. Therefore, forasmuch as the Creator of the universe holdeth all things by himself alone, and yet for the purpose of constituting the defined order characterizing a universe of beauty, he rules one part by the governance of another. We shall not improperly understand the kings to be the angelic spirits, who the more devoutly they serve the Maker of all things, have things subject to their rule the more. He would then have been at rest with kings, and that surely man would have already had peace in company with the angels, if he had refused to listen to the tongue of the tempter. These two are rightly called counselors, for they consult for the spiritual commonwealth, while they unite us to the kingdom as fellow heirs with themselves. They are justly called counselors, for whereas from their lips we are made acquainted with the will of the Creator, it is in them assuredly that we find counsel to extricate ourselves from the misery that besets us here. But since blessed Job is full of the Holy Spirit of eternity, and since eternity knows neither to have been nor to be about to be, whereto, as we know, neither things past depart nor things future approach, as seeing all things in the present, he may, in the present inspiration of the Spirit, have his eyes fixed on future preachers of the Church, who, when they leave the body, are separated by no intervals of delay from the inheritance of the heavenly country, as the fathers of old were. For as soon as they are parted asunder from the ties of the flesh, they enter into rest in their heavenly habitation. As Paul bears witness, who saith, For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. But before our Redeemer by his own death paid man's penalty, those even that followed the ways of the heavenly country, the bars of hell held fast after the departure out of the flesh. Not so that punishment should light on them, but that while resting in regions apart, they should find the guilt of the first sin to bar their entrance into the kingdom, and that the intercession of the mediator was not yet come. Whence, according to the testimony of the same mediator, the rich man, that is tormented in hell, beholds Lazarus at rest in the bosom of Abraham. Now if these things had not been in the lower regions, he in the place of his torment would not have seen them, and hence the same Redeemer of us men, in dying to pay the debt of our sin, goes down into hell, and he that may bring back to the realms of heaven all his followers, who had been held in that debt. But where man in a state of redemption now ascendeth hither, if he had refused to sin, he might have reached even without the help of the redemption. Let then the holy man consider that if he had not sinned, he would have ascended to that place, even without redemption. Whereunto the holy preachers, since the redemption must fain arrive at the cost of much labor, and let him show in company with whom he would now be at peace, saying, with kings and counselors of the earth. For the kings are the holy preachers of the church, who both know how to attain aright those that are committed to them, and to regulate their own bodies, who while they check the motions of lust in themselves, rule over their thoughts, kept in due subjugation according to the law of virtue. These two are rightly entitled counselors of the earth, for they are kings in that they rule themselves, but counselors of the earth because they yield life-giving counsel to the lifeless sinner. They are kings in that they know how to govern themselves, and counselors of the earth, in that they lead earthly minds up to heavenly things by advice of their admonitions. Was not he a counselor of the earth, that said, Now concerning virgins I have no commandment of the Lord, yet I give my judgment, and again, But he is happier if she so abide, after my judgment. It is justly added, which built desolate places for themselves. For all that either seek forbidden things, or that desire to appear somewhat in this world, are inwardly beset with a countless throng of thoughts, and while they stir up in their own bosom a host of desires, their mind being laid prostrate, is miserably trodden by the foot of crowded resort. Thus one man has subjected himself to the law of lust, and he paints to his mind's eye representations of impure acts, and when the execution of the deed is not in his power, the thing is the more often done in the outward intent. The consuming of pleasure is sought, and the mind, being struck powerless, borne hither and thither, disquieted at once and blinded, looks out eagerly for an opportunity of the foulest fulfillment in practice. That mind, then, which is disordered by a rabble riot of thoughts, suffers, as it were, a kind of crowded population. Another man has submitted his neck to the dominion of anger, and what does he employ himself about in imagination but quarrels which do not exist? Such a man is often overlooking those that are before him, contradicting the absent, giving and receiving insults in imagination, making his reply severer than the insult received. When there is none to encounter him, he makes up a quarrel in his own breast with much uproar. He then that is pressed down by an intolerable weight of angry thoughts has the misfortune of a rabble in his own bosom. Another has delivered himself over to the law of avarice, and out of conceit with his own possessions hankers after what belongs to another. It often happens that being unable to obtain what he longs for, he spends the day indeed in idleness, but the night in thought. He is a sluggard in useful work, because he is harassed with unlawful devices. He multiplies his schemes, and stretches his bosom the wider by all the contrivances and expedients of his own invention. He is busy to reach the desired objects, and in order to obtain them he casts about for the most secret windings to serve for his occasions. And the moment that he reckons himself to have hit upon any crafty contrivance on an occasion, he is now in high glee as having obtained possession of his object, and now he is contriving what he may even add further to the thing when gotten, and is considering how it ought to be improved to a better condition. And whereas he is now in possession, and is bringing it to wear a better appearance, he is next considering the snares of those that are envious of him, and pondering what dispute they may fasten upon him, and making out what answer to give. And at the time he has nothing in his hands, the empty-handed disputant is wearing himself out in defense of the thing which he desires. Thus, although he has not got a particle of the object desired, yet he has already in his breast the fruit of his desire in this troublesomeness of the quarrel. And so he that is overcome by the tumultuous instigations of avarice has a vast population besetting him. Another one has subjected himself to the empire of pride, and while he lifts himself up against his fellow creatures, he submits his heart to the vice, to his great misery. He covets the wreaths of elevated honors. He aims to exalt himself by his successes. In all that he desires to be, he represents to himself in the secret thoughts of his own breast. He is already, as it seems, seated on the judgment seat, already sees the services of his subjects at his command, already shines above others, already brings evil upon one party, or recompenses another for having done this. Already in his own imagination he goes forth into public, surrounded by throngs, already marks with what observance he is sustained in his high position. Yet while fancying this, he is creeping by himself alone. Now he is treading one set under his foot, now he is elevating another, now he is gratifying his dislikes upon those he treads underfoot, now he is receiving applause from the other whom he has elevated. What else is that man doing who has such a multitude of fanciful imaginations pictured in his heart, save gazing at a dream with waking eyes? And thus, since he undergoes the misery of so many combinations of cases, which he pictures to himself, he plainly carries about within him crowds that are engendered of his desires. Another has by this time learnt to eschew forbidden objects, yet he dreads lest he should lack the good things of this world. He is anxious to retain the goods vouchsafed him. He is ashamed to appear inferior among men, and he is full of concern lest he should become either a poor man at home or an object of contempt in public. He anxiously inquires what may suffice for himself, what the needs of his dependents may require, and that he may sufficiently discharge the rights of a patron towards his dependents. He searches for patrons whom he may himself wait upon, but whilst he is joined to them in a relation of dependence, he is undoubtedly implicated in their concerns, wherein he often consents to forbidden acts, and the wickednesses which he has no mind for on his own account, he commits for the sake of other objects which he has not forsaken. For often, while dreading the diminution of his reputation in the world, he gives his approval to those things with his superiors, which, in his own secret judgment, he has now learnt to condemn. Whilst he anxiously bethinks himself what he owes to his patrons, what to his dependents, what gain he may make for himself, how he may promote his inclinations, he is in a manner overlaid with resort of crowds, as many in number as the demands of the cases whereby he is distracted. But holy men, on the other hand, because their hearts are not set upon anything of this world, are assuredly never subject to the pressure of any tumults in their breast, for they banish all inordinate stirrings of desire from the heart's bed, with the hand of holy deliberation, and because they condemn all transitory things, they do not experience the licentious familiarities of the thoughts springing therefrom. For their desires are fixed upon their eternal country alone, and loving none of the things of this world, they enjoy a perfect tranquillity of mind, and hence it is said with justice, which built desolate places for themselves. For to build desolate places is to banish from the heart's interior the stirrings of earthly desires, and with a single aim at the eternal inheritance to pant in love of inward peace. Had he not banished from himself all the risings of the imaginations of the heart, who said, "One thing have I desired of the Lord, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord." For he that had betaken himself from the concourse of earthly desires to no less solicitude than his own self, where he would be the more secure in seeing naught without, in proportion as there was no insufficient object that he loved. For from the tumult of earthly things he had sought a singular perfect retreat in a quiet mind, wherein he would see God the more clearly, in proportion as he saw him alone, with himself also alone. Now they who build for themselves solitary places are very properly also called councils, for they set up the mind's solitude in themselves in such wise, that whenever they have the greater ability, they never cease to consult for the good things of others through charity. Accordingly, let us consider a little more particularly the case of him whom we just now noticed as a counsel, and see in what manner he casts abroad the counters of the virtues, for the setting forth examples of a sublime life to the lines of people under him. Observe, in order to inculcate the returning good for evil, he makes confession in his own person, saying, "If I have returned on them that requited me evil, then should I deserve to fall empty before mine enemies." To excite the love of our Maker, he introduces himself, saying, "But it is good for me to draw near to God." To work an impression of holy humility, he shows the secrets of his heart, saying, "Lord, mine heart is not haughty, nor mine eyes lofty." He excites us by his own example to imitate his unswerving zeal, saying, "Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee? And am not I grieved with them that rise up against thee? To hate them with perfect hatred, I count them mine enemies." To light up in us the desire of our eternal home, he laments the length of this present life, and says, "Woe is me that my sojourn is prolonged." Surely he shone forth in the magnificence of the councilship, who by the example of his own conversation cast before us so many of virtue's counters. But let this counselor tell whether he too builds a solitary place for himself. For he says, "Lo, I fled far off, and remained in the wilderness." He fleeth far off, in that he raises himself from the throng of earthly desires in high contemplation of God, and he remains in the wilderness, in that he persists in the retiring purpose of his mind. Of this solitude Jeremiah saith well to the Lord, "I sat alone from the face of thy hand, because thou hast filled me with threatening." For the face of God's hand is the stroke of his righteous judgment, whereby he cast man out of paradise, when he waxed proud, and shut him out into the darkness of his present place of banishment. But his threatening is the further dread of a subsequent punishment. Accordingly, after the face of his hand, we are yet further terrified with his threats, because both the penalty of our present banishment has already fallen upon us in the actual experience of his judgment, and if we do not leave off from sinning, he further consigns us to everlasting punishments. Let the holy man, then, here cast away, consider whence it was that man fell, and whether the justice of the judge yet further hurries him, if he goes on to sin afterwards, and let him dismiss from his breast the countless host of temporal desires, and bury himself in the deep solitude of the mind, saying, "I sat down alone from the face of thy hand, for thou hast filled me with threatening." As though he said in plain words, "When I consider what I already suffer in experience of thy judgment, I seek with trembling the withdrawal of my mind from the tumult of temporal desires. For I dread even still worse those eternal punishments, which thou dost threaten. Well then is it said of kings and counselors, which build desolate places for themselves, and that they who know both how to govern themselves and to advise for others, being unable as yet to obtain admission to that interior tranquillity, fashion a resemblance to it within themselves by pursuit of a quiet mind. Verse 15. Or with princes that have gold, who fill their houses with silver. Whom does he call princes but the rulers of Holy Church, whom the divine economy substitutes without intermission in the room of their predecessors? Concerning these, the psalmist, speaking to the same church, says, Instead of thy fathers, thou hast children born to thee, whom thou mayest make princes in all lands. And what does he call gold, saving wisdom, of which Solomon saith, A treasure to be desired lieth at rest in the mouth of the wise. That is, he saw wisdom as gold, and therefore called it a treasure. And she is well designated by the name of gold, for that as temporal goods are purchased with gold, so are eternal blessings with wisdom. If wisdom had not been gold, it would never have been said by the angel to the church of Laodicea, I counsel thee to buy of me gold, tried in the fire. For we buy ourselves gold, when we pay obedience first, to get wisdom in exchange. And it is to this very bargain that a certain wise man rightly stimulates us in these words, If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. And what is signified by the houses, but our own consciences? Hence it is said to one that was healed, Go unto thine house, as though he had heard in plain words, after the outward miracles, turn back into thine own conscience, and weigh well what kind of person within thou shouldest show thyself before God. And what too is represented by silver, but the divine revelations, of which the psalmist says, The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in the fire. The word of the Lord is said to be like silver tried in the fire, because God's word, when it is fixed in the heart, is tried with afflictions. End of Book 4, Section 7. Book 4, Section 8. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Let the holy man, then, full of the spirit of eternity, both sum up the things that shall be, and gather together in the open bosom of his mind all those who from ages long after should give birth to and consider with wonder and astonishment those elect souls, with whom he would be enjoying rest in life eternal, without the weariness of labor, had none ever been led into sin by the passion of pride. And let him say, For now should I have lain still and been quiet. I should have slept. Then had I been at rest with kings and counselors of the earth, which built desolate places for themselves, or with princes that had gold, who filled their houses with silver. For as if no decay of sin had ever ruined our first parent, he would not have begotten of himself children of hell. But they all who must now be saved by the redemption would have been born of him elect souls. And none else, let him look at these, and reflect how he might have been at rest in their company. Let him see the holy apostles, so ruling the church they had undertaken, that they never ceased to give it counsel by the words of preaching, and so call them kings and counselors. After these let him behold rulers arise in their room, who by living according to wisdom should have gold, and by preaching right ways to others should shine with the silver of sacred discourse. And let him call them real princes, the houses of whose conscience are full of gold and silver. But as it is not enough sometimes for the spirit of prophecy to foresee future events, unless at the same time it presents to the view of the prophet the past and bygone, the holy man opens his eyes below and above, and not only fixes them on the future, but also recalls to mind the past. For he forthwith adds, verse 16, or as in hidden untimely birth I had not been, as infants which never saw light. An abortive child, because it is born before the full period, being dead, is forthwith put out of sight. Whom then does the holy man term abortives, with whom he might have been at rest? He reflects, saving all the elect, who from the beginning of the world lived before the time of their redemption, and yet studied to mortify themselves to this world. Those who had not the tables of the law died as it were from the womb, in that it was by the natural law that they fear their Creator, and believing the Mediator would come, they strove to the best of their power, by mortifying their pleasures, to keep even those very precepts which they had not received in writing. And so that period which at the beginning of the world produced our fathers dead to this life was in a certain sense the womb of an abortive birth. For there we have Abel, of whom we read not that he resisted his brother when he slew him. There Enoch, who approved himself such that he was carried up to walk with the Lord. There Noah, who hereby that he was accepted to the searching judgment of God, was in the world's Savior. There Abraham, who while pilgrim in the world became the friend of God. There Isaac, who by reason of his fleshly eyes waxing dim, by his age had no sight of things present, but by the efficacy of the prophetic spirit lighted up future ages even with his extraordinary luminousness of sight. There Jacob, who in humility fled his brother's indignation, and by kindness overcame the same, who was fruitful indeed in his offspring, but yet being more fruitful in riches of the Spirit, bound that offspring with the chains of prophecy. And this untimely birth is well described as hidden, and that from the beginning of the world, while there are some few, whom we are informed of by Moses' mention of them, by far the largest portion of mankind is hidden from our sight. For we are not to imagine that during all the period up to the receiving of the law, only just so many righteous men came forth, as Moses has run through in the most summary notice. And thus, for as much as the multitude of the righteous, born from the beginning of the world, is in great measure withdrawn from our knowledge, this untimely birth is called hidden. And it is also said, not to have been, because a few only, being enumerated, the generality of them are not preserved among us by any written record for their memorial. Now it is written, as infants which never saw light, for they who came into this world after the law was received were conceived to their Creator, by the instruction of the same law. Yet, though conceived, they never saw light, in that these never could attain to the coming of the Lord's incarnation, which yet they steadfastly believed. For the Lord incarnate said, I am the light of the world, and that very light declareth, many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them. Therefore, the fruit conceived never saw light, in that, although quickened to entertain the hope of a future mediator by the plain declarations of the prophets, they were never able to behold his incarnation. And all these then, the inward conception brought forth the form of faith, but never carried this on so far as to the open vision of God's presence. For that death intervening hurried them from the world before truth made manifest had shed light thereon. Thus the holy man, then full of the spirit of eternity, fixes to his memory by the hand of the heart all that is transient, and because every creature is little in regard to the Creator, by the same Spirit, which hath naught either in itself or about itself, saving always to be, he views both what shall be and what hath been, and directs the eye of his mind both below and above, and regarding things that are coming as past, he burns in the core of his heart toward eternal being, and says, For now I should have lain still and been quiet. for now belongs to the present time. And what else is it for one to seek a rest always placed in the present, but to pant after the bliss of eternity, whereunto there is naught in coming or in going, which always being the truth by the lips of Moses shows to be his own attribute, so as to communicate it to us in some degree in the words, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, He that is hath sent me unto you. And now that he is contemplating things transient, and seeking an ever-present bliss, and making mention of the light to come, and enumerating and considering the orders of the elect children thereof, let him now show us in a little plainer terms the rest itself that appertains to this light, and let him show in plainer words what is brought to pass therein, every day relating to the life and conduct of the wicked. It proceeds, verse 17, There the wicked cease from disturbance, and there the weary in strength be at rest. As we have said above, that herein, viz., that the hearts of sinners are possessed with a tumult of desires, they are grievously oppressed by a host of goading thoughts. But in this light which the infants conceived, never saw the wicked, are said to cease from their disquiet, for this reason, that the coming of the Mediator, which the fathers under the law had long waited for, the Gentiles found to the peace of their life, as Paul testifies, who saith, Israel hath not obtained that which he seeketh for, but the election hath obtained it. In this light then the wicked cease from disquiet, inasmuch as the minds of the untoward, when they have come to the knowledge of the truth, eschew the wearisome desires of the world, and find rest in the quiet haven of interior love. Does not the light itself call us to this rest when it says, Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. For what heavy yoke does he put upon our mind's neck, who bids us shun every desire that causes disquietude? What heavy burden does he lay upon his followers, who warns us to decline the wearisome ways of the world? Now by the testimony of the Apostle Paul, Christ died for the ungodly, and it was for this reason that the light itself condescended to die for the ungodly, that these might not continue in the disorderment of their estate of darkness. So let the holy man consider with himself that by the mystery of the Incarnation the light rescues the wicked from heavy toil, while it takes clean away all the aims of wickedness from their hearts. Let him reflect how every converted person has already here below a taste, by inward tranquillity, of that rest which he desires to have throughout eternity. And let him say, There the wicked cease from disturbance, and the weary in strength are at rest. For all they that are strong in this world are by their might in one way strong, not wearied out of strength. But they that are endued with might in the love of their Maker, the more they be strengthened in the love of God, which is their object of desire, become in the same degree powerless in their own strength. And the stronger their longing for the things of eternity, the more they are worried as to earthly objects by a wholesome failure of their strength. Hence the psalmist, being wearied with the strength of his love, said, My soul hath fainted in thy salvation. For his soul did faint while making way in God's salvation, in that he panted with desire of the light of eternity, broken of all confidence in the flesh. Hence he says again, My soul longeth, yea, even fainteth for the courts of the Lord. Now when he said longeth, he rightly added, and fainteth, since that longing for the divine being is little indeed, which is not likewise immediately followed by a fainting in oneself. For it is but meet that he who is inflamed to seek the courts of eternity should be enfeebled in the love of this temporal state, so that he should be cold to the pursuit of this world, in proportion as he rises with soul more inflamed to the love of God, which love, if he completely grasps, he then at the same time completely quits the world, and the more entirely dies to temporal things, the higher he is made to soar after the life to come by the inspirations of eternity. Had not that soul found itself wearied in its own strength, which exclaimed, "My soul was melted when he spake"? Clearly, in that while the soul is touched by the inspirations of the secret communication, weakened in the seat of its own strength, it is melted by the desire wherewith it is swallowed up, and finds itself wearied in itself by the same step whereby it is brought to see that there is a might without itself to which it soars. Hence, when the prophet was telling that he had seen a vision of God, he adds, "And I, Daniel, fainted and was sick certain days." For when the soul is held fast to the power of God, the flesh waxes faint in respect of its own strength. Thus Jacob, who held an angel in his hold, immediately afterwards halted upon one foot. For he that regards things on high with a genuine love already forswears to walk in this world with a double-minded affection. For he rests upon one foot, who is strong in the love of God alone, and it must needs be that the other should wither. For when the virtue of the soul gains increase, it behooves assuredly that the strength of the flesh wax dull. Let blessed Job, then, review the deep recesses of the hearts of the faithful, and consider the haven of inward peace that they find, while in advancing unto God they are enfeebled in their own strength. And let him say, "There the weary in strength be at rest," as if he taught in plain words, there the repose of light is the reward of those whom the advancement of inward restoration wearies here. Nor ought it to influence us that after naming light he did subjoin in this, "But there," for that which he beholds encompassing the elect, he discovers to be our place as it were. Whence then the psalmist, when contemplating the unchangeableness of eternity, and saying, "But thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail," proclaims that this is the place of the elect, by adding, "But the children of thy servants shall dwell there." For God, who without position containeth all things, remains a place without locality to us who come to him. And when we reach this place, our eyes are opened to see what infinite vexation even our very repose of mind was in this life. For though the righteous by comparison with the bad already enjoyed rest, yet in esteeming the inmost rest, they are altogether not at rest. Hence it is well added, verse 18, "There the former prisoners are alike without vexation." For though the just are possessed by no riot of carnal desires, yet the clog of corruption binds them down in this life with hard chains. For it is written, "For the corruptible body presseth down on the soul, and the earthly tabernacle weigheth down the mind that museth upon many things." So herein even, that they are still mortal beings, they are weighed down by the burden of their state of corruption, and chained and bound by its cogs, in that they are not yet risen in the liberty of an incorruptible life. For they meet with one thing from the mind, and another from the body, and they are spent every day in the inward conflict with themselves. Are they not indeed bound with the hard chain of vexation, whose mind without labor is dissolved in ignorance, and is not trained without the strivings of labor? When forced it stands erect, of itself it lies prostrate, and yet as soon as raised up it forthwith falls. By conquering itself with laborious effort, its eyes are opened to see heavenly things. By recoiling it flees delight, which had illuminated it. Are they not bound fast with the hard chain of vexation, who, when their fired soul draws them with a perfect desire to the bosom of inward peace, suffer perturbation from the flesh in the heat of the conflict, and though this now no longer encounters it face to face, as though drawn up with hostile front, yet it still goes muttering like a captive in the rear of the mind, and though with fears, it yet defiles with vile clamoring the form of fair tranquillity in the breast. Therefore, though the elect subdue all enemies with a strong hand, since they long for the security of inward peace, it is yet a grievous vexation to them to have something still to vanquish. And leaving these out of question, they endure over and above those chains too, which a sore necessity outward fastens upon them. For to eat, to drink, and to be tired are chains of corruption, and chains too, which can never be unloosed, save when our mortal nature is turned into the glory of an immortal nature. For we fill our body with food to sustain it, lest it fail from extenuation, and we thin it down by abstinence, lest it oppress us by repletion. We quicken it by motion, lest it be killed by lying motionless. But by setting it down, we soon stop its motions, that by that very activity it may not give under. We clothe it with garments as to succor it, lest the cold destroy it, and cast off these succors so sought after, lest the heat should parch it. Exposed, then, to so many vicissitudes and chances, what else do we but drudge to the corruptibility of our state of being, that howsoever the multiplicity of the services rendered to it may sustain that body, which the fretting care of a frail nature, subject to change, weighs to the ground. Hence Paul says well, for the creature was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who hath subjected the same in hope. Because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption, into the glorious liberty of the sons of God. For the creature is made subject to vanity, not willingly, in that man who willingly left the footing of inborn firmness, being pressed down by the weight of a deserved mortality, is the unwilling slave of the corruption of his changeful condition. But this creature is then rescued from the slavery of corruption, when in rising again it is lifted uncorrupt to the glory of the sons of God. Here then the elect are bound with vexation, and that they are still pressed down by the curse of their corrupt condition. But when we are stripped of our corruptible flesh, we are, as it were, loosened from these chains of vexation, whereby we are now held bound. For we already long to come into the presence of God, but we are still hindered by the clog of a mortal body, so that we are justly called prisoners, and that we have not as yet the advance of our desire to God free before us. Hence Paul, whose heart was set upon the things of eternity, yet who still carried about him the load of his corruption, being in bonds, exclaims, having a desire to be unloosed, and to be with Christ. For he would not desire to be unloosed, unless assuredly he saw himself to be in bonds. Now because he saw that these bonds were most surely to be burst at the resurrection, the prophet rejoiced as if they were already burst asunder, when he said, Thou hast loosed my bonds, and I will offer to thee the sacrifice of thanksgiving. Let the holy man then reflect that inward light is the haven that receives converted sinners, and let him say, There the wicked cease from trouble. Let him reflect that holy men, being awearied with the exercising of desire, enjoy the deeper repose in the inmost bosom. And let him say, And there the weary in strength are at rest. Let him reflect that being absolved from all the bonds of corruption, at once and together they attain those uncorrupt joys of liberty, and the former prisoners are alike without vexation. And it is well said, the former prisoners, for while that ever-present bliss is in his view, all that shall be and is going seems as though past, for whilst the end of all things is awaited, all that passes away is accounted already to have been. But let him tell what all they, for whom the interior rest is there in store, shall meanwhile have done here. It goes on, They have not heard the voice of the exactor. Who else is to be understood by the title of the exactor, saving the insatiate prompter, who for once bestowed the coin of deceit upon mankind, and from that time ceases not daily to claim the debt of death, who lent to man in paradise the money of sin, but by the multiplying of wickedness is daily exacting it with usury. Concerning this exactor, truth saith in the gospel, And the judge deliver thee to the officer. Therefore, the voice of this exactor is the tempting of persuasion to our heart, and we hear the voice of the exactor when we are smitten with his temptation, but we do not hear it effectually if we resist the hand that smites. For he hears that feels the temptation, but he hears effectually who yields to the temptation. So let it be said of the righteous, they have not heard the voice of the exactor. For though they hear his prompting, in that they are tempted, they do not hear it effectually. For that they take shame to yield thereto, but because whatsoever the mind loves with great affection, it is often repeating even in utterance of the lips, Blessed Job, in that he views the crowds of inward peace with fullness of affection, again employs himself about the description of it, saying, verse 19, The small and the great are there, the servant is free from his master. For as much as there is to us in this life a difference in works, doubtless there will be in the future life a difference in degrees of dignity. Though whereas here one surpasses another in desert, there one may excel another in reward. Hence truth says in the gospel, In my Father's house there are many mansions. But in those many mansions, the very diversity of rewards will be in some measure in harmony. For an influence so mighty joins us together in that peace, that what any has failed to receive in himself, he rejoices to have received in another. And thus they that did not equally labor in the vineyard, equally obtain all of them a penny. And indeed with the Father there are many mansions, and yet the unequal laborers receive the same penny, in that the blessedness of joy will be one and the same to all, yet not one and the same sublimity of life to all. And he had seen the small and the great in this light, who said in the voice of the head, Thine eyes did see my substance, yet my being imperfect, and in thy book were all my members written. He beheld the small and the great together, when he declared, He will bless them that fear the Lord, both small and great. And it is well added, And the servant is free from his master. For it is written, Every one that sinneth is a servant of sin. For whosoever yields himself up to bad desire submits the neck of his mind, till now free to the dominion of wickedness. Now we withstand this master when we struggle against the evil whereby we had been taken captive, when we forcibly resist the bad habit, and treading under all forward desires, maintain against the same the right of inborn liberty, when we strike our sin by penance, and cleanse the stains of pollution with our tears. But it oftentimes happens that the mind indeed already bewails what it remembers itself to have done amiss, and already it not only forsakes its misdeeds, but even chastises them with the bitterest lamentations. Yet while it recalls to memory the things it had done, it is affrighted and sorely dismayed against the judgment. It already turns itself with a perfect intention, but does not yet lift itself up in a perfect state of security. For while it weighs the rigid exactness of the final scrutiny, it trembles with anxiety between hope and fear, for it knows not when the righteous judge comes, what he will reckon, what he will remit of the deeds done, for it remembers what evil deeds it has committed, but it cannot tell whether it has worthily bewailed the commission of them, and it dreads lest the vastness of the sin exceed the measure of penance. And it is very often the case that truth already remits the sin, yet the troubled soul, whilst it is full of anxiety for itself, still trembles for the pardon thereof. So that in this present life the servant already escapes from his master, yet he is not free from him, in that by chastisement and penance man already forsakes his sin, yet he still fears the strict judge for the recompensing of it. There then the servant will be free from his master, when there will be no longer misgiving about the pardon of sin, when the recollection of its sin no longer condemns the soul, now secured, where the conscience does not tremble under a sense of guilt, but exults in the pardon of the same in a state of freedom. But if a man is reached there by no remembrance of his sin, how does he congratulate himself that he has been saved therefrom? Or how does he return thanks to his benefactor for the pardon, which he has received, if by an intervening forgetfulness of his past wickedness he knows not that he is a debtor to suffer punishment? For we must not pass over negligently that which the psalmist says, I will sing of the mercies of the Lord forever. For how does he sing of the mercies of God forever, if he knows not that he has been miserable, and if he has no recollection of past misery? Whence does he answer with praises the bestowal of mercy? And again we must inquire how the mind of the elect can be in perfect bliss, if amidst its joys the memory of its guilt reaches it. Or how does the glory of indefectible light shine out when it is overcast by the sin that is recalled to mind? But be it known that just as oftentimes now in joy we call to mind sad things, so in the future life we bring back the memory of past sin without any hurt to our bliss. For it very often happens that in the season of health we recall to mind past pains without feeling pain. And in proportion as we remember ourselves sick, the more we hung ourselves in health. And so that blissful estate there will be a remembrance of sin, not such as to pollute the mind, but to attach us the more closely to our joy. Though while the mind without pain remembers itself of its pain, it may the more clearly perceive itself to be a debtor to the physician, and so much the more cherish the health it has received, in proportion as it remembers what it has escaped of uneasiness. And so then, placed in that state of bliss, we so regard our evil deeds without loathing, as now being set in light, without any inward blindness of the heart, we see the darkness with our mind. For though that be dim, which we perceive with the imagination, this comes from the sentence of light, not from the misfortune of blindness. And thus throughout eternity we render to our benefactor the praise of his mercy, yet are in no degree oppressed with the consciousness of wretchedness. For whilst we review our evils without any evil betiding the mind, on the one hand there will never be aught to defile the hearts that render praise on the score of past wickednesses, and again there will always be somewhat to inflame them to the praise of their deliverer. Therefore, because the repose of inward light does such sort transport the great ones into itself, that yet it does not leave the little ones, yet it be rightly said, the small and great are there. Now, for as much as the mind of the converted sinner is there touched by the recollection of his sin, in such sort that he is not overwhelmed by any confusion at that recollection, it is fitly subjoined, and the servant is free from his master. End of Book 4. Book 5, Section 1. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5. He explains the remainder of Chapter 3, from verse 20, the whole of Chapter 4, and the first 2 verses of Chapter 5. Though the appointments of God are very much hidden from sight, why is it that in this life it is sometimes ill with the good and well with the wicked? Yet they are then still more mysterious, when it goes well with the good here below, and ill with the wicked. For when it goes ill with the good, and well with the bad, this perhaps is found to be for that both the good, if they have done wrong in anything, receive punishment here, that they may be more completely freed from eternal damnation, and the wicked meet here with the good things, which conduce to this life, that they may be dragged to unmitigated torments hereafter. And hence these words are spoken to the rich man, when burning in hell, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things. But when it is well with the good here, and ill with the wicked, it is very doubtful whether the good for this reason receive good things, that they may be set forward and advance to something better, or whether by a just and secret appointment they receive here the reward of their deeds, that they may prove void of the rewards of life to come. And whether afflictions for this reason come upon the wicked, in order that by correcting they may be the means of preserving them from everlasting punishments, or whether their punishment only begins here, that one day to receive completion it should lead to the final torments of hell. Therefore, because in the midst of the divine appointments the human mind is closed in by the great darkness of its uncertainty, holy men, when they see this world's prosperity to be their lot, are disquieted with fearful misgivings, for they fear lest they should receive here the fruits of their labors. They fear lest divine justice should see in them a secret wound, and in loading them with external blessings, should withhold them from the interior. But when they exactly consider that they should never do good, saving that they may please God only, nor triumph in the very exuberance of their prosperity, then indeed they less fear hidden judgments to their hurt in their good fortune, yet they ill endure that good fortune in that it impedes the interior purpose of the heart, and they reluctantly submit to the caresses of this present life, for as much as they are not ignorant that they are in some degree retarded thereby in their interior longing. For honor in this world is more engrossing than the contempt thereof, and the rise of prosperity weighs upon them more than the pressure of hard necessity. For sometimes when a man is outwardly straitened by the latter, he is more entirely set at liberty to fix his desire upon the interior good. But by the other, the mind, while forced to yield to the will of many, is kept back from the race of its own desire. And hence it is that holy men are in greater dread of prosperity in this world than of adversity, for they know that while the mind is under soft and beguiling impressions, it is sometimes apt to give itself up to be drawn away after external objects. They know that oftentimes the secret thought of the heart so beguiles it that it does not see how it is changed, and they consider too what the eternal blessings are which they desire, and they see what a mere nothing all is that courts and smiles upon us after the manner of things temporal, and their minds bear the worse all the prosperity of this world, in proportion as it is pierced with love of heavenly happiness, and it is planted so much the more erect in contempt of the delightfulness of the present life, the more it perceives that this is beguiling it by stealth in the disregard of eternal glory. Hence, when blessed Job, having his eye fixed upon the rest above, had said, "The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master," he therefore adds, verse 20, "Wherefore is light given to one that is in misery?" In Holy Scripture, prosperity is sometimes represented by the title of light, and this world's adversity by the name of night. Hence it is well said by the psalmist, "As is its darkness, so also is its light." For as holy men thus trample upon the prosperity of this state by condemning it, as also they sustain its adverse fortune by trampling upon it, by an exceeding high-mindedness, laying under their feet alike the good and the ill of the world, they declare, "As its darkness, so also is its light," as though they said in plain words, "As its griefs do not force down the resoluteness of our fixed mind, so neither can its caresses corrupt the same. But since these last, as we have said above, though they fail to lift up the mind of righteousness, do yet cause them disquietude. Holy men, who know themselves to be in misery in this wearisome exile, shrink from shining in its prosperity. Hence it is well said at this time, "Wherefore is light given to one that is in misery?" For light is given to those in misery, when they who, by contemplating things above, see themselves to be in misery in this our pilgrimage, have the brightness of transitory prosperity bestowed upon them, and when they are deploring grievously that they are slow in returning to their country, they are over and above constrained to bear the burden of honors. The love of eternal things is crushing them, and at the same time the glory of temporal things smiles upon them. When these reflect what the things are which keep them down below, and what those are that they see not of the things above, what those are that set them upon the earth, and what they have lost of heavenly blessings, they are stung with regret of their prosperity. For though they see that they are never wholly overwhelmed thereby, yet they anxiously consider that their thoughts are divided between the love of God and the gifts of his hand. And hence when he says, "Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery," he subjoins forthwith, "and life unto the bitter in soul." For all the elect are bitter in soul, in that either they never cease to punish themselves by weeping for the transgressions they have committed, or they afflict themselves with regrets, that banished here, far from the face of their Creator, they are not yet admitted to the bliss of the eternal country. And of their hearts it is well said by Solomon, "The heart knoweth its bitterness, and a stranger shall not intermeddle with his joy. For the hearts of the reprobate are likewise in bitterness, for that they are afflicted even by their very bad passions themselves. Yet they know not of this very bitterness, because having voluntarily blinded their own eyes, they cannot estimate what they are undergoing. But on the contrary, the heart of a good man knoweth its own bitterness, for it knows the hard condition of this place of exile, wherein it is cast forth to be torn in pieces, and it sees how tranquil is all that it has lost, how troubled the condition it has fallen into. Yet this embittered heart is one day brought back to its own joy, and a stranger shall not intermeddle therewith, and that he who now casts himself forth without, away from the sorrow of the heart, in his aims will then remain shut out from its interior festival. They then that are in bitterness of soul long to be wholly dead to this world, that as they themselves aim at nothing in this present world, so they may not henceforth be fettered by the world with any ties. And it very often happens that a person has already ceased to retain the world in his affections, but the world still ties down that person by its business, and he indeed is already dead to the world, but the world is not yet dead to him. For in a certain sense the world still alive regards him, so long as it strives to carry him away in its actions, when he is bent another way. Hence, since Paul both himself utterly condemned the world, and saw that he was become such an one as this world could not possibly desire, having burst the bonds of this life, and being henceforth at liberty, he rightly exclaims, "The world is crucified to me, and I unto the world." For the world was crucified to him, because, being now dead to his affections, it was no longer an object of love to him. And he had likewise crucified himself to the world, in that he studied to show himself thereto in such a light, that, as though dead, he might never be coveted by it. For if there be a dead person and one alive in the same place, though the dead sees not the living, yet the living person does see the dead. But if both are dead, neither can possibly see the other. Thus he who no longer loves the world, but yet even against his will is loved by the world, though he himself, being as it were dead, sees nothing of the world, yet the world not being dead sees him. But if he neither himself retains the world in his affections, nor again is retained in the affections of the world, then both are mutually dead to one another. In that, whereas neither seeks the other, it is as if the dead heeded not the dead. Therefore, because Paul neither sought the glory of the world, nor was himself sought out by the same, he glories both in being himself crucified to the world, and in the world being crucified to him. Now because there are many that desire this, who yet do not altogether rise up to the very extreme point of such a state of deadness, they may well lament and say, Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery, and life unto the bitter in soul? For life is given to those in bitterness, when the glory of this world is bestowed upon the sad and sorrowful, in which same life they do not spare themselves the chastening of most urgent fear. For though they do not themselves hold to the world, yet they still dread being such as the world holds to. And except they were living to it in some slight degree, it would never surely love them for their serviceableness to its interests, just as the sea keeps living bodies in her own bosom, but dead ones she forthwith casts out from herself. It proceeds, verse 21, which long after death, but it cometh not. For they desire to mortify themselves wholly, and to be entirely extinct of the life of temporal glory. But by the secret appointments of God, they are often forced either to take the lead in command, or to busy themselves with the dignities imposed on them. And in these circumstances they unceasingly look for a perfect mortification. But this expected death cometh not, for that the use of them is still alive to temporal glory, even against their will, though they submit to that glory from the fear of God. And while they inwardly retain their aim after piety, they outwardly discharge the functions of their station, that they should neither quit their perfection in their inward purpose, nor set themselves against the dispensations of their Creator in a spirit of pride. For by a marvelous pitifulness of divine nature, it comes to pass that when he who aims at contemplation with a perfect heart is busied with human affairs, his perfect mind at once profits many that are weaker, and in whatever degree he sees himself to be imperfect, he rises therefrom more perfect to the crowning point of humility. For sometimes, by the very same means, whereby holy men suffer loss in their own longings, they bear off the larger profits by the conversion of others. For while it is not permitted them to give themselves thereto as they desire, it is their grateful office to carry off along with themselves others whom they are associated with. And so is it effected by a wonderful dispensation of pity, that by the same means whereby they seem to themselves to be the more undone, they rise with richer resources to the building up of their heavenly country. Now sometimes they fail to attain the desires that they have conceived, for this reason, that by the very interposing of the delay, they may be made to expand to the same objects with an enlarged embrace of the mind. And by a striking dispensation it is effected that which if fulfilled might perhaps become thin and poor, being kept back gains growth. For they desire so to mortify themselves, that, if it may be vouchsafed, they may already perfectly behold the face of their Creator. But their desire is delayed, that it may increase, and it is fostered in the bosom of its slow advancement, that it may grow larger. Hence the bride, panting with desire of her bridegroom, justly cries out, By night on my bed I sought him, whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. The spouse hides himself when he is sought, that not being found he may be sought for with the more ardent affection. And she in seeking is withheld, that she cannot find him, in order that, being rendered of larger capacity by the delay she undergoes, she may one day find 1,000-fold what she sought. Hence, when blessed Job said, which longed for death, but it cometh not, that he might the more minutely particularize this very desire of those seekers, he thereby adds, and they dig for it as for hidden treasures. For all men that seek for a treasure by digging, the deeper they have begun to go, kindle to the work with greater energy. For in the same proportion that they reckon themselves to be now, at this moment, approaching the buried treasure, they strive with increased efforts in the digging for it. They then that perfectly desire the mortification of themselves, Seek it as they that dig for hid treasures. For the nearer they are brought to their object, the more ardent they show themselves in the work. Therefore, they never flag in their labor, but increase the more in the exercise thereof. For that in the degree that they reckon on their reward, as now nearer at hand, they spend themselves the more gladly in the work. Hence Paul says well to some, that we're seeking the hid treasure of the eternal inheritance, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as is the manner of some, but consoling one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching. For to give consolation to the laborer is to continue laboring in like manner to him, the sight of a fellow laborer being the alleviation of our own labor, as when a companion joins us in a journey. The way itself is not shortened, yet the toilsomeness of the way is alleviated by the society of a companion. Therefore, whereas Paul looked for their consoling one another in their labors, he added these words, and so much the more as you see the day approaching, as though he said, let your labor increase the more, that now the reward of your labor itself is nigh at hand, as if he expressed himself in plain words. Do you seek a treasure? Then ye should dig for it with greater ardor, that ye have by digging reached by this time close to the gold ye were in quest of. Though this that he says, which long for death, and it cometh not, and dig for it as for hidden treasures, may be taken in another sense also, for in that we cannot perfectly die to the world, unless we bury ourselves within the invisible depths of our own heart, from all visible things. They that long for the mortifying of themselves are well compared to those that dig for treasure, for we die to the world by means of an unseen wisdom, of which it is said by Solomon, if thou seekest her as silver, and diggest for her as for hid treasures. Hence wisdom lieth not on the surface of things, for it is deep in the unseen. And we then lay hold on the mortification of ourselves, in attaining wisdom, if relinquishing visible things, we bury ourselves in the invisible. If we so seek for her in the digging of the heart, that every imagination which the mind conceives of an earthly nature she puts from her with the hand of holy discernment, and acquaints herself with the treasure of virtue which was hidden from her, for she soon finds a treasure in herself, if she thrust from her that heap of earthly thoughts, which lay as a wretched load upon her. Now because he describes death coveted as a treasure, he rightly subjoins. End of Book 5, Section 1. Book 5, Section 2. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 22. Which rejoice exceedingly and are glad, when they can find the grave. For as the grave is that place wherein the body is buried, so heavenly contemplation is a kind of spiritual grave, wherein the soul is buried. For in a certain sense we still live to this world, when in spirit we roam abroad therein. But we are buried in the grave as dead, when being mortified in things without, we secrete ourselves in the depths of interior contemplation. And therefore holy men never cease to mortify themselves with the sword of the sacred word, to the importune calls of earthly desires, to the throng of unprofitable cares, and to the din of obstreperous tumults. And they bury themselves within, before God's presence, in the bosom of the mind. Hence it is well said by the psalmist, and thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the strife of tongues, which, though it be not until afterwards fully brought to pass, is yet even now in a great measure accomplished, when, with the feeling of delight, they are caught away into the inward parts from the strife of temporal desires, so that whilst their mind wholly expands in every part to the love of God, it is not rent and torn by any useless anxiety. Hence it is that Paul had seen those disciples as dead, and as it were buried in the grave by contemplation, to whom he said, Ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. He then that seeks for death rejoices when he finds the grave. For whoso desires to mortify himself is exceeding joyful on finding the rest of contemplation, that being dead to the world, he may lie hid and bury himself in the bosom of interior love from all the disquietudes of external things. But since in addition to this, that he speaks of a treasure being dug up, the finding of a grave is further introduced, it is needful that our mind's eye should keep this in view, that the ancients buried their dead with their wealth. He then that seeks for treasure rejoices when he has found the grave, and that when we, in quest of wisdom, turn the pages of Holy Writ, when we trace out the examples of those that have gone before us, we, as it were, derive joy from the grave, for we find the mind's wealth among the dead, who, because they are perfectly dead to this world, rest in secret with their riches beside them. And so he is made rich by the grave, who, following the example of the righteous, is raised up in the excellency of contemplation. But when he asks, saying, Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery? He intimates the reason for which he ventures to put such a question, by saying, verse 23, Why is light given to a man whose way is hid, and whom God hath compassed with darkness? For a man's way is hid to him, in that, though he already takes cognizance of the kind of life that he is leading, he does not yet know to what issue it tends, though his affections are now fixed on things above, though he seeks them with all his longings, he is yet ignorant whether he shall persevere in the same longings. For forsaking our sins, we strive after righteousness, and we know whence we are come, but we know nothing whereunto we may arrive. We know what we were yesterday, but we cannot tell what we may chance to be tomorrow. Man's way then is hid to him, in that he so sets the foot of his labor, that, this notwithstanding, he can never foresee the issue of the accomplishment thereof. Now there is also another hiding of our way, for there are times when we are ignorant whether the very things which we believe we do aright are rightly done in the strict judge's eye. For as we have also said a long way above, it often happens that our actions of ours, which is cause for our condemnation, passes with us for the aggrandizement of virtue, often by the same act whereby we think to appease the judge he is urged to anger, when favorable. As Solomon bears witness, saying, There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Hence, whilst holy men are getting the mastery over their evil habits, their very good practices even become an object of dread to them, lest when they desire to do a good action, they be decoyed by a semblance of the thing, lest the baleful canker of corruption lurk under the fair appearance of a goodly color. For they know that they are still charged with the burden of corruption, and cannot exactly discern the things that are good. And when they bring before their eyes the standard of the final judgment, there are times when they fear the very things which they approve in themselves, and indeed they are in mind wholly intent on the concerns of the interior, yet alarmed from uncertainty about their doings. They know not whither they are going. Hence, after he had said, Wherefore is light given to one that is in misery, it is properly added, to a man whose way is hid, as though the words were, Why has that man this life's success for his portion? He knows not of his course of conduct, in what esteem it is held by his judge, and it is rightly subjoined, in whom God hath encompassed with darkness. For man is encompassed with darkness, since, howsoever he may burn with heavenly longings, he is ignorant how it goes with him in the interior. And he is in great fear, lest aught concerning himself should meet him in the judgment, which is now hidden from himself in the aspirations of holy fervor. Man is encompassed with darkness, in that he is closed in by the clouds of his own ignorance? Is not that man encompassed with darkness, who most often neither remembers the past nor finds out the future, and scarce knows the present? That wise man had seen himself to be encompassed with darkness, when he said, "And with labor do we find the things that are before us. But the things that are in heaven, who shall search out?" The prophet beheld himself encompassed with such darkness, when he was unable to discover the interior springs of his inmost economy, saying he made darkness his secret place. For the author of our being, in that, when we were cast out into this place of exile, he took from us the light of his vision, buried himself from our eyes, as it were, in the secret place of darkness. Now, as often as we attentively regard this same darkness of our blind estate, we stir up the mind to lamentation, for it weeps for the state of blindness, which it is under without, if it remember in humility that it is bereft of light in the interior, and when it looks to this darkness which surrounds it, it is wrung with ardent longing for the inward brightness, and rent with thought's whole effort. And that light above, which as soon as created it relinquished, now debarred, it makes the object of its search, whence it very often happens that that radiance of inward joy bursts out amid those varied tears of piety, and that the mind, which had lain torpid in a state of blindness, being fed with sighs, receives strength to gaze at the interior brightness, whence it rightly proceeds. Verse 24, "For my sighing cometh before I eat." For the soul's eating is being fed with the contemplations of the light above, and thus it sighs before it eats, and that it first travails with the groanings of sorrow, and afterwards is replenished with the cheer of contemplation. For except it sigh, it eats not, in that he that refuses to humble himself in this exile we are in, by the groanings of heavenly desires, never tastes the delights of the eternal inheritance. For all they are starved of the food of truth, and take joy in the emptiness of this scene of our pilgrimage. But he sighs that eats, because all who are touched with the love of truth are at the same time fed with the refreshments of contemplation. The prophet ate sighing when he said, "My tears have been my bread." For the soul is fed by its own grief, when it is lifted up to the joys above by the tears which it sheds, and indeed it bears within its sorrowful sighings, but it receives food for its refreshing, the more the force of its love gushes out in weeping. And hence blessed Job still goes on with the violence of that weeping, adding, "And my roars are poured out like overflowing waters." Waters that overflow, advance with a rush, and swell with billows evermore increasing. Now whilst the elect set the judgments of God before the eyes of their mind, whilst they dread the secret sentence concerning them, whilst they trust to attain to God, but yet are in fear lest they should not attain, while they call to mind their past doings, which they weep over, whilst they shrink from the events that still await them, in that they are unknown, they are gathered in them, as it were a kind of billows, as of water, which spend themselves in the roarings of grief, as upon a shore beneath them. The holy man then saw how great are the billows of our thoughts in our penitential mourning, and he called the very waves of our grief overflowing waters, saying, "And my roarings are like overflowing waters." Now there are times when the righteous, as we likewise said a little above, even in the midst of their very good works, are affrighted and give themselves to a continual mourning, lest they should offend by some secret misdemeanor therein. And when God's scourges suddenly take hold of them, they imagine that they have done despite to the grace of their Maker, in that, being either impeded by infirmities or weighed down with sadness, they are not ready to perform works of mercy to their neighbors, and their heart turns to mourning. for that the body is become slack to its devout ministration. And whereas they see that they are not adding to their reward, they fear that their past deeds also have been displeasing. Hence when blessed Job described his roaring like overflowing waters, he thereupon added, verse 25, "For the thing that I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I am afraid of is come unto me. The righteous therefore lament and fear, and torment themselves with bitter lamentations, because they dread to be given over. And though they rejoice in their own correction, the correction itself disturbs their fearful spirits, lest the evil which they are undergoing should not be the merciful stroke of discipline, but the righteous visitation of vengeance." And the psalmist, reflecting thereupon, says with justice, "Who knoweth the power of thine anger? For the power of God's anger cannot be conceived by our faculties, in that his dispensation, by its undiscerned provisions concerning us, often takes us up in that very point wherein it is counted to abandon us, and in the very thing wherein it is supposed to take us up, it forsakes us. So that very often that is rendered grace to us, which we call wrath, and that is sometimes wrath, which we count to be grace. For strokes of affliction are the correction of some men, but others they lead to a frenzy of impatience. And there are some whom prosperity, in that it soothes them, calms from a state of madness, while there are others whom, seeing that it uplifts them, it wholly turns adrift from every hope of conversion. Now vice forces all men down beneath, but some the more easily return from thence, that they take the greater shame to themselves to have fallen thereunto. And attainments in virtue in every case raise men on high, yet sometimes some men, in that swelling thoughts are engendered from their virtues, fall down by the very pathway of their rise. And so, forasmuch as the power of God's wrath is little known, under all circumstances it must needs be unceasingly feared. It proceeds, verse 36, "Did I not disassemble it? Did I not hold my peace? Did I not rest quiet? Yet wrath came upon me. Though in every situation of life we sin in thought, word, and deed, the mind is then hurried along in all these three ways with the greater freedom from control, when it is lifted up with this world's good fortune, and when it sees that it surpasses other men in power, feeling proudly it thinks high things of itself, and when no opposition is offered by any to the authority of its word, the tongue has the more uncontrolled range along precipitous paths, and while it is permitted to do all that it likes, it reckons all that it likes to be lawfully permitted it. But good men, when supported by this world's power, bring themselves under severe discipline of the mind, in proportion as they know that, from the intolerance of power, they are persuaded to unlicensed acts, as if they were more licensed to do them. Thus they refrain their hearts from surveying their own glory, they check their tongues from unrestrained talk, they guard their actions from restless roaming. For it often happens that they that are in power lose the good things that they do, because they entertain high conceits, and while they reckon themselves to be of use for every purpose, they blast the merit even of the usefulness they have laid out. For in order that a man's deeds may be rendered of greater worth, they must needs always appear worthless in his own esteem, lest the same good action elevate the heart of the doer, and in elevating overthrow its author by self-elation, more effectually than it helps the very persons for whom it may chance be rendered. For it is hence that the king of Babylon, while he was secretly revolving in his own mind in the pride of his heart, saying, "Is not this great Babylon which I have builded?" was suddenly turned into an irrational beast, for he lost all that he had been made, because he would not humbly keep back what he had done, and because in the pride of his heart he lifted himself up above men, he lost that very human faculty, which he had in common with man. And often they that are in power burst at random into insulting language towards their dependents. And this merit, viz., that they serve their office of authority with vigilance, they lose by reason of their forwardness of speech, plainly considering with over little dread the words of the judge, that he who shall say to his brother without cause, Thou fool, makes himself obnoxious to hellfire. Often they that are in power, whereas they know not how to refrain lawful actions, slide into such as are unlawful and unquiet. For he alone is never brought down into things unlawful, who is careful to restrain himself at times even from things lawful. It is with the bands of this self-same restraint that Paul showed himself to be bound for good, when he says, All things are lawful to me, but all things are not expedient. And in order to show in what exceeding freedom of mind he was set at large by reason of this very restraint, he thereupon added, All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. For when the mind pursues after the desires that it entertains, it is convicted of being enslaved to the things by the love of which it is subdued. But Paul, to whom all things are lawful, is brought under the power of none, in that by restraining himself even from things lawful, those very objects which if enjoyed would weigh him down, being condemned, he rises above. Let blessed Job, then, declare for our better instruction what he was when in power, in these words, Did not I dissemble? For when we are in possession of power, it is both to be taken account of for purpose of utility, and to be kept out of sight because of pride, in order that he that uses it, on the one hand, that he may render service therewith, may be aware that he has the power, and on the other, that he may not be elated, may not be aware that he has the power. Now what he was in word of mouth, let him add in these words, Was I not silent? What in respect of forbidden deeds, let him further subjoin, Did I not rest quiet? But the being silent and quiet admit of being yet more minutely examined into. Thus to be silent is to withhold the mind from the cry of earthly desires. For all the tumult of the breast is a strong and mighty clamoring. Moreover, they rest that bear themselves well in power, in that they prefer to lay aside at intervals the din of earthly business for the love of God, lest whilst the lower objects incessantly occupy the mind, it should altogether fall away from the highest. For they know that it can never be lifted up to things above, if it be continually busied in those below with tumultuous care and concern. For what should that mind gain concerning God in the midst of business, which, even when at liberty, strives with difficulty to apprehend aught that concerns him? And it is well said by the psalmist, Keep yourselves aloof, and know that I am God. For he that neglects to keep himself aloof to God, by his own judgment upon himself, hides the light of God's vision from his eyes. Hence, moreover, it is declared by Moses, that those fish that have no fins should not be eaten, for the fish that have fins are wont to make leaps above the water. Thus they only pass into the body of the elect in the manner of food, who, whilst they yield themselves to the lowest charges, can sometimes by the mind's leaps mount up to the things on high, that they may not always be buried in the depths of care, and be reached by no breath of the highest love as of the free air. They then, who are busied in temporal affairs, then only manage external things aright, when they betake them with solicitude to those of the interior, when they take no delight in the clamors of disquietudes without, but repose within themselves in the bosom of tranquil rest. End of Book 5, Section 2. Book 5, Section 3. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For men of depraved minds, never cease to keep on the tumult of earthly business within their own breasts, even when they are unemployed, for they retain pictured in imagination the things which their love is fixed on. And though they be employed in no outward work, yet within themselves they are toiling and laboring under the weight of an unquiet quiet. And if the management of these same things be accorded to them, they wholly go forth from themselves, and follow after these temporal and transient concerns, by the path of their purpose of mind, with the uninterrupted steps of the thoughts. But pious minds, on the other hand, seek not such things when lacking, and on the other they bear them with difficulty when present, for they fear lest by the care of external things they be made to go out of themselves, which same is well represented in the life of those two brothers, concerning whom it is written, And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. Or it is said in another translation, he dwelt at home. For what is represented by Esau's hunting but the life of those who, giving a loose to themselves in external pleasures, follow the flesh? And moreover, he is described to be a man of the field. For the lovers of this world cultivate the external in the same proportion that they leave uncultivated their internal parts. But Jacob is recorded to be a plain man, dwelling in tents, or dwelling at home, in that truly all that seek to avoid being dissipated in external cares abide plain men in the interior, and in the dwelling place of their conscience. For to dwell in tents or in the house is to restrain oneself within the secrets of the heart, nor ever to let themselves run loose without in their desires, lest while men gape after a multitude of objects without, they be led away from themselves by the alienation of their thoughts. So let him who is tried and trained in prosperity say, Did I not disassemble it? Did not I hold my peace? Did I not rest quiet? For as we have said above, when holy men receive the smiles of transitory prosperity, they disassemble the favor of the world, as though they were ignorant of it, and with a resolute step they inwardly trample upon that whereby they are outwardly lifted up, and they hold their peace, in that they never clamor with the uproar of wicked doings. For all iniquity has its voice belonging to it in the secret judgments of God. Hence it is written, The cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great. And they rest quiet, when they are not only hurried away by no unruly appetite of temporal desires, but over and above eschew the busying themselves out of due measure with the necessary concerns of this present life. But while they do this, they are still made to feel the strokes of a Father's hand, that they may come to their inheritance the more perfect, in proportion as the rod, striking in pity, is daily purifying them even from the very least sins. Thus they are unceasingly doing righteous acts, yet are perpetually undergoing severe troubles. For often our very righteousness itself, when brought to the test of God's righteous eye, proves unrighteousness, and that which is brought in the estimate of the doer is foul in the judge's searching sight. Hence, when Paul said, For I know nothing by myself, he forthwith added, Yet I am not hereby justified, and immediately implying the reason wherefore he was not justified, he says, But he that judgeth me is the Lord. As though he said, For this reason I say that I am not justified herein, viz., that I know nothing by myself, because I know that I am tested with greater exactness by him that judgeth me. Therefore, we must keep out of sight all that favors us outwardly. We must keep under control whatsoever is clamorous within. We must eschew the things that twine themselves about us as necessary. And yet in all of these we must still fear the chastisements of a strict inquisition, since even our very perfection itself does not lack sin. Did not the severe judge weigh the same with mercy in the exact balance of his examination? And it is well added, Yet indignation came upon me. For with wonderful skillfulness of instruction, when about to tell of the chastisements, he premised the good deeds, that each man might hence be led to consider what punishments await sinners hereafter, if the righteous even are chastised here with strokes so strong. For it is hence that Peter says, For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Hence Paul, after he said many things in commendation of the Thessalonians, straightway added, So that we ourselves glory in you, in the churches of God, for your patience and faith, and all your persecutions and tribulations that ye endure, which is a manifold token of the righteous judgment of God. As if he said, Whilst you, that act so uprightly, undergo so many hardships, what else is it than that ye are giving examples of the righteous judgment of God? Since from your punishment it is to be inferred in what sort he smites those with whom he is wroth, if he suffers you to be thus afflicted, in whom he delights, or how he will strike those towards whom he shows righteous judgment, if he thus torments your own selves, whom with pitifulness he cherishes in reproving. The first words then of blessed Job being ended, his friends that had come in pity to comfort him set themselves by turns to the upbraiding of him, and while they launch out to words of strife, they drop the purpose of pity which they had come for. And indeed they do this with no bad intent, but though they manifest feeling for the stricken man, they suppose him to be no otherwise stricken than for his wickedness. And whereas guarded speech does not follow that good intention, the very purpose of mercy is turned into the sin of an offense. For it was their duty to consider to whom and on what occasion they spake, in that he to whom they had come was a righteous man, and besieged with the strokes of God's hand, and so they should from his past life have estimated those words of his mouth, which they were unable to understand, and have not convicted him from present strokes, but have entertained fear for their own lives, and not, as it were, by reasoning, have lifted themselves above, but by lamenting joined themselves to that stricken saint, so that their knowledge might in no wise display itself in words, but that great teacher, grief, might instruct the tongue of the comforters to speak aright. And though they perchance might in anything be of a different mind, assuredly it was meet that they should express these feelings with humility, lest by words without restraint they should accumulate wounds upon the smitten soul. For it often happens that, because they cannot be understood, either the doings or the sayings of the better men are displeasing to the worse, and they are not to be rashly censured by them, inasmuch as they cannot be apprehended in their true sense. Often that is done in the pursuance of policy by greater men, which is accounted an error by their inferiors. Often many things are said by the strong, which the weak only decide upon, because they know nothing about them. And this is well represented by that ark of the Testament being inclined on one side to the kind kicking, which the Levite desiring to set upright, because he thought it would fall, he immediately received sentence of death. For what is the mind of the just man but the ark of the Testament, which, as it is being carried, is inclined by the kicking of the kine, in that it sometimes happens that even he who rules well, being shaken by the disorder of the people subject to him, is moved by naught else than love to a condescension in policy. But in this, which is done in policy, that very bending, that is, of strength, is accounted a fall by the inexperienced, and hence there are some of those that are in subjugation who put out the hand of censure against it. Yet by that very rashness of theirs they forthwith drop from life. Thus the Levite stretched forth his hand, as it were in aid, but he lost his life in being guilty of offense. And that while the weak sort censure the deeds of the strong, they are themselves made outcasts from the lot of the living. Sometimes, too, holy men say some things condescending to the meanest subjects, while some things they deliver contemplating the highest, and foolish men, because they know nothing of the meaning either of such condescension nor elevation, presumptuously censure them. And what is it to desire to set a good man right for his condescension, but to lift up the ark that is inclined with the presuming hand of rebuke? What is it to censure a righteous man for unapprehending words, but to take the move he makes in his strength for the downfall of error? But he loses his life who lifts up the ark of God with a high mind, and that no man would ever dare to correct the upright acts of the saints, unless he first thought better things of himself. And hence this Levite is rightly called Uzzah, which same is by interpretation the strong one of God. In that the presumptuous severally, did they not assiduously conclude themselves strong in the Lord, would never condemn as weak the sayings and doings of their betters. Therefore, while the friends of blessed Job leap forth against him, as if in God's defense, they transgress the rule of God's ordinance in behaving proudly. But when any of the doings of better men are displeasing to the less good, they are by no means to hold their peace about the considerations which influence their minds, but to give utterance thereto with a great degree of humility, so that the purpose of him, whose feelings are pious, may, in a genuine manner, keep the form of uprightness in proportion as he goes by the pathway of lowliness. Thus both all that we feel is to be freely expressed, and all that we express is to be uttered with the deepest humility, lest even what we intend aright we make other than right by putting it forth in a spirit of pride. Paul had spoken many things to his hearers with humility, but it was with still more humility that he busied himself to appease them about that humble exhortation itself, saying, "And I beseech you, brethren, suffer the word of exhortation, for I have written a letter unto you in few words." And likewise bidding farewell to the Ephesians at Miletus, who were deeply grieved and loudly lamenting, he recalls his humility to their remembrance in these words, "Therefore watch, and remember, that by the space of 3 years I ceased not to warn every one night and day with tears." Again he says to the same persons by letter, "I therefore, the prisoner of the Lord, beseech you that ye walk worthy of the vocation wherewith ye were called. Therefore let him infer from hence, if he ever thinks rightly at all, with what humility the disciple ought to address the Master, if the Master of the Gentiles himself, in the very things which he proclaims with authority, beseeches the disciples so submissively. Let every one collect from hence in what spirit of humility he should communicate to those from whom he has received examples of good living, all that he perceives aright, if Paul submitted himself in a humble strain to those whom he himself raised up to life. But Eliphaz, who is the first of the friends to speak, though he came with pity to console, yet in that he departs from meekness of speech, is ignorant of the rules of consoling, and while he neglects the guarding of his lips, he is guilty of excess, even to offering insult to the afflicted man, saying, "The tiger hath perished for lack of prey, the roaring of the lion, and the voice of the fierce lioness, and the teeth of the young lions are broken," i.e., by the teeth of a tiger marking out blessed Job, as it were with the fault of variedness, by the roaring of the lion, denoting that man's terribleness, by the voice of the lioness, the loquacity of his wife, and by the broken teeth of the young lions, signifying the gluttony of his sons brought to ruin. And hence the sentence of God rightly reproves the feeling of the friends, which had lifted itself up in swelling reproach, saying, "Ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, as my servant Job hath." But I see that we must inquire, wherefore Paul makes use of their sentiments with so much weight of authority, if these sentiments of theirs be nullified by the Lord's rebuke. For they are the words of Eliphaz, which he brought before the Corinthians, saying, "For it is written, He that taketh the wise in their own craftiness." How then do we reject as evil what Paul establishes by authority? Or how shall we account that to be right by the testimony of Paul, which the Lord by his own lips determined not to be right. But we speedily learn how little the two are at variance together, if we more exactly consider the words of that same divine sentence, which assuredly having declared, Ye have not spoken of me the thing that is right, thereupon added, As my servant Job. It is clear then that some things contained in their sayings were right, but they are overcome by comparison with one who was better. For among other things which they say without reason, there are many forcible sentences they utter in addressing blessed Job. But when compared with his more forcible sayings, they lose the power of their forcibleness. And many things that they say are admirable, were they not spoken against the afflicted condition of the holy man, so that in themselves they are great, but because they aim to pierce that righteous person, that greatness loses its weight. For with whatever degree of strength, it is in vain that the javelin is sent to strike the hard stones, since it glances off the further with blunted point, the more it comes hurled with strength. Therefore, though the sayings of Job's friends be very forcible in some points, yet since they strike the saint's well-fenced life, they turn back all the point of their sharpness. And therefore, because they are both great in themselves, and yet ought never to have been taken up against blessed Job, on the one hand, let Paul, weighing them by their intrinsic excellence, deliver them as authoritative, and on the other, let the judge, for as much as they were delivered without caution, censure them in respect of the quality of the individual. But, as we have said above, that these same friends of blessed Job contain a figure of heretics, let us now search out how their words agree with heretics. For some of the opinions which they hold are very right, but in the midst of these they fall away to corrupt notions. For heretics have this especial peculiarity, that they mix good and evil, that so they may easily delude the sense of the hearer. For if they always said wrong, soon discovered in their wrong-headedness, they would be the less able to win a way for that which they desire. Again, if they always thought right, then surely they would never have been heretics. But whilst, with artfulness of deceiving, they engage themselves with either, both by the evil they vitiate the good, and by the good they conceal the evil, to the end that it may be readily admitted, just as he that presents a cup of poison touches the brim of the cup with honeyed sweets, and while this that has a sweet flavor is tasted at the first sip, that too which brings death is unhesitatingly swallowed. Thus heretics mix right with wrong, that by making a show of good things they may draw hearers to themselves, and by setting forth evil they may corrupt them with a secret pestilence. Yet it sometimes happens that being corrected by the preaching and admonitions of Holy Church, they are healed from a contradiction in views, and hence the friends of blessed Job offer the sacrifice of the reconciliation by the hands of the same holy man, and even under attainder they are resorted to the favor of the supreme judge, of whom we have a fitting representation in that cleansing of the 10 lepers. For in leprosy, both a portion of the skin is brought to a bright hue, and a portion remains of a healthy color. Lepers, therefore, are a figure of heretics, for in that they blend evil with good, they cover the complexion of health with spots, and hence, that they may be healed, they rightly cry out, Jesus, Master. For whereas they notify that they have gone wrong in his words, they humbly call him Master when they are healed. And so soon as they return to acknowledge the Master, they are at once brought back to the right state of health. But as on the sayings of his friends, we have carried the preface to our interpretation somewhat far, let us now consider minutely the very words themselves which they spake. The account goes on. End of Book 5, Section 3. Book 5, Section 4. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, verses 1 and 2. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, If we essay to commune with thee, wilt thou be grieved? It has been already declared above what there is set forth in the interpretation of these names. Therefore, because we are in haste to reach the unexamined parts, we forbear to unfold again what has been already delivered. Accordingly, this is to be heedfully observed, that they that bear the semblance of heretics begin to speak softly, saying, If we essay to commune with thee, wilt thou be grieved? For heretics dread to increase their hearers at the outset of their communing with them, lest they be listened to with ears on the watch, and they carefully shun the paining of them, that they may catch their unguardedness. And what they put forward is almost always mild, while that is harsh which they cunningly introduce in going on. And hence at this time the friends of Job begin with the reverence of a gentle address, but they burst forth even to launching the darts of the bitterest invectives, for the roots of thorns themselves are soft, yet from that very softness of their own they put forth that whereby they pierce. It goes on, but who can hold in the discourse conceived? There be three kinds of men which differ from one another by qualities carried forward in gradation. For there are some who at the same time that they conceive evil sentiments to speak, restrain themselves in their speech by none of the graveness of silence. And there are others who, whereas they conceive evil things, withhold themselves with a strong control of silence. And there are some who, being made strong by the exercise of virtue, are advanced even to so great a height, that as to speaking, they do not even conceive any evil thoughts in the heart, which they should have to restrain by keeping silence. It is shown then to what class Eliphaz belongs, who bears witness that he cannot withhold his conceived discourse, whereunto he made this known, that he knew that he would give offense by speaking, for he would never be anxious to withhold words that he cannot, unless he were assured beforehand that he would be inflicting wounds by the same. For good men check precipitancy of speech with the reins of counsel, and they take heedful thought, lest, by giving a loose to the wantonness of the tongue, they should by heedlessness of speech pierce their hearers' spirits. Hence it is well said by Solomon, He that letteth out water is a head of strife. For the water is let out when the flowing of the tongue is let loose, and he that letteth out water is made the beginning of strife, and that by the inconstancy of the lips the commencement of discord is afforded. Thus, as the wicked are light in mind, so are they precipitate in speech, and neglect to keep silence, thoroughly considering what they should say. And what a light spirit conceives, a lighter tongue delivers apace. Hence on this occasion Eliphaz infers from his own experience a thing which in a feeling of hopelessness he believes concerning all men, saying, But who can withhold this conceived discourse? It proceeds, verses 3 and 4. Behold, thou hast instructed many, and thou hast strengthened the weak hands. Thy words have upholden him that was falling, and thou hast strengthened the feeble knees. If the text of the historical account be regarded in itself, it is of great service to the reader, that in blessed Job, instead of the ripping up of vices, proclaim is made of his virtues by his reviling friends. For the testimony to our manner of life is never so strong as when commendable things are told by him, who aims to fasten guilt upon our head. But let us consider of what a lofty height that man was, who by instructing the ignorant, strengthening the weak, upholding the faltering, amid the cares of his household, amidst the charge of countless concerns, amidst the anxious feelings for his children, amidst the pursuit of so many laborious occupations, devoted himself to putting others in the right way. And being busied indeed, he executed these offices, Yet being free, he did service in the master's office of instruction. By exercising superintendence, he disposed of temporal things. By preaching, he announced eternal truths. A brightness of life, both by practice he showed to all bearers, and by speech he conveyed to all that heard him. But all that are either heretics or bad men, in recording the excellencies of the good, turn them into grounds of accusation. Hence Eliphaz deduces occasion of reviling against blessed Job from the same quarter, whence he related commendable things of him, for it goes on, verse 5, But now it is come upon thee, and thou faintest, it toucheth thee, and thou art troubled. All men of forward mind assail the life of the righteous in two ways, for either they assert that what they say is wrong, or that what they say aright they never observe. And hence blessed Job is reproved by his friends further on for his mode of speech, whereas now he is torn in pieces for having spoken right things, but not having observed them. And so at one time the speech, and at another time the practice of the good meets with the disapproval of the wicked, in order that either the tongue, being rebuked, may hold its peace, or the life, being convicted by the testimony of that same tongue of theirs, may give way under the charge. And mark that first they bring forward commendations of the tongue, and afterwards complain of the weakness of the life. For the wicked, that they may not openly show themselves to be evil, sometimes say good things of the just, as they know to be already received concerning them by others also. But as we have said above, these very points they forthwith strain to the increase of guilt, and from hence that they spoke favorable things also, they point out that credit is to be given them in the reverse, and with more seeming truth they imitate evil things, in proportion as they commended the good with seeming zeal. Thus they wrest words of favorable import to the service of accusation, and that they afterwards more deeply wound the life of the righteous from the same source, whence a little before in semblance they vindicate it. But it often happens that their good qualities, which they first condemn when possessed, they afterwards admire as if departed. And hence Eliphaz, as he declares them to be departed, subjoins the virtues of the holy man, enumerating them and saying, verse 6, Where is thy fear, thy strength, thy patience, and the perfectness of thy ways? All which same he makes to succeed that sentence which he set before, saying, But now a stroke is come upon thee, and thou faintest. It toucheth thee, and thou art troubled. Thus he declares that they were brought to naught, all of them together, in this, that he blames blessed Job's being troubled by the scourge. Yet it is to be well taken notice of, that though he chides unbefittingly, yet the ranks of virtue he fitly describes. For in enumerating the virtues of blessed Job, he marked out his life in 4 stages, in that he both added strength to fear, and patience to strength, and to patience perfection, since one sets out in the way of the Lord with fear, that he may go on to strength. For as in the world boldness begets strength, so in the way of God boldness engenders weakness. And as in the way of the world fear gives rise to weakness, so in the way of God fear produces strength. As Solomon witnesses, who says, In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence. For strong confidence is said to be the fear of the Lord, in that in truth our mind so much the more valorously sets at naught all the terrors of temporal vicissitudes, the more thoroughly that it submits itself in fear to the author of those same temporal things. And being established in the fear of the Lord, it encounters nothing without to fill it with alarm, in that whereas it is united to the Creator of all things by a righteous fear, it is by a certain powerful influence raised high above them all. For strength is never shown saving in adversity, and hence patience is immediately made to succeed to strength. For every man proves himself in a much truer sense to have advanced in strength, in proportion as he bears with the bolder heart the wrongs of other men. For he was a little strong in himself, who was brought to the ground by the wickedness of another. He in that he cannot bear to face opposition, lies pierced with the sword of his cowardice. But forasmuch as perfection springs out of patience, immediately after patience we have the perfectness of his ways introduced. For he is really perfect who feels no impatience towards the imperfection of his neighbor. Since he that goes off, not being able to bear the imperfection of another, in his own witness against himself, that he is not yet perfectly advanced. Hence truth says in the gospel, "In your patience possess ye your souls." For what is it to possess our souls, but to live by the rule of perfection in all things, to command all the motions of the mind from the citadel of virtue? He then that maintains patience possesses his soul, and that from hence he is endued with strength to encounter all adversities, whence even by overcoming himself he is made master of himself. And as he quells himself in a manner worthy of all praise, he comes forth unquelled with dauntless front, because by conquering himself in his pleasures, he makes himself invincible to reverses. But as Eliphaz rebuked him with reviling, so now he adds a few words, as if in exhortation, saying, verse 7, "Remember, I pray thee, who ever perished being innocent, or where were the righteous cut off?" Whether it be heretics, of whom we have said that the friends of blessed Job bore an image, or whether any of the forward ones, they are as blamable in their admonitions as they are immoderate in their condemnation. For he says, "Who ever perished being innocent, or where were the righteous cut off?" Since it often happens that in this life both the innocent perish and the righteous are utterly cut off, yet in perishing they are reserved to glory eternal. For if none that is innocent perished, the prophet would not say, "The righteous perish," and no man layeth it to heart. If God in his providential dealings did not carry off the righteous, wisdom would never have said of the righteous man, "Yea, speedily he was taken away, lest that wickedness should alter his understanding." If no visitation ever smote the righteous, Peter would never foretell it, saying, "For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God." They then that are really righteous, who are furnished forth by the love of the country above, to meet all the ills of the present life, for all that fear to endure ills here, for the sake of eternal blessings, clearly are not righteous men. But Eliphaz does not take account either that the righteous are cut off or that the innocent perish here, in that oftentimes they serve God, not in the hope of heavenly glory, but of earthly recompense, make a fiction in their own head of that which they are seeking after, and taking upon themselves to be instructors, in preaching earthly immunity, they show by all their pains what is the thing they love. It goes on, verses 8 and 9, "Even as I have seen, they that plough iniquity, and sow sorrows, and reap the same, by the blast of God do they perish, and by the breath of his nostrils are they consumed." To sow griefs is to utter deceits, but to reap griefs is to prevail by so speaking. Or surely they sow griefs who do forward actions, they reap griefs when they are punished for this forwardness. For the harvest of grief is the recompense of condemnation, and whereas it is immediately introduced that they that sow and reap griefs perish by the blast of God, and are consumed by the breath of his nostrils. In this passage the reaping of grief is shown to be not punishment as yet, but the still further perfecting of wickedness. For in the breath of his nostrils the punishment of that reaping is made to follow. Here then they sow and reap griefs, in that all that they do is wicked, and they thrive in that very wickedness. As is said of the wicked man by the psalmist, "His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above, out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffeth at them." And it is soon after added concerning him, "Under his tongue is labor and grief." So then he sows griefs when he does wicked things. He reaps griefs when from the same wickednesses he grows to temporal greatness. How then is it that they perish by the blast of God? who are for the most part permitted to abide long here below, and in greater prosperity than the righteous. For hence it is said of them again by the psalmist, they are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other folk. Hence Jeremiah saith, Wherefore doth the way of the wicked prosper? For because, as it is written, For the Lord is a long-suffering rewarder. He oftentimes for long bears with those whom he condemns for all eternity. Yet sometimes he strikes quickly, in that he hastens to the succor of the pusillanimity of the innocent. Therefore Almighty God sometimes permits the wicked to have their own way for long, that the ways of the righteous may be more purely cleansed. Yet sometimes he slays the unrighteous with speedy destruction, and by their ruin he strengthens the hearts of the innocent. For if he were now to smite all that do evil, on whom would he yet have to show forth the final judgment? And if he never at any time smote any man, who would ever have believed that God regarded human affairs? Sometimes then he strikes the bad, that he may show that he does not leave wickedness unpunished. But sometimes he bears with the wicked for long, that he may teach the heedful what judgment they are reserved for. Thus the sentence of the cutting off of the wicked, if it be not spoken of all men in general, at the end of this present state of being, is undoubtedly to a great degree made void by the force of truth. But it will then be true, when iniquity shall no longer have reprieve. And perchance it may be more rightly taken in this sense, since neither the innocent perishes, nor the upright is cut off, and that though here he is worn out in the flesh, yet in the sight of the eternal Judge he is renewed with true health. And they that sow and reap griefs perish by the blast of God, and that in proportion as they go on here deeper in doing wickedly, they are the more severely stricken with the damnation to follow. But whereas he premises this sentence with the word remember, it is clearly evident that something past is recalled to mind, and not anything future proclaimed. Then, therefore, Eliphaz would have spoken more truly if he had believed that these things were wrought on the head of the wicked in general by final vengeance. But this point that God is said to breathe claims to be more practically made out, for we, when we breathe, draw the air from without within us, and thus drawn within we give it forth without. God then is said to breathe in recompensing vengeance, in that from occasions without he conceives the purpose of judgment within him, and from the eternal purpose sends forth the sentence without. When God breathes, as it were, somewhat is drawn in from things without. When he sees our evil ways without, and ordains judgment within, and again, as if by God's breathing, the breath is sent forth from within, when from the internal conception of the purpose, the outward decree of condemnation is delivered. And so it is rightly said that they that sow griefs perish by the breath of God. For wherein they execute wicked deeds outwardly, they are deservedly stricken from within. Or surely when God is said to breathe, in that the breath of his wrath is immediately introduced, by the designation of his breathing may be denoted that very visitation of his. For when we are wroth, we kindle with the breath of rage. To show the Lord, then mediating vengeance, he is said to breathe in his indignation, not that in his own nature he is capable of turning or change, but that after long endurance, when he executes vengeance upon the sinner, he who continueth tranquil in himself seems in commotion to them that perish. For whereas the condemned soul sees the judge arrayed against its doings, he is exhibited to it as troubled, in that it is itself troubled by its own guiltiness before his eyes. But after he had in appearance exhorted him with clemency, he openly subjoins language of reproach, saying, End of Book 5, Section 4. Book 5, Section 5 of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 10. The roaring of the lion and the voice of the lioness, and the teeth of the young lions are broken. For what does he call the roaring of the lion? But as we have said a little above, the severer character of that man. What the voice of the lioness, but his wife's loquacity? What the teeth of the young lions, but the greediness of his children? For because his sons had perished when feasting, they are denoted by the term of teeth. And while unsparing Eliphaz rejoices that they are all broken, he denounces them as deservedly condemned. And he yet further doubles the cruelty of his reproaches when he adds, verse 11, The tiger perisheth for lack of prey, and the stout lion's whelps are scattered abroad. For whom does he denote by the name of tiger, but blessed Job, marked with the stamp of changeableness or covered with the spots of dissimulation? For every dissembler, in that he desires to appear righteous, can never show himself pure in all things. For while he assumes some virtues in hypocrisy, and secretly gives way to vicious habits, some concealed vices speedily break out upon the surface, and exhibits the hide of overlaid hypocrisy, like a coat for sight, varied with their admixture, so that it is very often a marvel how one who is seen to be master of such great virtues should at the same time be stained with such damnable deeds. But truly every hypocrite is a tiger, in that while he derives a pure color from pretense, it is stripped with the intermediate blackness of vicious habits. For it often happens that while he is extolled for pureness of chastity, he renders himself foul by the stain of avarice. Often while he makes a fair show by the good quality of bountifulness, he is stained with spots of lust. Often while he is clad in the bright array of bountifulness and chastity, he is blackened by ferociousness and cruelty, as if from zealous sense of justice. Often he is arrayed in bounty, chastity, pitifulness, in a fair outside, but is marked with the interspersed darkness of pride. And thus it comes to pass that, whereas by the intermixture of vicious habits the hypocrite does not present an unstained appearance in himself, the tiger, as it were, cannot be of one color. And this same tiger seizes the prey, and that he usurps to himself the glory of human applause. For he that is lifted up by usurped praise is, as it were, glutted with the prey. And it is well that the applause that hypocrites have is called prey, for it is naught else than a prey, when the things of another are taken away by violence. Know every hypocrite, in that by counterfeiting the life of righteousness, he seizes for himself the praise that belongs to the righteous, does in truth carry off what is another's. Thus Eliphaz, who knew that blessed Job had walked in ways worthy to be praised in the period of his well-being, concluded from the stroke that came after that he had maintained these in hypocrisy, saying, The tiger perisheth for lack of prey, as if he had plainly said, The shifting of thine hypocrisy is at an end, because the homage of applause is also taken from thee, and thine hypocrisy is in lack of prey, and that being stricken by the hand of God, it lacks the favorable regards of man. But in the translation of the Septuagint, it is not said the tiger, but the Myrmicolian perisheth for lack of prey. For the Myrmicolian is a very little creature, a foe to ants, which hides itself under the dust, and kills the ants laden with grains, and devours them thus destroyed. Now Myrmicolian is rendered in the Latin tongue either the ant's lion, or indeed more exactly, an ant and lion at once. Now it is rightly called an ant and lion, in that with reference to winged creatures, or to any other small-sized animals, it is an ant, but with reference to the ants themselves it is a lion, for it devours these like a lion. Yet by the other sort it is devoured like an ant. When Eliphaz says, The ant-lion perisheth, what does he censure in blessed Job under the title of ant-lion, but his fearfulness and audacity? As if he said to him in plain words, Thou art not unjustly stricken, in that thou hast shown thyself a coward towards the lofty, a bully towards those beneath thee. As though he had said in plain terms, fear made thee crouch towards the crafty sort. Hardihood swelled thee full towards the simple folk. But the antlion no longer hath prey, in that thy cowardly self-elation, being beaten down with blows, is stayed from doing injury to others. But for as much as we have said that the friends of blessed Job contain a figure of heretics, there is a pressing necessity to show how these same words of Eliphaz are to be understood in a typical sense likewise. Verse 10. The roaring of the lion and the voice of the lioness and the teeth of the young lions are broken. For as much as the nature of everything is compounded in different elements, in Holy Writ different things are allowably represented by any one thing, for the lion has magnanimity, it has also ferocity. By its magnanimity, then, it represents the Lord, by its ferocity the devil. Hence it is declared of the Lord, Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David hath prevailed. Hence it is written of the devil, Your adversary the devil, like a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. But by the title of a lioness, sometimes Holy Church, sometimes Babylon is represented to us. For on this account, that she is bold to encounter all that withstand, the Church is called a lioness, as is proved by the words of blessed Job, who in pointing out Judea forsaken by the Church, says, The sons of traitors have not trodden, nor the lioness passed by it. And sometimes under the title of a lioness is set forth the city of this world, which is Babylon, which ravens against the life of the innocent with terribleness of ferocity, which being wedded to our old enemy, like the fiercest lion, conceives the seeds of his forward counsel, and produces from her own body reprobate sons, as cruel whelps after his likeness. But the lion's whelps are reprobate persons, engendered to a life of sin by the misleading of evil spirits, who both all of them together constitute the great city of the world, which we have declared before, even Babylon. And yet these same sons of Babylon severally are called not a lioness, but a lioness's whelps. For as the whole church together is denominated Zion, but the several individual saints the sons of Zion, so both the several individuals among the reprobate are called the children of Babylon, and all the reprobate together are designated by the same Babylon. But so long as good men remain in this life, they keep watch over themselves with anxious heed, lest the lion that goeth about surprise them by guile, i.e., lest our old enemy slay them under some show of virtue, lest the voice of the lioness stun their ears, i.e., lest the glory of Babylon catch away their minds from the love of the heavenly country, lest the teeth of the young lions bite them, i.e., lest the promptings of the reprobate gain power in their hearts. But on the other hand, heretics are already as if secured touching holiness, because they fancy that they have surmounted all obstacles by the preeminent merit of their life. And hence it is said here, the roaring of the lion and the voice of the lioness and the teeth of the young lion are broken. As though it were expressed in plain words, we for this reason are never beaten and bruised with any strokes, for that we tread under at once the might of the old enemy, and the lust of earthly glory, and the promptings of all the reprobate, overcoming them by the preeminence of our life. Hence it is further added, verse 11, The tiger perishes for lack of prey, and the lion's whelps are scattered abroad. By the title of a tiger, he again represents him whom he formerly designated by the name of a lion. For Satan, both for his cruelty, is called a lion, and for the variousness of his manifold cunning, he is not unsuitably designated a tiger. For one, while he presents himself to man's senses, lost as he is, one while he exhibits himself as an angel of light, now by caressing he works upon the minds of the foolish sort, now by striking terror he forces them to commit sin. At one time he labors to win men to evil ways without disguise. At another time he cloaks himself in his promptings under the garb of virtue. This beast, then, which is so variously spotted, is rightly called a tiger, being with the Septuagint called an antlion, as we have said above, which same creature, as we have before shown, hiding itself in the dust, kills the ants carrying their corn, and that the apostate angel, being cast out of heaven upon the earth, in the very pathway of their practice, besets the minds of the righteous, providing for themselves the provender of good works, and whilst he overcomes them by his snares, he is, as it were, kills by surprise, the ants carrying their grains. And he is rightly called antlion, i.e., a lion and ant. For, as we have said, to the ants he is a lion, but to the birds of the air an ant, and that our old enemy, as he is strong to encounter those that yield to him, is weak against such as resist him. For if consent be yielded to his persuasions, like a lion he can never be sustained. But if resistance is offered, like an ant he is ground in the dust. Therefore to some he is a lion, to others an ant, in that carnal minds sustain his cruel assaults with difficulty, but spiritual minds trample upon his weakness with virtue's foot. Heretics then, because they are full of pride, by pretension to sanctity, say as it were in exaltation, the antlion, or probably, the tiger has perished for lack of prey. As though the words were plainly expressed, the old foe has no prey in us, in that as far as regards our purposes, he already lies defeated. Now it is for this reason that he is again mentioned under the title of an antlion, or of a tiger, who had been already set forth by the roaring of the lion broken, because whatever is said in joy is repeated over and over, for when the mind is full of exaltation, it redoubles the expressions, and hence the psalmist from true joy frequently repeats this, that he was assured that he had been heard, saying, The Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping, the Lord hath heard my supplications, the Lord hath received my prayer. But when holy men are glad of heart, they have been rescued from some evil habits. They possess themselves with great fear, even in that very gladness. For though they be now rescued from the commotion of any single storm, yet they call to mind that they are still tossing in the treacherous waves of an uncertain sea, and they so exult in hope that they tremble in fear, and so tremble in fear that they exult in confidence of hope. Whence it is said by the same psalmist, Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. But on the other hand, they whom a spacious show of sanctity fills with big thoughts, when they get the better of any one evil habit, immediately erect their heart in pride, and as it were glory in the perfection of their lives. And for this, that perchance they have been once snatched from the perils of the storm, they already forget that they are still at sea. They look upon themselves as great in all things, and imagine that they have wholly overcome their old adversary. They regard all men below them, and that they believe that their wisdom places them above all. Whence it is added, Now a secret word was spoken to me. A secret word heretics pretend to hear, that they may bring a certain reverence for their preaching over their hearers' minds, and hence they preach with a secret meaning, that their preaching may seem to be holy, in proportion as it is at the same time hidden. Now they are loth to have a common sort of knowledge, lest they should be placed on par with the rest of their fellow creatures, and they are ever making out new things, which, whilst others know nothing of, they plume their own selves on the preeminence of their knowledge before inexperienced minds. And this knowledge, as we have said, they teach is occult, for that they may be able to show it to be wonderful. They affirm that they obtained it by secret means. Hence with Solomon, the woman bearing the semblance of heretics says, Stolen waters are sweetened, and bread eaten in secret is more pleasant. Whence in this place too it is added, And mine ear, as it were, by stealth received the veins of the whispering thereof. They receive the veins of whisperers by stealth, in that, abandoning the grace of knowledge and fellowship, they do not enter thereunto by the door, as the Lord witnesses, who says, He that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up another way, the same is a thief and a robber. But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. Therefore he receives the veins of divine worshippers by stealth, who whilst the door of public preaching for the receiving of the knowledge of his excellency is forsaken, searches out the gaps and chinks of a forward understanding. But because the thief and robber who enters by another way both loves the darkness and abhors the clearness of the light, it is properly added. End of Book 5, Section 5. Book 5, Section 6. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verse 13. In the horror of a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth on men. It often happens that while heretics are bent to discourse of things above them, they become their own witnesses against themselves. That what they deliver is not true. For in a vision of the night, the sight is uncertain. Therefore they declare that they received the inklings of whispers, in the terror of a vision of the night. For in that the things which they teach may be made to appear sublime to others, they declare that they themselves can scarcely comprehend them. But it may be inferred from hence how far that can be rendered certain to their hearers, which they themselves beheld but dubiously. And so it is marvelously ordered that while they run on speaking of sublime things, in the exposure of folly they are entangled in the very words of their sublimity. Now to what heights they rear themselves for singularity of wisdom is shown, when he adds in the same breath, when deep sleep falleth upon men, as if it were openly said by heretics, when men are asleep beneath, we wake to receive heavenly truths, and that to us all that is known, to the knowledge whereof the dull hearts of men cannot arise, as if they said in plain words, in things wherein our understanding rises erect, the faculties of the rest of the world lie asleep. But sometimes, when they see that this is disregarded by the hearer, they feign that they are themselves in fear of what they say. Whence it is added, verse 14, Fear came upon me in trembling, which made all my bones to shake. For because they desire to appear objects of wonder for the loftiness of their instructions, they affect to be awed at the accounts which they make up. And whilst it is less difficult to hear than to speak, they are bold enough to put forth that which, forsooth, they feign that they the very same persons were scarcely able to hear. Whence it is added yet further, verses 15 and 16, And when a spirit passed before my face, the hair of my flesh stood up. There stood one, but I knew not the face of him. That they may show that they have been made acquainted with incomprehensible mysteries, they relate not that a spirit stood still, but that it passed by before their face. And they pretended that they beheld a countenance they knew not, that they may prove themselves to be known to him, whom the human mind is not equal to know. And here it is further added, An image was before mine eyes, and I heard the voice, as it were, of a light breath of air. Heretics often picture God to themselves by a sensible form, seeing that they are unable to behold him spiritually, and they tell that they hear his voice as a light breath of air, and that for the obtaining of the knowledge of his secret things, they delight to have as if a particular freedom of intercourse with him. For they never teach the things which God reveals openly, but such as are breathed into their ears in a secret manner. All this, then, we have said, to indicate what we are to look for in the words of Eliphaz, as he bears the semblance of heretics. But for as much as the friends of blessed Job would never have been the friends of one so great, unless they had evidently learned something of truth, which same, while they go wrong in uttering sentences of rebuke, yet do not altogether totter in the knowledge of the truth. Let us return upon these same words a little way back, that we may make out more exactly how the things which are said concerning the perception of truth may be delivered in a true sense by persons viewing things aright. Now sometimes heretics utter things both true and lofty, not that they themselves receive them from above, but because they have learnt them in the controversy of Holy Church, nor do they apply them to the furtherance of conscious living, but to the display of scientific skill, whence it very commonly happens that by knowing they tell high truths, yet in living they know nothing what they tell. Therefore, whether as they represent heretics who hold not the life but the words of knowledge, or whether in the person of the friends of blessed Job, who doubtless with regard to their knowledge of the truth, might in seeing realize what they aimed in teaching to give utterance to, let us more minutely examine these sayings, which we have gone through, that while the words of Eliphaz are carefully gone into, it may be shown what knowledge he possessed, though in that knowledge he failed to retain humility, who appropriated to himself particularly a belief common to all. For he says, verse 12, Now a hidden word was spoken to me. For the invisible Son is called the hidden word, concerning whom John saith, In the beginning was the Word, which he, the same person, teaches to be hidden, in that he adds, And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But this hidden word is delivered to the minds of the elect, when the power of the only begotten Son is made manifest to believers. By the hidden word we may also understand the communication of inward inspiration, concerning which it is said by John, His anointing teacheth you of all things, which same inspiration, on being communicated to the mind of man, lifts it up, and putting down temporal interest, inflames it with eternal desires, that nothing may any longer yield its satisfaction but the things that are above, and that it may look down upon all that, from human corruption, is in a state of uproar below. And so to hear the hidden word is to receive in the heart the utterance of the Holy Spirit, which same indeed can never be known save by him whom it may be possessed. And hence it is said by the voice of truth concerning this hidden utterance, And I pray the Father, and he shall give you another Comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive. For as that Comforter, after the ascension of the Mediator, being another consoler of mankind, is in himself invisible, so he inflames each one that he has filled to long after the invisible things. And because worldly hearts are set upon the things that are seen alone, the world receiveth him not, because it doth not rise up to the love of the things that are unseen. For worldly minds, in proportion as they spread themselves out in interests without, contract the bosom of the heart against the admission of him. And because out of mankind there are few indeed, who being purified from the pollution of earthly desires, are opened by that purification to the receiving of the Holy Spirit, this word is called a hidden word, since surely there are particular persons that receive that in the heart, which the generality of men know nothing of. Or truly the same inspiration of the Holy Spirit is a hidden word, in that it may be felt but cannot be expressed by the noise of speech. When then the inspiration of God lifts up the soul without noise, a hidden word is heard, and that the utterance of the Spirit sounds silently in the ear of the heart. And hence it is added, And mine ear, as it were, stealthily received the veins of the whispering thereof. The ear of the heart receives stealthily the veins of heavenly whispering, in that both in a moment and in secret the inspired soul is made to know the subtle quantity of the inward utterance. For except it bury itself from external objects of desire, it fails to enter into the internal things. It is both hidden that it may hear, and it hears that it may be hidden, in that at one and the same time, being withdrawn from the visible world, its eyes are upon the invisible, and being replenished with the unseen, it entertains a perfect contempt for what is visible. But it is to be observed that he does not say, Mine ear received, as it were, by stealth the whispering thereof, but the veins of the whispering thereof, for the whispering of the hidden word is the very utterance of inward inspiration itself, but the veins of the whispering is the name for the sources of the occasions whereby that inspiration itself is conveyed to the mind. For it is as if it opened the veins of its whispering, when God secretly communicates to us in what ways he enters into the ear of our understandings. Thus at one time he pierces us with love, at another time with terror. Sometimes he shows us how little the present scene of things is, and lifts up our heart to desire the eternal world. Sometimes he first points to the things of eternity, that these of time may after that grow worthless in our eyes. Sometimes he discloses to us our own evil deeds, and thence draws us on even to the point of feeling sorrow for the evil deeds of others also. Sometimes he presents to our eyes the evil deeds of others and reforms us from our wickedness, pierced with a wonderful feeling of compunction. And so to hear the veins of divine whispering by stealth is to be made to know the secret methods of divine inspiration, at once gently and secretly, though we may interpret whether the whispering or the veins of whispering in another way yet, for he that whispers is speaking in secret, and he does not give out, but imitates a voice. We therefore, so long as we are beset by the corruptions of the flesh, in no wise behold the brightness of the divine power, as it abides unchangeable in itself, and that the eye of our weakness cannot endure that which shines above us with intolerable luster from the ray of his eternal being. And so when the Almighty shows himself to us by the chinks of contemplation, he does not speak to us but whispers, in that though he does not fully develop himself, yet something of himself he does reveal to the mind of man. But then he no longer whispers at all, but speaks, when his appearance is manifested to us in certainty. It is hence that truth saith in the Gospel, I shall show you plainly of the Father. Hence John saith, for we shall see him as he is. Hence Paul saith, then shall I know even as also I am known. Now in this present time the divine whispering has as many veins for our ears as the works of creation, which the divine being himself is Lord of. For while we view all things that are created, we are lifted up in admiration of the Creator. For as water that flows in a slender stream is sought by being bored forth through veins with the view to increase it, and as it pours forth the more copiously in proportion as it finds the veins more open, so we, whilst we heedfully gather the knowledge of the divine being from the contemplation of his creation, as it were, open to ourselves the veins of his whispering, in that by the things that we see have been made, we are led to marvel at the excellency of the Maker, and by the objects that are in public view, that issues forth to us, which is hidden in concealment. For he bursts out to us in a kind of sound as it were, whilst he displays his work to be considered by us, wherein he betokens himself in a measure, in that he shows us how incomprehensible he is. Therefore, because we cannot take thought of him as he deserves, we hear not his voice, yea, scarcely his whispering. For because we are not equal to form a full and perfect estimate of the very things that are created, it is rightly said, mine ear, as it were by stealth, received the veins of whispering, and that being cast forth from the delights of paradise, and visited with the punishment of blindness, we scarcely take in the veins of whispering, since his very marvelous works themselves we consider but hasty and slight. But we must bear in mind that in proportion as the soul, being lifted up, contemplates his excellency, so being held back it shrinks from his righteous perfectness. And hence it is rightly added, verse 13, in the horror of a vision of the night. The horror of a vision of the night is the shuddering of secret contemplation. For the higher the elevation, whereat the mind of man contemplates the things that are eternal, so much the more, terror-struck at her temporal deeds, she shrinks with dread, in that she thoroughly discovers herself guilty, in proportion as she sees herself to have been out of harmony with that light, which shines in the midst of darkness above her. And then it happens that the mind, being enlightened, entertains the greater fear, as it more clearly sees by how much it is at variance with the rule of truth. And she that before seemed as it were more secure in seeing nothing, trembles with sore fright, from her very own proficiency itself. Though whatever her progress in virtue, she does not as yet compass any clear insight into eternity, but still sees with the indistinctness of a certain shadowy imagining, and hence this same is called a vision of the night. For as we have also said above, in the night we see doubtfully, but in the day we see steadily. Therefore, because as regards the contemplating the ray of the interior sun, the cloud of our corruption interposes itself, nor does the unchangeable light burst forth such as it is to the weak eyes of our mind, we as it were still behold God in a vision of the night, since most surely we go darkling under a doubtful sight. Yet though the mind may have conceived but a distinct idea concerning him, yet in contemplation of his greatness she recoils with dread, and is filled with a greater awe, in that she feels herself unequal even to the very skirts of the view of him. Falling back upon herself, she is drawn to him with closer bonds of love, whose marvelous sweetness, being unable to bear, she has but just tasted of under an indistinct vision, but because she never attains to such an height of elevation, unless the importunate and clamorous throng of carnal desires be first brought under governance, it is rightly added, when deep sleep falleth upon men. Whoever is bent to do the things which are of the world is as it were awake, but he that seeking inward rest eschews the riot of this world sleeps as it were. But first we must know that in Holy Scripture sleep, when put figuratively, is understood in three senses. For sometimes we have expressed by sleep the death of the flesh, sometimes the stupefaction of neglect, and sometimes the tranquillity of life, upon the earthly desires being trodden under foot. Thus, by the designation of sleep or slumbering, the death of the flesh is implied, as when Paul says, "And I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep." And soon after, "Even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him." Again, by sleep is designated the stupefaction of neglect, as where it is said by that same Paul, "Now it is high time to awake out of sleep." And again, "Awake ye righteous, and sin not." By sleep, too, is represented tranquillity of life, when the carnal desires are trodden down, as where these words are uttered by the voice of the spouse in the Song of Songs, "I sleep, but my heart waketh." For in truth, in proportion as the holy mind withholds itself from the turmoil of temporal desire, the more thoroughly it attains to know the things of the interior, and is the more quick and awake to inward concerns, the more it withdraws itself out of the sight from external disquietude. And this is well represented by Jacob sleeping on his journey. He put his stone to his head and slept. He beheld a ladder from the earth fixed in heaven, the Lord resting upon the ladder, angels also ascending and descending. For to sleep on a journey is, in the passage of this present life, to rest from the love of things temporal. To sleep on a journey is, in the course of our passing days, to close those eyes of the mind to the desire of visible things, which the seducer opened to the first of mankind, saying, "For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened." And hence it is soon afterwards added, "She took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat, and the eyes of them both were opened." For sin opened the eyes of concupiscence, which innocence kept shut. But to see angels ascending and descending is to mark the citizens of the land above, either with what love they cleave to their Creator above them, or with what fellow feeling in charity they condescend to aid our infirmities. End of Book 5, Section 6. Book 5, Section 7. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And it is very deserving of observation that he that lays his head upon a stone is he who sees the angels in his sleep. Surely because that same person, by resting from external works, penetrates internal truths, who with mind intent, which is the governing principle of man, looks to the imitating of his Redeemer. For to lay the head upon a stone is to cleave to Christ in mind. Since they that are withdrawn from this life's sphere of action, yet whom no love transports above, may have sleep, but can never see the angels, because they despise to keep their head upon a stone. For there are some who fly indeed the business of the world, but exercise themselves in no virtues. These indeed sleep from stupefaction, not from serious design, and therefore they never behold the things of the interior, because they have laid their head not upon a stone, but upon the earth, whose lot it most frequently is, that in proportion as they rest more secure from outward actions, the more aptly they are gathering in themselves from idleness an uproar of unclean thoughts. And thus under the likeness of Judea the prophet bewails the soul, stupefied by indolence, where he says, "The adversaries saw her, and did mock at her Sabbaths. For by the precept of the law there is a cessation from outward work upon the Sabbath day. Thus her enemies looking on mock her at her Sabbaths, when evil spirits pervert the very waste hours of vacancy to unlawful thoughts, so that every soul, in proportion as it is supposed to be devoted to the service of God, by being removed from external action, the more it drudges to their tyranny, by entertaining unlawful thoughts. But good men who sleep to the works of the world, not from inertness but from virtue, are more laborious in their sleep than they would be awake. For herein, that by abandoning they are made superior to this world's doings, they daily fight against themselves, maintaining a brave conflict, that the mind be not rendered dull by neglect, nor subdued by indolence, cool down to the harboring of impure desires, nor in good desires themselves be more full of fervor than is right, nor by sparing itself under the pretext of discretion may slacken its endeavor after perfection. These are the things she is employed withal. She both wholly withdraws herself from the restless appetite of this world, and gives over the turmoil of earthly actions, and in pursuit of tranquillity, bent on virtuous attainments, she sleeps waking, for she is never led on to contemplate internal things, unless she be heedfully withdrawn from those which entwine themselves about her without. And it is hence that truth declares by his own mouth, no man can serve two masters. Hence Paul saith, no man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him that hath chosen him to be a soldier. Hence the Lord charges us by the prophet, saying, Be still, and know that I am the Lord. Therefore, because inward knowledge is not cognizable by us, except there be a rest from outward embarrassments, the season of the hidden word and of the whisperings of God is in this place rightly set forth, when it is said, in the horror of a vision in the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in that truly our mind is never caught away after the force and power of inward contemplation, unless it be first carefully lulled to rest from all agitation of earthly desires. But the human mind, lifted on high by the engine, as it were, of its contemplation, in proportion as it sees things higher above itself, the more terribly it trembles in itself, and hence it is fitly added, verse 14, Fear came upon me in trembling, which made all my bones to shake. What is denoted by bones but strong deeds? Which also it is said by the prophet, He keepeth all their bones. And it often happens that the things which men do they reckon to be of some account, because they know not how keen is the discernment of his inward sifting. But when transported on the wings of contemplation, they behold things above, in some sort they melt away from the security they felt in their presumption, and quake in sight of God the more, in proportion as they do not even reckon their excellences fit for the searching eye of him whom they behold. For it is hence that he, who had gained ground in doing strong deeds, being lifted up by the Spirit, exclaimed, All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee? As though he said, My flesh is without words, in that my infirmities are wholly silent before thee. But my bones sing the praises of thy greatness. In that the very things which I thought to be strong in me tremble at the view of thee. It is hence that Manoah, shrinking at the vision of the angel, says, We shall surely die, for we have seen the Lord, whom his wife immediately comforts with these words, If the Lord were pleased to kill us, he would not have received a burnt offering and a meat offering at our hand. But how is it that the man becomes fearful at the vision of the angel, and the woman bold? But that as often as heavenly things are shown us, the spirit indeed is shaken with affright, yet hope has confidence. For hope lifts itself to dare greater feats from the same cause, whereby the spirit is troubled, in that it sees the things that are above. Therefore, because when the mind, being lifted on high, beholds the higher depths of the secrets of heaven, all that is more solid of human strength trembles. It is well said here, Fear came upon me in trembling, which made all my bones to shake, as though it were expressed in plain words, when I perceived the secrets of inmost subtlety, in that quarter where I thought myself in my own eyes strong, I faltered in the sight of the judge. For contemplating the strictness of divine justice, we justly fear even for the very works themselves, which we flatter ourselves we had so done that they were strong. For our uprightness, when drawn parallel to the inward rule, if it meets with strict judgment, comes cross, with many sinuosities of the windings, to the inward uprightness. And hence when Paul both perceived that he had the bones of the several virtues, and yet that these same bones trembled under the searching scrutiny, he saith, But with me it is a very small thing that I should be judged of you, or of man's judgment. Yea, I judge not mine own self, for I know nothing against myself. Yet because, when the veins of the divine whispering were heard, these same bones quaked, he hereupon added, For I am not hereby justified, but he that judgeth me is the Lord. As though he were to say, I remember that I have done right things, yet I presume not on my merits. For our life is brought to the scrutiny of him, under whom even the bones of our strength are dismayed. But when the mind is suspended in contemplation, when, exceeding the narrow limits of the flesh, with all the power of her ken, she strains to find something of the freedom of interior security, she cannot for long rest standing above herself, because though the spirit carries her on high, yet the flesh sinks her down below by the yet remaining weight of her corruption. And hence it is added, verse 15, And as the Spirit passed before my face, the hair of my flesh stood up. The Spirit passes before our face, when we are brought to the knowledge of invisible things, and yet see these same not steadfastly, but with a hasty glance. For not even in the sweetness of inward contemplation does the mind remain fixed for long, and that being made to recoil by the very immensity of delight, it is called back to itself. And when it tastes that inward sweetness, it is on fire with love. It longs to mount above itself, yet it falls back in broken state to the darkness of its frailty. And advancing in high perfection, it sees that it cannot yet see that which it ardently loves, which yet it would not love ardently did it not in some sort see the same. Thus the spirit is not stationary, but passes by, because our contemplation both discloses to us that pant thereafter the heavenly light, and forthwith conceals the same from us, failing from weakness. And because in this life, whatever degree of virtue a man may have advanced to, he still feels the sting of corruption. For the corruptible body presseth down on the soul, and the earthly tabernacle weigheth down the mind that museth upon many things. Therefore it is rightly added, The hair of my flesh stood up. For the hairs of the flesh are all the superfluities of human corruption. The hairs of the flesh are the imaginations of the former life, which we so cut away from the mind, that we let no grief for the loss of them disturb our peace. And it is well said by Moses, "Let the Levites shave all the hairs of their flesh." For a Levite is rendered taken, and thus it behooves the Levites to shave all the hairs of the flesh, and that he who is taken into the divine ministrations ought to show himself clear of all imaginations of the flesh before the eyes of God, that the mind never put forth unlawful thoughts, and so deform the fair appearance of the soul, as it were by sprouting hairs. But whatever perfection of holy living may have raised the condition of any man, yet there still springs up to him from his old state of life somewhat to bear, and hence the same hairs of the Levites are commanded to be shaven, not to be plucked out, for the roots still remain in the flesh to the shaven hairs, and grow again to be again cut off, and that while we are to use great diligence in cutting off all rank thoughts, yet they never can be wholly and entirely cut off. For the flesh is ever engendering a rank produce, which the spirit should ever be cutting away with the knife of heedfulness. Yet it is then that we see these things with more exactness, when we penetrate into the heights of contemplation. And hence it is rightly said, "Whilst the spirit passed before my face, the hair of my flesh stood up." For when the human mind is lifted up on the tower of contemplation, it the more cruelly torments itself for its superfluities, in proportion as it perceives that which it loves to be infinitely refined. And when it beholds that beautiful being which it longs for, above its own height, it severely judges everything infirm in itself, which it bore with tranquillity before. Therefore, when the spirit passeth by, the hairs quake, and that before the power of compunction all rank thoughts flee away, that naught that is loose, naught that is dissipated, any longer gives pleasure, for severity of inward visitings kindles the inspired soul even against its own self. And when that which rises up in the heart of an unlawful kind is cut away with unintermitted strictness, it very often happens that the invigorated soul enters into its ray of contemplation with a somewhat larger range, and almost arrests the spirit which was passing by. Yet does not this same lingering of contemplation fully discover the force of the divine nature, for its vastness transcends all human powers, thus enlarged and elevated. And hence it is well added, verse 16, "There stood a certain one, but I could not discern the form thereof." For we do not speak of a certain one, saving surely in the case of him whom we are either unwilling or unable to express. Now with what feeling it is here said a certain one is clearly set forth, and that it immediately comes in, but I could not discern the form thereof. For the human soul, being by the sin of the first of mankind banished from the joys of paradise, lost the light of the invisible, and poured itself out entire in the love of the visible, and was darkened in the interior sight, in proportion as it was dissipated without to the deformment of itself, whence it comes to pass that it knows nothing, saving the things that it acquaints itself with by the palpable touch, so to say, of the bodily eyes. For man who, had he been willing to have kept the commandment, would even in his flesh have been a spiritual being, by sinning was rendered even in soul carnal, so as to imagine such things only as he derives to the soul through the images of bodily substances. For body is the property of heaven, earth, water, animals, and all visible things, which he unceasingly beholds. And while the delighted mind wholly precipitates itself into these, it waxes gross, loses the fineness of the inward sense, and whereas it is now no longer able to erect itself to things on high, it willingly lies prostrate in its weaknesses and things below. But when with marvelous efforts it strives to rise up from the same, it is great indeed, for the soul, thrusting aside the bodily form, is brought to the knowledge of itself, so as to think of itself without a bodily figure. and by thus thinking of itself to prepare itself a pathway to contemplate the substance of eternity. Now in this way it shows itself to its own eyes as a kind of ladder, whereby in ascending from outward things to pass into itself, and from itself to tend unto its Maker. For when the mind quits bodily images, entering into itself, it mounts up to no mean height. For though the soul be incorporeal, yet because she is incorporate with the body, she is known by that property of hers, which is confined within the local bounds of the flesh. And whereas she forgets things known, acquaints herself with such as are unknown, remembers what has been consigned to oblivion, entertains mirth after sadness, is adjudged to punishment after joy. She herself shows by her own diversity in herself how widely she is removed from the substance of eternal unchangeableness, which is always the same, even as it is, which everywhere present, everywhere invisible, everywhere whole and entire, everywhere incomprehensible, is by the longing mind discerned without seeing, heard without uncertainty, taken in without motion, touched without bodily substance, held without locality. Now when the mind that is used to corporal objects represents to itself this same substance, it is loaded with the phantasms of diverse images. And whilst it banishes these from the eyes of its attention with the hand of discernment, making everything give place thereto, it at last beholds it in some degree. And if it does not as yet apprehend what it is, it has surely learnt what it is not. And so because the mind is carried away into unaccustomed ground, when it pries into the essence of the deity, it is rightly said here, a certain one stood, and I could not discern the form thereof. And it is well said, it stood still. For every created thing, in that it is made out of nothing, and of itself tends to nothing, has not the property to stand, but to run to an end. But a creature endowed with reason, by this very circumstance, that it is created after the image of its Maker, is fixed that it should not pass into nothing. Now no irrational creature is ever fixed, but only so long as, by the service of its appearing, it is completing the form and fashion of the universe. It is delayed in passing away, for though heaven and earth abide henceforth and forever, still they are at this present time of themselves, hastening on to naught. Yet for the use of those whom they serve, they remain to be changed for the better. To stand, then, is the attribute of the Creator alone, through whom all things pass away, himself never passing away, and in whom some things are held fast, that they should not pass away. Hence our Redeemer, because the fixed state of his divine nature could not be comprehended by the human mind, showed this to us, as it were, in passing, by coming to us, by being created, born, dead, buried, by rising again and returning to the heavenly realms, which he well shadowed out in the gospel by the enlightening the blind man, to whom when passing on he vouchsafed a hearing, but it was standing still that he healed his eyes. For by the economy of his human nature he had his passing on, but the standing by the power of his divine nature, in that he is everywhere present. Thus the Lord is said to hear the complaints of our blind condition in passing, and that being made man he had compassion on human misery. But he restores light to the eyes standing still, in that he enlightens the darkness of our frail state by the efficacy of his divine nature. It is well, then, that, after it has been said, then a spirit passed before my face, it should be added, but I could not discern the form thereof. As if it were in plain words, him whom I perceived in passing, I discovered never to pass. He then that passes is the same as he that stands still. He passes in that when known he cannot be detained. He stands still in that so far as he is known, he is seen to be unchangeable. Therefore, because he that is ever the same is seen by a hasty glance, God at the same time appears both passing and standing still. Or surely his standing is his never varying with any change, as it is said to Moses, I am that I am. And as James represents him, saying, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Now whereas every man that apprehends something of the eternal being by contemplation beholds the same through his co-eternal image, it is rightly subjoined, an image was before mine eyes. End of Book 5, Section 7. Book 5, Section 8. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For the image of the Father is the Son, as Moses teaches in the case of man at his creation. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. And as the wise man, in the setting forth of wisdom, saith concerning the same Son, for she is the brightness of the everlasting light. And as Paul hath it, who being the brightness of his glory, the express image of his person. When then his eternity is perceived, as far as the capability of our frail nature admits, his image is set before the eyes of the mind, in that when we really strain towards the Father, as far as we receive him, we see him by his image, i.e. by his Son, and by that image which was born of himself without beginning, we strive in some sort to obtain a glimpse of him, who hath neither beginning nor ending, and hence this same truth saith in the Gospel, no man cometh to the Father but by me. And it is well added, and I heard the voice as if it were of a light breath. For what is signified by the voice of a light breath, but the knowledge of the Holy Spirit, which proceeding from the Father, and receiving of that which belongeth to the Son, is gently imparted to the knowledge of our frail nature. Yet when it came upon the apostles, it is demonstrated by an outward sound, like a vehement blast, where it is said, and suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a mighty rushing wind. And when the Holy Spirit imparts itself to the knowledge of frail humanity, it is both represented by the sound of a rushing mighty wind, and also by the voice of a gentle breath. Clearly, in that when it comes, it is both vehement and gentle in that it tempers the knowledge of itself to our perceptions, so as to be in some sort brought under our cognizance. Vehement in that, however, it may temper that same, yet by its coming it confounds while it illuminates the darkness of our frail condition. For it touches us but lightly by its enlightening influence, yet it shakes our emptiness with fearful might. So God's voice is heard as if of a light breath, in that the divine being never imparts himself as he is to those that contemplate him while still in this life, but to the purblind eyes of our mind he discovers his brightness but scantily, which is well represented by that very receiving of the law itself, when it is said that Moses ascended, and God descended upon the mount. For the mount is our very contemplation itself, whereunto we ascend, that we may be elevated to see those things which are beyond our frail nature. But the Lord descends thereupon, in that when we advance much, he discloses some little concerning himself to our perceptions, if either little or somewhat can be said to be in him, who, being always one and abiding the same, cannot be understood by parts, and yet is said to be participated by his faithful servants, whereas part is no wise admissible in his substance, but because we are unable to express him with perfect speech, being hindered by the scanty measure of our human nature, as by the impotency of the infant state, we give back an echo of him in some sort with stammering utterance. But what then we are lifted up in high contemplation, it is somewhat refined that we attain unto the knowledge of the Eternal One, is shown by the words of sacred story, when the illustrious prophet Elijah is instructed in the knowledge of God. For when the Lord promised him that he would pass by before him, saying, And behold, the Lord passeth by, a great and strong wind, rending the mountains, and breaking in pieces the rocks before the Lord. He thereupon added, But the Lord is not in the wind. And after the wind a quaking, but the Lord is not in the quaking. And after the quaking a fire, but the Lord is not in the fire. And after the fire a still small voice. For the wind before the Lord overturns the mountains, and shatters the rocks. In that the affright which rushes in upon us from his coming, both casts down the exaltation of our hearts, and melts their hardness. But the Lord is said not to be in the wind of quaking, and in the fire, but it is not denied that he is in the still small voice, and that verily, when the mind is hung aloft in the height of contemplation, whatever it has power to see perfectly and completely is not God, but when it sees something of great fineness, this is the same as that he hears belonging to the incomprehensible substance of the deity. For we, as it were, perceive a still small voice, when by a moment's contemplation we taste with finest sense the savor of incomprehensible truth. Accordingly then, only is there truth in what we know concerning God, when we are made sensible that we cannot know anything fully concerning him. Hence it is well added in that place, and it was so when Elijah heard it, that he wrapped his face in his mantle, and went out and stood at the entering in of the cave. After the still small voice, the prophet covers his face with his mantle, because in that very refined contemplation he learns in what a cloak of ignorance man is shrouded. For to draw the mantle over the face is to veil the mind by the consideration of its own infirmity, that it may never presume to seek things above it, and that it never rashly open the eyes of the understanding beyond itself, but close them with a feeling of awe to that which it cannot apprehend. And he, in doing such things, is described to have stood at the entering in of the cave. For what is our cave but this dwelling place of our corrupt nature, wherein we are still held fast from remaining oldness? But when we begin to take in something of the knowledge of the divine being, we, as it were, already stand in the entering in of the cave. For as we cannot make perfect progress, yet panting after the knowledge of the truth, we already catch something of the breadth of liberty. So to stand at the entering in of the cave is forcing aside the obstruction of our corrupt nature, to begin to issue forth to the knowledge of the truth. And hence upon the cloud descending on the tabernacle, the Israelites, seeing it afar off, are related to have stood at the entering in of their tents, in that they who in some sort behold the coming of the deity, as it were, already issue forth from their habitation of the flesh. Therefore, because with whatever amplitude of virtue the human mind may have enlarged its compass, yet it scarcely knows the very outmost extremes that belong to the interior things. It is rightly said here, and I heard a voice as of a light breath. But as at the same time that the knowledge of the deity shows us after all but little concerning itself, it is perfectly instructing the ignorance of our infirmness. Let him that heard the voice of a light breath declare all that he learnt by the same hearing. It goes on, verse 17, Shall mortal man be more just than God? Shall a man be more pure than his Maker? Human righteousness compared with the righteousness of God is unrighteousness. For even a candle is seen to shine bright in the dark, but being set in the ray of the sun, its light is darkened. What then did Eliphaz learn when he was transported in contemplation, saving that man cannot be justified in comparison with God? For we believe that what we do outwardly is righteous, but when we never at all acquaint ourselves with the things of the interior, we are, as it were, blind, whilst set in the ray of the sun. But when we, little as we can, discern the one, it is not a little that we judge the others, and that a man judges the darkness more exactly, in proportion as the brightness of light is more truly manifested to him. For he that seeth light knoweth what to account of the darkness, as he that is ignorant of the whiteness of light lets pass even dark objects for light ones. And it is rightly added, Shall a man be more pure than his Maker? For whoso murmurs at the stroke, what does he but charge the justice of the striker? Thus a man accounts himself more pure than his Maker, if he stirs complaint against the scourge, and without doubt he makes him give place to himself, whose judgment he blames in the case of his own affliction. Thus that man may never dare charge his judge with offense. Let him humbly bethink himself that he is the author of nature, for he that with marvelous skill made man out of nothing does not pitilessly afflict him that he has made, which Eliphaz then learnt when he heard the voice, as it were, of a light breath. For by the contemplation of the greatness of God, we learn how humbly we should abase ourselves with fear under his visitation. And he that hath a taste of things below bears with resignation all events below, in that he perfectly sees within, whereat he should reckon that which he does without. For he miscounts himself righteous, who knows not the rule of the supreme righteousness. And it often happens that a piece of wood is counted straight, if it be not applied to the rule. But so soon as it is put thereto, we discover the degree of distortion wherewith it swells out, in that truly the straight line cuts off and condemns that, which the cheated eye approved as good. Thus Eliphaz, in that he beheld things above, delivered a strict judgment on all below. And though it was not rightly he reproved blessed Job, yet by comparison with the Creator of all things, he rightly describes the measure of the creature, saying, verses 18 and 19, Behold, his servants are not steadfast, and in his angels he found folly. How much more in them that dwell in the houses of clay, whose foundation is in the dust, which shall be consumed as by the moth. Though the angelic nature, by being fixed in contemplation of the Creator, remains unchangeable in its own state, yet hereby, that it is a created thing, it admits in itself the variableness of change. Now to be changed is to go from one thing to another, and to be without stability in oneself. For every single being tends to some other thing by steps, as many in number as it is subject to motions of change. And it is only the incomprehensible nature which knows not to be moved from its fixed state, in that it knows not to be changed from this, that it is always the same. For if the essence of the angels had been strange to the motion of change, being created well by its Maker, it would never have fallen in the case of reprobate spirits from the power of its blessed state. But Almighty God, in a marvelous manner, framed the nature of the highest spiritual existences good, yet at the same time capable of change, that both they that refused to remain might meet with ruin, and they that continued in their own state of creation might henceforth be established therein more worthily in proportion as it was owing to their own choice, and become so much the more meritorious in God's sight, as they had stayed the motion of their mutability by the establishing of the will, whereas then this very angelic nature too is in itself mutable, which same mutability it has hereby overcome, in that it is bound by the chains of love to him who is ever the same. It is now rightly said, Behold, his servants are not steadfast. And there is forthwith added a proof of this same mutability, in that it is brought in from the case of the apostate spirits, and in his angels he found folly. And from the fall of these he rightly draws the consideration of human frailty, when he appeals thereto. How much more in them that dwell in the houses of clay, whose foundation is earthly, which shall be consumed as by the moth? For we inhabit houses of clay, in that we subsist in earthly bodies, which Paul considering saith, But we have this treasure in earthen vessels. And again, for we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands. An earthly foundation, too, is the substance of the flesh, which the psalmist had earnestly contemplated in himself, when he said, My bones are not hid from thee, which thou madest in secret, and my substance is in the lower parts of the earth. Now the moth springs from the garment, and its production destroys that very garment whereupon it is produced. And the flesh is as a kind of garment to the soul, But this same garment has withal its moth, in that from itself there arises carnal temptation, whereby it is rent and torn. For our garment is, as it were, consumed by a kind of moth of its own, in that the corruptible flesh engenders temptation, and by this is brought to destruction. Man is consumed as if by a moth, in that he has arising from himself that whereby he is to be broken in pieces, as though it were, in plain words, if those spirits cannot be of themselves unchangeable, which are kept down by no infirmity of the flesh, by what inconceivable temerity do men account themselves to hold on steadfastly in good, who wherein they have their understanding elevated them on high, have the clog of carnal frailty, acting as an impediment to them, so that through the evil of a corrupting tendency they contain a cause in themselves, whence they turn old from the interior newness. The holy doctors may likewise be understood by the angels, according as it is said by the prophet, for the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the angel of the Lord of hosts. With whatever degree of virtue these may shine, they can never be altogether without sin, so long as they are engaged in the journey of this life, in that their step is doubtlessly brought into contact either with the mire of unlawful practice or with the dust of the thought of the heart. Now they dwell in houses of clay, who rejoice in this ensnaring life of the flesh. Paul had been brought to condemn the inhabiting this house of clay, when he said, "But our conversation is in heaven." Let him say then, "Behold, his servants are not steadfast, and in his angels he hath found folly. How much more in them that dwell in houses of clay, whose foundation is in the dust, which are consumed as by the moth?" As if he had said in plain words, if the pathway of this present life cannot be passed through without defilement by those who, proclaiming the things of eternity, gird themselves up to encounter those of time, what evils do they undergo, who rejoice to be plunged in the delights of the fleshly habitation? For his servants are not steadfast. For when the mind strains towards things on high, it is dissipated by the conceits of its own flesh, so that oftentimes, whilst the mind pants after the things of the interior, while it looks at heavenly objects alone, smitten by a momentary carnal delight, it lies low, severed from itself, and he that felt joy that he had surmounted the hindrances of his frailty, prostrated by an unexpected wound, is only filled with woe. Perverseness then is found even in his angels, so long as those very men who proclaim his truth, the surprisals of a deceitful life, do at times lie heavy on. So then, if even those are smitten by the wickedness of this world, whom a holy purpose presents erect against the same, with what strokes are they not pierced, whom nothing less than delight in their frailty brings to the ground before its darts? And these are well described to be consumed, as it were, with a moth. For a moth does mischief, and makes no sound. So the minds of the wicked, in that they neglect to take account of their own losses, lose their soundness, as it were, without knowing it. For they are losing innocency from the heart, truth from the lips, continency from the flesh, and in the course of time, life from the sum of their age. But they see not one whit that they are unceasingly letting go these same, and that they are busied with all their heart in temporal concerns. Thus they are consumed, as it were, with a moth, in that they suffer the canker of sin without sound, whilst they remain ignorant what losses in life and innocency of heart they are undergoing. Hence it is well added, verse 20, "They shall be cut off from morning to evening." For the sinner is cut off from morning to evening, and that from the beginning of his life to the end thereof, he is ever getting wounded by the commission of sin. For the reprobate, by increase in wickedness, are at all times redoubling blows upon themselves, cut off by which they may fall headlong into the pit. And it is well said of them by the psalmist, "Bloody and deceitful men shall not have their days." But to have our days is to part off the time of our life misspent in pleasure. for the purpose of penitential mourning, and in parting off to recover the same to a good use. But the wicked never have their days, in that not even in the end of their time do they change their forwardness of heart. Contrary whereunto Paul rightly exhorts, saying, redeeming the time, because the days are evil. For we redeem the time, when by tears we recover our past life, which by writing we had lost. It goes on. End of Book 5, Section 8. Book 5, Section 9. Of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory I. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And because none understandeth, they perish forever. That is to say, none of those who shall be cut off from morning until evening. None understandeth, whether of those that perish, or of those that follow the lost ways of the perishing. Whence it is elsewhere written, the righteous perish, and no man layeth it to heart, and merciful men are taken away, none considering. Thus, whereas the wicked are set upon temporal things alone, and are unconcerned to learn what blessings are in store for the elect and everlasting, while they look to the affliction of the just, but never learn what is the recompense of that affliction, they put forth the foot of their conversation into the pit, for they willingly shut their eyes to the light of understanding, for being decoyed by foolish pleasures, whilst for objects which they see they entertain an affection, which belongs to time. Being meanwhile strangers to them, they never see whereunto they are hurrying for all eternity. It is possible, too, that by the morning may be denoted the prosperous fortune of this world, and by the evening the adverse fortune thereof. So then the wicked are cut off from morning to evening, and that by running riot through prosperity they are brought to ruin, and being made impatient by adversity, they are lifted up to madness. These would never be cut off from morning to evening by sin, if they either took prosperity for the slave or adversity for the knife to the sore. But for as much as the assemblage of the human race is never forsaken, that the whole is let to go to destruction, there be some that look down upon the enjoyments of the present life, even when they are present, consider that they are transient, and in the love of the eternal world tread them under foot. And while they set the step of judgment on this first stage, they mount with invigorated soul to a loftier height, so that they not only condemn all temporal things, for that they must be quickly parted with, but have no desire to attach themselves thereto, even if they might last forever. And they withdraw their love from the things created in beauty, because they stretch forth by the steps of the heart toward the Father of all beauty himself. And there are some that love the good things of the present life, yet never in any wise attain unto them, who pant after temporal blessings with all their heart's desire, who covet the glory of the world, yet never can make themselves master thereof. For these, so to speak, the hearts draw them on to seek the world. The world drives them back to search out the heart. For it often chances that, being bruised by those very adversaries which they suffer, they are brought back to reason. And returning back unto themselves, they consider how little there is in that, which they are seeking after, and forthwith betake themselves to weeping for the foolishness of their desire, and conceive the stronger yearnings for eternal things, in proportion to the folly in which they grieve that they once spent themselves for those of time. Hence the wicked having been described, it is well added, verse 21, but they that have been left shall be taken away from among them. Whom else do we understand by the left, but all the despised of this world, whom whilst the present life chooses not for any use of honor, it leaves as being the least and most worthless. But the Lord is said to take away those that are left of the world, and that he condescends to make choice of the despised of this life, as Paul bears witness, saying, not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble or called, but God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things that are mighty. which is well represented in the book of the Kings by the Egyptian servant fainting in the way, whom the Amalekite abandons taken sick upon the journey. But David finds, refreshes with food, and makes the guide of his route. He pursues the Amalekite, finds him feasting, and utterly destroys him. For what does it mean that the Egyptian servant of the Amalekite turns faint upon the journey, but that the lover of this present world, covered with the blackness of his sins, is often abandoned in weakness and contempt by the same world, so that he is no longer able to run therewith, but being broken down by adversity, grows helpless. But David finds him, in that our Redeemer, who is in a true sense strong of hand, sometimes turns to the love of himself those whom he finds despised as to the glory of the world, in that he refreshes them with the knowledge of the word. He chooses him the guide of his way, in that he makes him even the preacher of himself. And he that had no power to follow the Amalekite becomes the guide of David, in that he whom the world forsook as worthless, not only when converted entertains the Lord in his affections, but by preaching him brings him home even to the hearts of others. And with this same guide, David discovers and annihilates the Amalekite as he feasted, in that Christ breaks up the joy of the world by those very men as preachers, whom that world scorned to have for its companions. Therefore, because it very often happens that those whom the world abandons are chosen of the Lord, it is rightly said in this place, those that may have been left shall be taken from amongst them. It proceeds, they shall die, even without wisdom. How is it that he is set forth above the death of the wicked, saying, because none understandeth, they shall perish forever? And concerning the elect of God, thereupon subjoined, and they that have been left shall be taken away from among them. Yet forthwith adds that which cannot accord with those elect ones, saying, they shall die even without wisdom. For if they be taken away from among the wicked by the hand of God, how are they said to die without wisdom? Why, doubtless it is the fashion of Holy Writ, in relating anything, after inserting a sentence that concerns another case, to return straightway to its former subject. Thus, after he had said, and because there is none that understandeth, they shall perish forever, he immediately brought in the lot of the elect, saying, but they that have been left shall be taken away from among them. And again directing the eye of his meaning to that destruction of the wicked, which he had foretold, he suddenly subjoined, they shall die even without wisdom, as if he said, those of whom I said that, not understanding they should perish forever, will assuredly die without wisdom. But we shall the better show that this is at times the way with Holy Writ, if we produce therefrom a similar instance to this. For when Paul the Apostle was counseling his beloved disciple for the settling the offices of the church, that he might not by chance without due order promote any to holy orders, he said, lay hands suddenly on no man, neither be partaker of other men's sins. Keep thyself pure, and forthwith, directing his words to his bodily infirmities, he says, drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake, and for thine often infirmities. And he immediately subjoins, some men's sins are open beforehand, going before to judgment, and some men they follow after. What connection then has that, which he added concerning the sins of different men, being hidden and manifest, with this, that he forbade him in his weak health to drink water, but that after the insertion of a clause concerning his weakness of health, he came back again at the end to that which he had said before. Lay hands suddenly on no man, neither be partaker of other men's sins. For in order to show with what anxious heed these same sins are to be inquired into, after introducing a charge to prudence directed against the annoyance of bad health, he straightway put in, that in some men they lay exposed to view, in some hidden from sight, saying, some men's sins are open beforehand, going before to judgment, and some men they follow after. As then in this sentence Paul does not chime in with these same words, to which, speaking of the weakness of Timothy's health, he subjoined it, but he has returned to that which he made mention of before, after an interruption. So when in this place Eliphaz said concerning the elect, "They that have been left shall be taken from among them," by subjoining thereupon, "They die even without wisdom," he therefore recurs to that which he delivered concerning the wicked, saying, "Because none understandeth, they shall perish for ever." Now it is for this reason that the wicked look down upon the elect, because they are going toward a life that is invisible through a death that is visible, of whom it is well said in this place, "They die even without wisdom." For though it were said in plain words, they equally indeed eschew death and wisdom they wholly get quit of, but they do not escape the snares of death, and whereas doomed as they are to die one day, they might in dying have received life. While they dread the death which will most surely come, they part both with life and wisdom together. But on the other hand, the righteous die in wisdom, for that death which they cannot wholly avoid, when it threatens them for the sake of truth, they refuse to put off to a latter day, and whilst they undergo the same with resignation, they turn the punishment of their race into an instrument of virtue, that life may be received back from the same quarter, whence for the deserts of the first sin it is forced to its end. But because Eliphaz delivered these things with a true meaning against the wicked, in accounting blessed Job to be worthy of blame, he puffed himself up in pride of wisdom. And hence, after declarations so good and righteous, he subjoins words of mocking, and says, chapter 5, verse 1, "Call now, if there be any that will answer thee. For Almighty God often passes by the prayer of that man in his trouble, who slights his precepts in the season of rest. Hence it is written, He that turneth away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be an abomination." Now for us to call is to beseech God with humble prayer, but for God to answer is to vouchsafe an accomplishment to our prayers. And so he says, "Call now, if any will answer thee," as though he said in plain words, however thou mayest cry in thy distress, thou hast not God answering for thee, and that the voice in tribulation findeth not him, whom the mind of tranquility disregarded. Where he adds in yet further derision, "And turn thee to some one of the saints," as though he said in scorn, "The saints too thou canst never obtain for abettors in thy distress, whom thou wouldest not have for companions in thy mirth." And after this mocking he forthwith adds the sentence, saying, verse 2, "For wrath killeth the foolish man, and envy slayeth the silly man," which same verse would have been true had it not been delivered against the patience of so great a man. Let us weigh well the thing that he said, though it be made to recoil by the virtue of his hearer, that we may show how right the matter is which is put forth, if it were not unjustly put forth against blessed Job, since it is written, "But thou, Lord, judgest with tranquility." We must above all things know that as often as we restrain the turbulent motions of the mind under the virtue of mildness, we are essaying to return to the likeness of our Creator. For when the peace of the mind is lashed with anger, torn and rent, as it were, it is thrown into confusion, so that it is not in harmony with itself, and loses the force of the inward likeness. Let us consider how great the sin of anger is, by which, while we part with mildness, the likeness of the image of the Most High is spoilt. By anger wisdom is parted with, so that we are left wholly in ignorance what to do, and in what order to do it. As it is written, "Anger resteth in the bosom of a fool," in this way that it withdraws the light of understanding, while by agitating it troubles the mind. By anger life is lost, even though wisdom seem to be retained. As it is written, "Anger destroyeth even the wise." For in truth the mind, being in a state of confusion, never puts it in execution, even if it has power to discern anything with good judgment. By anger righteousness is abandoned. As it is written, "The wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God." For whereas the agitated mind works up to harshness the decision of its reasoning faculty, all that rage suggests it accounts to be right. By anger, all the kindliness of social life is lost. As it is written, be not the companion of an angry man, lest thou learn his ways, and get a snare to thy soul. And the same writer, who can dwell with a man whose spirit is ready to wrath? For he that does not regulate his feelings by the reason that is proper to man must needs live alone like a beast. By anger harmony is interpreted. As it is written, a wrathful man stirreth up strife, and an angry man diggeth up sins. For an angry man diggeth up sins, since even bad men whom he rashly provokes to strife, he makes worse than they were. By anger the light of truth is lost. As it is written, let not the sun go down upon your wrath. For when wrath brings into the mind the darkness of perturbation, God hides therefrom the ray of the knowledge of himself. By anger the brightness of the Holy Spirit is shut out. Contrary whereunto, it is written according to the old translation, upon whom shall my spirit rest, saving upon him that is humble and peaceful, and that trembleth at my words. For when he mentioned the humble man, he forthwith subjoined the word peaceful. If then anger steals away peace of mind, it shuts its dwelling place against the Holy Spirit, and the soul being left void by its departure is immediately carried into open frenzy, and is scattered away to the very surface from the inmost foundation of the thoughts. For the heart that is inflamed with the stings of its own anger beats quickly, the body trembles, the tongue stammers, the countenance takes fire, the eyes grow fierce, and they that are well known are not recognized. With the mouth indeed he shapes a sound, but the understanding knows nothing what it says. Wherein then is he removed from brain-struck persons, who is not conscious of his own doings? Whence it very often comes to pass that anger springs forth even to the hands, and as reason is gone the further, it lifts itself up the bolder, and the mind has no strength to keep itself in, for that it is made over into the power of another, and frenzy employs the limbs without in dealing blows, in proportion as it holds captive within the very mind. That is the mistress of the limbs, but sometimes it does not put out the hands, but it turns the tongue into a dart of cursing, for it implores with entreaty for a brother's destruction, and demands of God to do that, which the wicked man himself is either afraid or ashamed to do. And it comes to pass that both by wish and words he commits a murder, even when he forbears the hurting of his neighbor with his hands. Sometimes when the mind is disturbed, anger, as if in judgment, commands silence, and in proportion as it does not vent itself outward by the lips, inwardly it burns the worse. So the angry man withholds from converse with his neighbor, and in saying nothing, says how he abhors him. And sometimes this rigorness of silence is used in the economy of discipline, and only if the rule of discretion be diligently retained in the interior. But sometimes, whilst the incensed mind forgoes the wonted converse, in the progress of time it is wholly severed from the love of our neighbor, and sharper stings arise to the mind, and occasions too spring up which abrogate her irritation, and the mote in the eye of the angry man is turned into a beam, whilst anger is changed into hatred. It often happens that the anger which is pent up within the heart from silence burns the more fierce, and silently frames clamorous speeches, presents to itself words, by which to have its wrath exasperated, and as if set in judgment on the case, answers in exasperation exceeding cruelty, as Solomon implies in few words, saying, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. And thus it is brought to pass that the troubled spirit finds louder riot in its silence, and the flame of pent-up anger preys upon it the more grievously. Hence a certain wise man said well before us, the thoughts of the angry man are a generation of vipers. They devour the mind which is their mother. But we are to know that there be some whom anger is somewhat prompt and inflaming, but quickly leaves them, while there are others whom it is slow in exciting, but the longer in retaining possession of. For some, like kindled reeds, while they clamor with their voices, give out something like a crackle at their kindling. Those indeed speedily rise into a flame, but when they forthwith cool down into their ashes, whilst others, like the heavier and harder kinds of wood, are slow in taking fire, but being once kindled, are with difficulty put out, and as they slowly stir themselves into heat of passion, retain the longer the fire of their rage. Others again, and their conduct is the worst, are both quick in catching the flames of anger, and slow in letting them go. Others both catch them slowly, and part with them quickly. In which same four sorts, the reader sees clearly that the last rather than the first approaches to the excellence of peace of mind. And in evil the third is worse than the second. But what good does it do to declare how anger usurps possession of the mind, if we neglect to set forth at the same time how it should be checked? For there are two ways whereupon anger being broken comes to relax its hold upon the mind. The first method is that the heedful mind, before it begins to do anything, set before itself all the insults which it is liable to undergo, so that by thinking on the opprobrious treatment of its Redeemer, it may brace itself to meet with contradiction, which same on coming it receives with the greater courage, in proportion as by foresight it armed itself the more heedfully. For he that is caught by adversity unprovided for it is as if he were found by his enemy sleeping, and his foe dispatches him the sooner, that he stabs one who offers no resistance. For he that forecasts impending ills in the spirit of earnest heedfulness, as it were watching an ambush, awaits the assault of his enemy, and he arrays himself in strength for the victory in the very point wherein he was expected to be caught in entire ignorance. Therefore, before the outset of any action, the mind ought to forecast all contraries, and that with anxious heed, that by taking account of these at all times, and being at all times armed against them with the breastplate of patience, it may both in foresight obtain the mastery, whatever may take place, and whatever may not take place, it may account gain. But the second method of persevering mildness is that when we regard the transgressions of others, we have an eye to our own offenses, by which we have done wrong in the case of others. For our own frailty being considered makes excuse for the ills done by us by others, since that man bears with patience an injury that is offered him, who with right feeling remembers that perchance there may still be somewhat in which he himself has need to be borne with. And it is as if fire were extinguished with water, when upon rage rising up in the mind, each person recalls his own misdoings to his recollection, for he is ashamed not to spare offenses, who recollects that he has himself often committed offenses, whether against God or against his neighbor, which need to be spared. But herein we must bear in mind, with nice discernment, that the anger which hastiness of temper stirs is one thing, and that which zeal gives its character to is another. The first is engendered of evil, the second of good. For if there was no anger originating in virtue, Phineas would have never allayed by the fierceness of God's visitation by his sword. Because Eli lacked such anger, he quickened against himself the stirrings of the vengeance of the Most High to an implacable force. For in proportion as he was lukewarm towards the evil practices of those under his charge, the severity of the eternal ruler waxed hot against himself. Of this it is said by the psalmist, "Be ye angry and sin not," which doubtless they fail to interpret aright, who would only have us angry with ourselves, and not with others likewise when they sin. For if we are bidden to love our neighbors as ourselves, it follows that we should be as angry with the erring ways as with our own evil practices. Of this it is said by Solomon, "Anger is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better." Of this the psalmist saith again, "Mine eye is disturbed because of anger." For anger that comes of evil blinds the eye of the mind, but anger that comes from zeal disturbs it, since necessarily in whatever degree he is moved by a jealousy of virtue, the world of contemplation, which cannot be known saving by a heart in tranquillity, is broken up. For zeal for the cause of virtue in itself, in that it fills the mind with disquietude and agitation, presently bedims the eye thereof, so that in its troubled state it can no longer see those objects far up above, which aforetime clearly beheld in a state of tranquillity, but it is brought back on high with a more penetrating ken by the same means, whereby it is thrown back for a while so as to be incapable of seeing. For the same jealousy in behalf of what is right, after a short space, opens wider the scenes of eternity in a state of tranquillity, which in the mean season it closes from the effects of perturbation, and from the same quarter whence the mind is confounded so as to prevent its seeing, it gains ground, so as to be made clear for seeing in a more genuine way. Just as when ointment is applied to a diseased eye, light is wholly withheld, but after a little space it recovers this in truth and reality by the same means, by which it lost the same for its healing. But to perturbation, contemplation is never joined, nor is the mind, when disturbed, enabled to behold that which even when in a tranquil state it scarcely has power to gaze on. For neither is the sun's rays discerned when driving clouds cover the face of the heavens, nor does a troubled fountain give back the image of the beholder, which when calm it shows with a proper likeness. For in proportion as the water thereof quivers, it bedims the appearance of a likeness within it. But when the spirit is stirred by zeal, it is needful to take good heed, that that same anger which we adopt as an instrument of virtue never gain dominion over the mind, nor take the lead as mistress, but like a handmaid, prompt to render service, never depart from following in the rear of reason. For it is then lifted up more vigorously against evil, when it does service in subjection to reason, since how much soever our anger may originate in zeal for the right, if from being in excess it has mastered our minds, it thereupon scorns to pay obedience to reason, and spreads itself the more shamelessly in proportion as it takes the evil of a hot temper for a good quality, whence it is necessary that he who is influenced by zeal for right should above all things look to this, that his anger should never overleap the mind's control, but in avenging sin, looking to the time and the manner, should check the rising agitation of his mind, by regulating it with nicety of skill, should restrain heat of temper, and control his passionate emotions in subjection to the rule of iniquity, that the punisher of another man may be made more just, in proportion as he has first proved the conqueror of himself, so that he should correct the faults of transgressors in such a way that he that corrects should himself first make advancement by self-restraint, and pass judgment on his own vehemency in getting above it, lest by being immoderately stirred by his very zeal for right, he go far astray from the right. But as we have said, forasmuch as even a commendable journey for virtue troubles the eye of the mind, it is rightly said in this place, for wrath killeth the foolish man, as if it were in plain terms, anger from zeal disturbs the wise, but anger from sin destroys the fool. For the first is kept under control of reason, but the other lords over the prostrate mind in opposition to reason. And it is well added, and envy slayeth the little one. For it is impossible for us to envy but those whom we think to be better than ourselves in some respect. And so he is a little one who is slain by jealousy, for he bears witness against his very own self, that he is less than him by envy of whom he is tormented. It is hence that our crafty foe, in envying of the first man, despoiled him, and that having lost his estate of bliss, he knew himself to be inferior to his immortality. It is hence that Cain was brought down to commit the murder of his brother, and that when his sacrifice was disregarded, he was maddened that he whose offering God accepted was preferred to himself, and whose being better than himself was his aversion, he cut off, that he might not be at all. Hence Esau was fired to the persecution of his brother, for the blessing of the firstborn being lost, which, for that matter, he had himself parted with for a mess of pottage, he bewailed his inferiority to him, whom he surpassed by his birth. Hence his own brethren sold Joseph to Ishmaelites that were passing by, and then upon the mystery of the revelation being disclosed, they set themselves to resist his advancement, that he might never become superior to themselves. Hence Saul persecutes his servant David by throwing a lance at him, for he dreaded that man growing beyond his own measure, whom he perceived to be daily waxing bigger by his great achievements in the virtues. Thus he is a little one who is slain by envy, and that except he himself proved less, he would not grieve for the goodness of another. But herein we must bear in mind that though in every evil thing that is done, the venom of our old enemy is infused into the heart of man, yet in this wickedness the serpent stirs his whole bowels, and discharges the bane of spite, fitted to enter deep into the mind, of whom also it is written, Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world. For when the foul sore of envy corrupts the vanquished heart, the very exterior itself shows how forcibly the mind is urged by madness. For paleness seizes the complexion, the eyes are weighed down, the spirit is inflamed, while the limbs are chilled, there is frenzy in the heart, there is gnashing with the teeth, and while the growing hate is buried in the depths of the heart, the pent wound works into the conscience with a blind grief. Not of its own that is prosperous gives satisfaction, and that a self-inflicted pain wounds the pining spirit, which is racked by the prosperity of another, and in proportion as the structure of another's works is reared on high, the foundations of the jealous mind are deeper undermined, that in proportion as others hasten on toward to better things, his own ruin should be the worse, by which same downfall even that is brought to the ground, which was believed to have been raised in other doings with perfect workmanship. For when envy has made the mind corrupt, it consumes all that it may have found done aright. Whence it is well said by Solomon, A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. For what is denoted by the flesh, saving weak and tender things, and what by the bones, saving strong deeds? And it is most common that some with real innocency of heart should appear to be weak in some points of their practice, whilst some now perform deeds of strength before the eyes of men, but yet towards the excellences of others they are inwardly consumed with the plague of envy. And so it is well said, A sound heart is the life of the flesh, in that where inward innocency is preserved, even if there be some points weak without, yet they are sometime made strong and fast. And it is rightly added, But envy the rottenness of the bones, for by the bad quality of envy, even strong deeds of virtue go for naught before the eyes of God, since the rotting of the bones from envy is the spoiling of the strong things even. But why do we say such things concerning envy, unless we likewise point out in what manner it may be rooted out? For it is a hard thing for one man not to envy another that which he earnestly desires to obtain, since whatever we receive, that is of time, becomes less to each in proportion as there are many to divide it amongst. And for this reason envy wrings the longing mind, because that which it desires, another man getting either takes away altogether, or curtails in quantity. Let him then who longs to be wholly and entirely void of the bane of envy set his affections on that inheritance, which no number of fellow heir serves to stint or shorten, which is both one to all and whole to each, which is shown so much the larger as the number of those that are vouchsafed it is enlarged for its reception. And so the lessening of envy is the feeling of inward sweetness arising, and the utter death of it is the perfect love of eternity. For when the mind is withdrawn from the desire of that object, which is divided among the multitude of participators, the love of our neighbor is increased, in proportion as the fear of injury to self from his advancement is lessened. And if the soul be wholly ravished in love of the heavenly land, it is also thoroughly rooted in the love of our neighbor, and that without any mixture of envy. For whereas it desires no earthly objects, there is nothing to withstand the love it has for its fellow. And what else is this same charity but the eye of the mind, which if it be reached by the dust of earthly love, is forthwith beaten back with injury from its gaze at the inward light? But whereas he is a little one who loves earthly things, and a great one that longs after the things of eternity. It may be subtly enough rendered in this sense likewise. And envy slayeth the foolish one, in that no man perishes by the sickness of this plague, except him that is still unhealthy in his desires. End of Book 5. End of Morals on the Book of Job, Volume 1, Part 1, by Pope Gregory the First.